is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Members, Mr Matthew O'Toole has been given leave to make a statement on the Police Ombudsman's report, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continue to do so All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I do remind members that interventions are not accepted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business is finished. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for accepting this matter of the day. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday past, I and others joined with the families of those murdered at Sean Graham Bookmakers 30 years ago on the 5th of February 1992. At that event, those families gave voice to the decades of frustration at their inability to get accountability and justice for the murders of their loved ones. The people who died that day were Coleman Doherty, Joseph Duffin, also known as Jack, James Kennedy, Peter McGee, William McManus, and the attempted murders of several others. Today, the Police Ombudsman, Marie Anderson, has published her detailed report into those murders and allegations surrounding those murders, and also the murders of several others in that area and attempted murders. Those include the attempted murder of Samuel Caskey on 9th of October 1990, the murder of John O'Hara in April 1991, the murder of Harry Condon in October 1991, the murder of Aidan Wallace in December 1991, the murder of Michael Gilbride on the 4th of November 1992, the murder of Martin Moran in October 1993, the murder of Theresa Clinton in April 1984, and the murder of Larry Brennan in January 1998. Mr. Speaker, the Ombudsman finds a web of investigatory failings, completely inappropriate police behaviour, and yes, what she terms collusive behaviours. As people in this chamber will know, the Police Ombudsman is now not, as a result of a High Court finding or Court of Appeal finding, able to make a direct finding of collusion, but she is clear that she finds in her detailed report, which comes to more than 300 pages, extensive evidence of what she terms collusive behaviours. I won't go through all of those allegations. They're not allegations anymore, Mr. Speaker. They are findings in her report, but I will highlight a couple of them. One is the failure of Special Branch to share information with investigating police in relation to these murders. Another is the failure to tell people when there were known threats against them. Though the Police Ombudsman does not find that these murders could have been prevented by police action, she does find that there was a failing to tell people that they were at risk, which is shocking. But perhaps most shocking of all, Mr. Speaker, is the finding that a deactivated or apparently deactivated gun was placed back into the hands of a UDA-UFF informant. That is utterly shocking, Mr. Speaker. The findings of the Police Ombudsman's report speak for themselves. It is now time, 30 years on, for the families to get accountability. And while I understand that many will want to speak up for the many RUC people who served with decency and honour, I think it's important to say that not having accountability for this type of action does nothing for all those RUC officers. So I stand today with Sean Graham families and others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Can I say from the outset that my heart goes out to the families of the 11 people murdered, including a 15-year-old boy, and all those injured as a result of collusion between the British state and the UDA. My thoughts are with them today as they try to come to terms with the stark revelations in this report by the Police Ombudsman into the deaths of their loved ones at the hands of loyalist murder gangs. This follows previous reports into mass loyalist killings in Loughin Island and Greysteel, carried out using weapons that British state agents helped to import and distribute to the UDA, the UVF and Ulster Resistance. 80 people were killed with these weapons, and the Ombudsman has revealed that those responsible for bringing them in have never been investigated despite the involvement of state agents. The Ombudsman has also said that 8 RUC Special Branch agents were involved in 27 murders and attempted murders in South Belfast, with 1 agent being recruited because of his involvement in planning, preparation and execution of previous murders. The Ombudsman has found collusion in each and every killing. Lives could and should have been saved, but warnings about attacks being planned weren't passed on, and state agents involved in murder were allowed to kill and to kill again. And it beggars belief that the RUC handed guns back out to loyalist paramilitaries so that they could be used to kill again. This latest report by the Ombudsman shows a clear pattern of collusion and cover-up. Evidence and documentation were destroyed. Warnings were not passed on to victims. The Special Branch refused to pass on relevant intelligence to investigators. Eyewitnesses to killings were exposed to risk with their names read out in front of suspects. This report is a devastating indictment of collusion between the British state and loyalist paramilitaries. This is why the British government wants an amnesty for its state forces, its intelligence services and the agents who killed for them. And it is why victims, families, political parties and human rights groups continue to vigorously oppose these plans. It's time to address the legacy of the past by implementing the mechanisms agreed at Stormont House in a human rights compliant manner to ensure that families are not waiting any more decades for truth and justice.
Thank the member. I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I declare an interest as being a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board? Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to talk on this report today in terms of its contents. However, I do find it ironic, and I'm sure you wouldn't give me enough time to read out all of the numbers of people who have been murdered at the hands of terrorists, many of those who have been represented in this chamber today from the benches opposite. Indeed, it is also telling that the member for SDLP that raised this today had to raise it and his colleague didn't, because given that his colleague who sits in the Northern Ireland Policing Board has already besmirched the name of the RUC in her previous comments. And I think this is just part of a litany on the campaign against that continuation of a destruction against the name of the RUC, something that many of us thought had been settled in 1998. That said, Mr. Speaker, the reading of this report, it is disappointing of the findings in terms of any involvement. But then I think to the previous Speaker's comments about documents being destroyed and weapons being handed out, and I would have to say to the previous Speaker, how many opportunities had the organisation that her party represents hand out weapons to kill people by way of almost 3,000 people in Northern Ireland? Also, the thing that strikes me about this is the Ombudsman itself, who finds the opportunity to create a criminal offence that doesn't even exist in terms of cohesive behaviour. All of these things stand in contrast with indeed even the Chief Constable, whose current within the last few months has had out-of-court settlements, not with loyalist paramilitary attacks, but those from the nationalist community, and the cover-ups in relation to those. Indeed, I've sat in many meetings with the Historical Inquiries team, and the information that was provided to those, if it was in the public domain, would be harrowing. But I've never heard the voices from the other side of the benches calling for inquiries in relation to those. I've never heard people from the other sides of the benches condemning the actions of some of their own in relation to the murders against even indeed the RUC officers. But I want to close in saying, Mr. Speaker, 1998 allegedly drew a line in the sand of all of these things, but we're continuing to hear of all of these quarries in a one-sided nature. And I think the sooner it stops and the sooner we move forward, the better.
Thank you. I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ulster Unionist Party is a party of law and order. No ifs, no buts. No one is above the law. Anybody guilty of wrongdoing should face the criminal justice system. That said, I believe we are in possibly the worst of all possible places. Not for the first time, the Police Ombudsman has concluded that there were murders that could not have been prevented, could not have been stopped, and yet she points the finger at police officers with the expression collusive behaviour. What really does that mean? During my time as a Victims Commissioner, I think the most powerful conversation I overheard in this area was between a retired former senior police officer who had served in the RUC, to be clear, and a man who had spent time in prison as a member of the Provisional IRA. And the conversation went like this. The policeman said, "Well, you see, I never woke up in the morning thinking, who can I hurt today?" And the IRA man replied, but I did. There are things in life, I think, that you can explain, but you cannot excuse. And I'm not standing here trying to excuse wrongdoing by anyone serving in the Royal Ulster Constabulary. But if you think about it, if you think about the length of our troubles, decades long, the intensity of our troubles, and the number of humans, fallible human beings, who put on the uniform of the RUC, inevitably you have to conclude that mistakes were made, that bad decisions were made. And I don't excuse that, I just accept it as part of the human condition. So yesterday in this House we marked the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and I'm reminded of what she said in Dublin on her state visit in 2011, looking back on our troubles, that there were things that we hoped or wished had been done differently or not at all. And I think that applies to the troubles. Violence was not inevitable. As an Ulster Unionist and also as a trustee of the John and Pat Hume Foundation, I am committed to peaceful change. And I think, had we all committed to peaceful change, we would not be having this debate in this House today.
Nicole John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in rising, I should also declare my membership of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Mr. Speaker, my first thoughts are with the families of those who were killed in these attacks, and also with those who survived, living with the physical and mental scars for all of these years. Today will be a day of mixed emotions for them, as their long-held concerns have proven to have foundation. They have the full support of the Alliance Party in their campaign for justice. The revelations contained within this report are deeply disturbing and raise serious issues and questions which need answered, while having the potential to undermine confidence in policing. That must be addressed by the police and the policing board immediately after this report identified collusive behaviours by the RUC in the investigation of murders and attempted murders carried out by loyalist paramilitaries in the 1990s. There remains, Mr. Speaker, huge individual and collective hurt in our society. The Police Ombudsman's report is further evidence of the pressing need for a comprehensive mechanism to deal with that and give people the justice and closure they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Nicole. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today again putting on record my membership of the Northern Ireland Policing Board on what is no doubt a very difficult day for the families involved at the Sean Graham Bookmaker. And I think of those families because no doubt this has brought again some very painful memories of a very difficult time. But equally, Mr. Speaker, I look towards many former serving RUC officers and families that are equally disturbed and annoyed by the memories that this incident brings to their doorstep in terms of the memory of their loved ones. Because let's not forget, 300 RUC officers were killed during the Troubles, killed in performing a duty of law and order to defend and protect the people of Northern Ireland. Over 280 of those officers were killed by Republican terrorists. How many inquiries? How many reports? How many brought forward to justice? And sadly, what we see continually now in the narrative of today, 2022, we're seeing an attempt to compare policing operations by our standards today with what was happening in a chaotic time in this province's history. And it is important that I put on record, because I come from a family that has members in which have served in these law institutions and those forces that protected this country through some very dark and difficult days. And I think of those officers, those 9 officers killed in the Newry motor bomb attack. I think of Chief Superintendent Harry Breen and Robert Buchanan, lured to their death in the Irish Republic, but yet many have fallen silent in their pursuit of justice for those. There are still many today, many officers, former serving RUC officers, that are scarred by what they've seen in the Troubles, scarred that they lost friends and they lost families and they had to live in constant fear. We need to remember that. 90% of deaths in Northern Ireland during the Troubles were by paramilitaries. Everyone deserves justice. Let's think of T-Ban, Le Mans, Bloody Friday and Enniskillen. Some want to tarnish the memory of the RUC. And for those that were wrong, the vast majority will call them out for what it was. But let's say this: I, for one, am proud and grateful for their diligent service in the protection of the citizens of Northern Ireland through some very dark and difficult days.
Thank you. I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand as a former member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. No one should take any joy or any sense of glorification in a murderous campaign that left widows, orphans and broken families. I have a brother who has proudly served in the Royal Ulster Constabulary Reserve and in the part-time PSNI for 41 years. I thank God that every day he is still alive, because sadly there are many other families who heard the knock on the door and a masked terrorist shot them through the head or in the back. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, there are people in this chamber, elected in public office, who have glorified those heinous crimes, who have covered up, who have been involved in collusive behaviour, who have not told the police all that they know about what has happened. And I call on them today to search their conscience. I call on the party opposite, who has supported, who has glorified the IRA, that was a murderous machine that cost lives, that created orphans, that couldn't even tell families the truth from their own community where they buried their loved ones. Is it not time that we have truth? Party opposite always likes to talk to us about truth and justice.
Could I advise a member that we're dealing with a matter of the day tabled by Mr. Matthew O'Toole, which deals with the Ombudsman's report? We've strayed very, very, very far from that.
Mr. Speaker, not to question your authority, I have to say it's all part of our dark past. And it is time that if we are going to have the truth about what happened with the members of the RUC, we're going to also have the truth about what happened with the members of the IRA and those who have been their fellow travellers for 40 years and still put on uniforms and go to memorials and go to graves and glorify them and say it was right. And remember, it was the Republican movement who said an Armalite in one hand and the ballot box in another. It was the Armalite that created the burials, it created the orphans, that created the graves. I stand here today proud of a family member who has served in the RUC. And I commend the RUC, and I trust and pray that the vilification will come to an end.
Time's up. Thank you. And I call Pat Cadney.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to speak in this today, and I don't want to make any political statements about it, but I operated in my workplace in the bar, which wasn't too far from Hamilton Street, and I knew the family. I knew the father very well, Jackie. I remember the shock that we had on the death of that young boy at 15. I remember my mother baking a cake of wheaten bread and bringing around the ham to Hamilton Street. and there's pure sorrow within that house. So what really shocked me about all of this and all of the statistics and all of those that died throughout the Troubles, I will say that at times within my place of work, probably to keep that open, I would have called upon the police then in order to try and open up the town. But it doesn't make an excuse. If there is wrongdoing within the police, we need to root them out, and there's nobody here would disagree with that. I just want to finish with one last comment, Mr. Speaker, and that was that of all of those that died, I think of young Jamie's mother, Jackie's wife, who followed her son very soon after his grave. And I can tell you, folks, she went into the grave with a broken heart. Never mended from that day. So to all of those and all of the victims, I pass on my commemorations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Nicole Allen Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to have worn the RUC uniform as a part-time reservist for some 15 years. I didn't serve with one officer who I ever heard threaten to go out to harm any member of our society. Thousands of officers served with distinction, many gone to their graves, many still alive. The families of those who served will be hurt with the broad brush nature of this Ombudsman's report, and more importantly, with the broad brush opportunities it provides to the history rewriters. My colleague Mike Nesbitt has spelt out where the Ulster Unionist Party stands on law and order. If anyone, no matter what uniform or none they wore, who have done wrongdoing, they should be brought before a court of law and made to account for their actions and receive the due punishment. But please, don't besmirch the reputation or the memories of those thousands of officers who left their homes every morning, left their children, their wives behind them, without any certainty that at the end of their working day they would return to their family unharmed or indeed alive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Claire Bailey.
And it was said, yes, everybody does deserve justice. And I think it's a sad day that when we still, in this chamber, have to step up and declare that we support law and order. That it's a sad day when we have to look at such reports and when addressing them, have to caveat them with political point scoring. Lives were lost, people died, other lives were damaged, families were broken, a community was terrorised. And when we know that wrong was done, then we have to make it right. And it's time that we put people first. And it's time that we do everything we can to end the suffering of so many victims. Let's put people first. And if everyone deserves justice, let's do all we can to make sure that they can access that justice. Let the Ombudsman do their work. And today, let all our thoughts be with those families. And we have made some great strides forward, but we are not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole Morris Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to this disturbing report. It's not pleasant reading. While no one is above the law and all should be subject to the law, it is strong on both supposition and allegation. I think of friends in the RUC murdered, blown up, maimed and left with severe disabilities. In my own area, where an IRA bomb explosion on the street where I worked killed 6 innocent civilians, mainly pensioners, I have memories of that day that I will never forget. Never forget. I feel strongly that all victims should be remembered, all victims of the atrocities carried out in Northern Ireland throughout the Troubles. Anyone who breaks the law should be subject to the law, be they RUC or terrorists. But I would like to extend my sympathy to any family that has lost a loved one during the Troubles, no matter what their background is, no matter where they come from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for that contribution, and that concludes this matter of the day. Point of order, Meg Nesbitt.
Mr. Speaker, I failed to declare my membership of the Policing Board, and I apologise to you in the House for the omission.
Failed to. Unlike Mr. Nesbitt, I apologise to the House.
Okay, members, the first item of business on the order paper is the consideration of business not concluded on Monday the 7th of February, which is yesterday. As a motion from the Committee for Infrastructure was not reached when the sitting was adjourned last night, we will commence with that item of business. Members, take your ease for a moment. Okay, members. Members, a motion from the Committee for Infrastructure on its report on support for the innovative measures to eliminate DVA backlogs. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the difficulties and disruption caused to all public-facing services, including the Driver and Vehicle Agency, as a result of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Further recognises the unnecessary costs that can be faced by individuals and businesses as a result of preventable delays in the provision of driver and vehicle testing services by the DVA, including driver testing and retesting, and the reduced number of vehicles being tested when compared to pre-pandemic levels. Acknowledges the work done to date by the Minister for Infrastructure and the Department to restore services, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to put in place creative and innovative measures to eliminate unnecessary and preventable delays in the delivery of services by the DVA in order to reduce costs and uncertainty to individuals and businesses.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure to move the motion. Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1.5 hours for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I call the Chairperson for the Committee for Infrastructure to open the debate on the motion. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand as the Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure to speak to the motion and commend it to the House. First of all, I wish to acknowledge the difficulties that the staff of the DVA have faced during the pandemic, trying as they have to continue the vital work of carrying out driving tests, vehicle tests and a range of other important services. I can safely speak for the committee in saying that, like many during this period, they have rose to the challenge in a very difficult circumstances, and their efforts should be commended. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Committee for Infrastructure has engaged with the Minister and her officials on the impact of COVID on her department and specifically the work of DVA. Prior to my time as Committee Chair, the Committee did engage in this quite extensively also. Shortly after the initial lockdown in the spring of 2020, the Committee requested that the Minister provide oral evidence on the impact on DVA services. The Minister and her officials came to the committee on the 3rd of September 2020 to discuss the issues, the first of many briefings on this problem. During the briefing, the Minister acknowledged the challenges for DVA, the fact that the lockdown had created a backlog in its services, and now that services had recommenced, there was a real need to deal with that backlog. During the briefing, the committee discussed with the Minister how she intended to tackle the backlog, which all committee members realised was a growing concern. The Minister outlined that after the initial lockdown, the DVA began to resume services in June 2020, with mitigations and social distancing in place. The reinstatement of driving tests began back in July 2020. Motorbike driving testing resumed from the 6th of July 2020, as were driver theory tests with safe social distancing in place. The Minister outlined at this time that, as of the 1st of September 2020, around 200 key workers, including doctors, nurses and frontline workers, would be tested first, followed by the customers, approximately 3,800, most of whom are young people, who had their tests cancelled to ensure that they were not inconvenienced any further. At that time, Mr Speaker, the Minister and her officials were assuring the committee that all was in hand, that a plan was in operation and that the backlog was a priority. At that meeting 18 months ago, the committee tested this assertion. The committee asked about the 3,800 backlog. Surely the backlog was bigger than those whose test was cancelled. What about all those who would normally have been added to the list in the intervening months? Also, given that the Minister had indicated that less tests per day could be conducted due to COVID restrictions, how would the backlog be dealt with? The response from the Minister and her officials at that time was that they had not extrapolated how many tests that they expected to receive. Members asked the Minister to look at the average intake in previous years and were told, "I do not think that we can estimate from previous years due to COVID." This, Mr Speaker, was a fundamental mistake. There was an error of risk management and crisis planning. There was an acknowledgement that there would be a backlog, but no understanding of what was coming down the line. At the early committee meeting, committee members after committee member asked about this rationale and were informed that there was working from home restrictions in place that it made it difficult to know what numbers were coming down the track. At this meeting, the committee asked about the employment of new examiners and were informed that we have been examining the potential for recruiting additional driving examiners. The committee will appreciate that the recruitment and training process is quite lengthy, so we have to ask ourselves, given that it will be a short-term surge in demand, whether that is a viable option, but it is being explored. Mr Speaker, that was September 2020. The committee continued to have briefings on the issue. On the 4th of November 2020, 20th of January 2021, 21st of April 2021, 10th of June 2021, I could go on and on. The committee have literally spoke about DVA testing and indeed also driving tests continuously due to concerns, legitimate health concerns, that members right across the House have had about the impact of delays and backlogs on individual constituents. At almost every meeting, the committee agreed to write to the Department for updates and for more information. Every time, this committee emphasised the concern the public had about the growing backlogs, and Mr Speaker, as time went on, it wasn't just the backlogs. It was becoming clear that there were huge difficulties behind these backlogs. Individuals and businesses not able to take up work or to get staff into roles where driving was a requirement. Increasing numbers of cars were being left with no MOT, and so were falling foul of insurance companies and indeed also worryingly the PSNI. Mr Speaker, that is not to say that the Minister and the Department did nothing in the face of this pressure from the committee and from the public. Temporary exemptions, certificates and schemes were put in place, discussions with the PSNI and the insurance companies regarding enforcement, and as well extending opening hours at test centres, and eventually the recruitment of new staff. This is to be applauded, and I will do so publicly on the floor as the chair of the committee. However, the backlogs have continued and the issues have remained, and I know the Minister has been on record at each committee emphasising that it is not a perfect scenario and that, in a sense, there is still a significant issue to be dealt with in relation to backlogs. By the 26th of July 2021, the DVA was able to reinstate normal vehicle testing times and advised the committee that since then it was able to maintain vehicle testing capacity by adopting a range of measures, including the recruitment of additional vehicle examiners, the use of overtime to provide cover for leave and sick absence, and a reduction of the vehicle test appointment time. By the 28th of October last year, the DVA advised the committee that it had conducted 117,907 full vehicle tests in August and September, 96% of the 5-year average for these months. Again, progress is to be applauded. However, the actual backlog still remains. The reason given to the committee for this was because demand for services has increased. Mr. Speaker, the same demand that the committee had warned the Minister of and asked her to put measures in place from the beginning of the pandemic. The Committee for Infrastructure has tirelessly asked questions and heard evidence, but the fact remains that the backlogs remain and are causing hardships and stress. I, for one, as committee chair, can speak of several examples where young people keen to get into the workplace, keen to contribute to their household, have been held back by their inability to secure a driving test. Something that isn't just prevalent in my own area, while I look at Craigavon test area, for example, but I know other members from their experiences expressed at the committee have had similar issues. It has taken the committee to this point due to the fact that we felt that we were getting nowhere with a constant back and forward correspondence with, indeed, the Department, that we thought by bringing this motion to the House and pleading with the Minister to think creatively, to talk creatively, to bring forward creative solutions with the resources that she has, and the committee asked that she gets off and the Department get off the merry-go-round of chasing the backlogs and tries to get out in front of the crisis for the sake of the individuals and for our economy. On that basis, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank the member, and I call Cathal Boylan.
Cormagat, Ceann Corla. Boylan Lorch, Evaver, our son, and Ruan Shaw. I stand to speak in favour of the motion. And just to remind the members, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the role of any committee is to scrutinise, not to criticise. So the motion on the floor today is part of our responsibility to try and work with the Department to try and address the issues. And I want to put that on record. But I welcome the motion from the outset and would like to take this time to commend the efforts of the DVA staff who have been working very hard to tackle this backlog that has arisen as a consequence of the COVID pandemic. But, Mr. Speaker, people are continually frustrated with trying to get vehicle and driving tests since services have resumed. There's no doubt about that. Not getting tests can be very restricting for people, many of whom need a car to get to work or to get on with daily errands. While some measures have been introduced and we welcome them, it's clear that more needs to be done to provide the public with better access to important services such as driving and vehicle tests. In relation to driving tests itself, our learner drivers are struggling to get a timely driving test, waiting months on end. And when tests do show up, many times they cannot get a booking in their own test centre. And what does that mean? This means that they have to travel longer distances to get to a test centre, which means mothers and fathers have to take time off work to transport their child to the test. We need to see additional examiners being recruited to increase testing capacity across the north. The driving test backlog has distressed learner drivers for far too long, Mr. Speaker. Many people, like I say, need transport to get to work and day-to-day living. In relation to vehicle tests itself, we need to see the vehicle test backlog addressed as well. It's vital that MOT backlog is urgently addressed and people can get timely access to such a basic service as a vehicle test, not least of all for the issue of unfair car tax penalties. As we all know, We need a valid MOT certificate in order to tax the vehicle. And while the DVA asks for drivers to contact them if they need an urgent MOT to do so, many others have found themselves fined for not getting a test in time due to this MOT backlog. I was disappointed in the Minister's response on this. She stated that the car tax is an issue for DVLA in Swansea, and when asked, she did not state how many drivers were affected by this. I would appreciate whether this has been qualified or quantified since. I think we need to look at addressing unfair penalties which have been issued due to circumstances out of drivers' control. In relation to communication, I think overall there needs to be better communication between DVA and drivers on what to do in this unique situation, whether that is to be driving tests or vehicle tests. Just on another note, on behalf of my colleagues in Fermanagh who were looking at Theory Test Centre up in Fermanagh, could the Minister maybe give us a wee update on that? I know many of the members from there have raised it before. Ceann, it's vital that driving and vehicle test backlog is urgently addressed so that people can get timely access to a driving test and not have to worry about being unfairly penalised. And I will work with the Minister, with the committee, to try and address this issue. And I would support this motion. Sin bhfuil le rá agam agus goram agad a Ceann Comhairle. I support this motion.
Thank you. And I call Cara Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, and this morning I'd like to thank my colleagues in the committee for working together on this motion. In particular, I am pleased that members accepted and acknowledged the work done by the Minister for Infrastructure and the Department to restore services. Mr. Speaker, I do think today it is important to acknowledge the work done here. Not only did Minister Mallon in her first few days have to take on a crumbling DVA services with the lifts breaking, she had to turn off and turn on DVA services following the Executive's decision based on the public health advice at that time. It is no secret that the COVID pandemic has thrown all of our public services into disarray, leading to delays. We only have to look at our health service and the waiting lists, with patients waiting years for operations. It is testimony to Minister Mallon and officials in the DVA that they have kept drivers safely on our roads. They are now doing record numbers of MOT and driving tests against pre-pandemic figures, working longer hours against all odds, against Delta and Omicron, the DVA staff. These public service workers deserve our thanks and our support. They have been on the front line too, working against this highly contagious virus. Like other members, I agree there has been disruption. There has been some confusion for members of the public. My constituents have faced these challenges too. Challenges caused by COVID and challenges met with solutions by the DVA and our Minister. For anyone to argue otherwise, I feel, is pathetic politicking. But if I'm honest, Mr. Speaker, with some parties walking away from their responsibilities in government and others trying to pull down this Assembly for an early election, I say to them, take a leaf out of SDLP's Minister's book and go back to work and find solutions. The SDLP is focused on people and people first, people before politics. And to ensure that we can continue to enhance our public services here, we need to continue with the job that we are paid to do. Members will note the motion also asks about creative and innovative measures. These measures, I am still unsure what colleagues are seeking, but I do know that the Minister has already asked committee what additional ideas it has for the DVA to explore, but I'm not currently aware of what is on the table. I'm just going to get through this. But preferring to deal in facts rather than fiction, to summarise, I will focus my closing comments in reality. The reality is that this Assembly and the general public owe a great deal of gratitude to our public workers and civil servants who have worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic to keep people safely on our roads. Yes, COVID has caused great disruption, but the service is working and it is delivering instead of crumbling in the face of challenges. Thank you.
Call Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise to support the motion, and I would recognise the challenge that has faced DVA and their staff in keeping both the public and their own staff safe during the COVID epidemic. In terms of MOT, staff have worked a considerable amount of overtime They have attempted, the DVA have attempted to recruit staff, but obviously experienced great difficulty in recruiting staff. And I would highlight that starting a fully qualified mechanic with 3 years, a minimum of 3 years experience, 23,500, as I understand it, I can see why there's a difficult recruiting, and indeed only 3 out of 10 of those invited to start training, they've been selected, invited to start training, actually turn up. They've probably got a job in the meantime since whence they were initially assessed. So despite the efforts to date, waiting lists are growing. Ministers talking about, or others have referred to a comparison with 5 years. The only valid comparison is the demand and the supply. And sadly, of recent months, the waiting lists have been growing. And indeed, in the month of September, it increased by 36,000, and October by some 22,000. Certainly will.
I have to thank the member for giving way. It's no secret that this pandemic has thrown all of our public services into disarray, leading to many delays right across all of those public services. If we look at our health service at the moment, and a lot of this is due to the pandemic. Would the member agree with me?
Member has an additional minute.
The pandemic has obviously created difficulties, but we're over the pandemic. The restrictions that existed are over as of the end of the summer. So therefore, we need to meet the demand that is there. Now, there has been problems pre-pandemic as well. I think of the ramps where virtually all testing was stopped for a period in DVA, just immediately as the Minister took office. It wasn't her fault, so I'm not pointing at her. I'm saying there is an endemic problem with DVA here. And indeed, even before that, usually there was periods during the year where we'd hear of excessive waiting times. And DVA is a monopoly provider. This means that the public have had difficulty keeping their cars on the road. There's been anxiety as they try to get an earlier test. Many have been fined for failure to tax their car, can't tax their car because they haven't got an MOT. Turning now to driver testing. Again, I welcome the fact that the Department or DVA have trained additional dual-skilled testers who can carry out driving tests. But again, there's huge demand there. And I recognise that considerable overtime has been worked in that area. So what do we do? Firstly, I'd like to point out there's huge risks in doing nothing. If we do nothing, there's going to be additional pedestrians walking, particularly in rural roads where vehicles or private car is virtually the only means of transport. There'll be an effect on the economy as people are unable to get to work. There'll be an effect on the NHS, and there is an effect on the NHS. Staff unable to work shifts, unable to take up overtime opportunities because they rely perhaps on public transport and haven't been able to get a test or keep their car on the road. There's also a shortage of domiciliary care. But new applicants need to have a driving licence, and without that driving licence, they're blocked from applying. The follow-on from this is bed blocking, patients unable to get support in their home. So what are the real options? This is what we're about. What are the options that we can suggest? As the Minister will know, I've been asking the questions, why are we not using more temporary exemption certificates? Why are we not dealing with this bulge which is there? We're almost testing as many now as there is demand, but we need to remove the bulge. It takes about 10 weeks from when you apply before you'll get a vacant spot. I know myself personally, haven't experienced it. Now, the departmental road safety official in front of the committee indicated that there was only 1% of accidents were as a result of mechanical failure. And he also indicated that there was no statistical information pointing to any increased risk as a result of the use of temporary exemption certificates. Now, I'm not wanting this long term, but this is the only practical means of quickly dealing with the backlog and allowing the public to have a degree of normality. So what are the other options? I think we have to free DVA from the restrictions of the public sector. It's the issue that's stopping them paying the going rate for a mechanic. I was recently talking to some major vehicle retailers, and they would generally advertise for with a job offer of £35,000. Are we surprised with difficulty recruiting staff? So I think we have to free DVA from the restrictions of the public sector so that they can get out there and meet the market forces. Also, we have to recognise there's been no difficulty in Great Britain throughout all of this. Again, there's no monopoly there. There is private garages providing a service. And guess what? They provided the whole way through the pandemic. They haven't experienced all these failures. Perhaps we need competition. Competition is good to improve standards, and I think that flexibility of competition is needed. Turning then in terms of driver testing, what can we do with it? I would ask that we look at what's happened in GB with light trailer testing, which has been dispensed with, and avoid taxi driver requirement for wedding and funeral cars and create capacity.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for the Minister for coming here and for the committee for tabling this motion. Today I'm just going to talk a wee bit more about MOTs, which a number of members have already spoken about, and then also in relation to driving tests. I would recall that back in January 2020, the situations that arose in relation to the suspension of all MOT testing as a result of cracks being found in 52 of the 55 vehicle lists across 15 test centres across Northern Ireland. So that's the background that we're dealing with, and obviously there's been a report published following the investigation surrounding that. It's not great reading, but that's the context we're dealing with, that already MOT tests had been cancelled. But then, unfortunately, we moved into the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's had a devastating impact on people's lives and livelihoods. Far too many people have lost their lives as a result of COVID-19, and I want to pay tribute and thanks to all the staff at DVA for the work that they've done as key workers in terms of the provision of key services. I think it's important that we recognise that, and the measures that were taken for the suspension of MOTs and driving tests, and also the current operational arrangements in relation to MOTs are in place as a result of public health measures to protect staff and also customers accessing those. I also recall that this is a key and serious issue that needs to be addressed, but it's not unique to Northern Ireland. And at the end of last month, it was being reported in the Irish Independent that learner drivers are waiting on average 10 weeks to take a driving test. And currently 33,000 drivers are waiting to take their driving test, with an average of 3,500 tests being done per week. The RSA said it would take 10 weeks to clear the current backlog. It is confirmed that 8 of the 60 test centres have reported longer waiting times than 10 weeks. So this is not an issue unique to Northern Ireland, but it is an issue that we do need to address. And I'm aware of the testing regime that we have in Northern Ireland, and we can debate that perhaps another day, but it's in place for good reasons in the background, and it's important that we take in context of that. I also want to thank the work that's been done in terms of MOTs, the recruitment of additional vehicle examiners, the use of overtime, the use of tests being conducted on Sundays and bank holidays, and also additional slots that are available. But I do have to recall the real frustration, particularly when the new booking system was launched and the problems associated with that. There were significant queues and real frustration on being able to get an MOT booked. There is also, and it's been discussed here today, real issues around insurance. Some insurers are not showing the level of flexibility that we had hoped to, and also if you don't have an MOT, being able to get your motor taxation is impossible, frankly, and it is a real issue that's impacting upon motorists, particularly also in relation to used car sales. And last week I met alongside other MLAs, the National Franchise Dealers Association, and they outlined the real frustration that this is causing for them in terms of being able to get MOTs for the used car fleet and being able to sell those on, and particularly at a time when there's high demand for those. But turning to solutions, because we're very... Yes, no problem. Yeah.
I, like yourself, had met the organisation referred to, and they had indicated that there is a shortage of new vehicles available, and more used cars are being sold by their franchises. So does they agree with me that there's an urgent need to increase capacity, because undoubtedly there will be more MOT demand going forward?
Thank the member for his intervention. And as turning from problems to solutions, very good in this House talking about problems, not too great about solutions, and particularly in the current situation that we're at. Pardon?
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A couple of solutions are, and it's been discussed about the temporary exemption certificates, a target use of those to be able to deal with the backlog, particularly in terms of engagement with, as has been outlined, the National Franchise Dealers Association in terms of assurance, in terms of roadworthiness before any further TECs are issued. Also, the length of time that people get as notification for their MOT. I know that if I had waited for my letter to arrive for the MOT in my vehicle, I wouldn't have been able to get an appointment before the MOT expired. So I knew when the day I could go on and book, and as soon as that came around, I went on and booked and was able to get an MOT. It seems a very simple administrative thing, but we can send people out letters much further in advance to encourage them to make the booking and the appointment, and that's a simple solution that we can have in relation to this. In relation to driving tests, which is the other key issue, I know this has impacted so many people, particularly key workers who are working night shifts who need access to a vehicle to be able to undertake their duties. Also the impact upon people as a result of increased use of taxis. And I am appreciative of the efforts that have been done, but I do feel that there isn't great light at the end of the tunnel in relation to the backlog for driving tests, and I need to hear a bit more from the Minister about what more is being done in relation to that. Yes, no problem.
Member for giving way, and indeed he has raised some of the issues in which he sees as innovative solutions. And added to that list, would he agree with me that it would be unfair for anyone to criticise the committee for criticising but not offering solutions, because the committee has been on record, as Mr Beggs has pointed out, whether that's temporary certificates, increase in testers, the issues that he has raised as a member, but also a reserve list for those that have cruelly actually went forward, spent a long time to get into the queue, and then actually fail their test and are put back to the bottom of the queue again.
I thank the member for his intervention. I think that's an important issue, because you go right to the bottom of the queue, and also the issue in relation to key workers who vitally need transport. So we're debating this motion. Let's please, at the end of this debate, come focused on leaving here with solutions and with positivity, because that's what the people are looking from these institutions, and they're looking from us to provide leadership and solutions for people. And I have no doubt the Minister is committed to doing that, but let's all focus and yes, unite in relation to this motion. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank the member, and I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I want to follow in the spirit of Cathal Boylan when he talks about we're here to scrutinise, albeit I'm not a member of the committee. But I believe it's important that we do scrutinise, but not necessarily be critical. But I have to say it's difficult as we get into this debate not to be critical. But at the outset, Mr Speaker, first of all, I want to put my thoughts with all of those people who actually work in that environment. We've been through a horrendous 2 years. Some could suggest, and I'm not for a minute suggesting it was the Minister's fault in relation to the ramps, because we clearly know that that wasn't, but you could also say it was like a perfect storm, because at the timing of that, closely followed with the pandemic, that gave that opportunity for some of those things to be fixed. So that worked out in your favour, Minister, and I mean, perfect storm is probably the best way to describe that. However, as time has went on, the innovative ideas haven't been there. We hear of the police, for example, are not going to do something because they haven't got an MOT. But we've never heard the same assurances from the insurance companies. And then now, more and more, 2 years later, we're 2 years down the road, and people are facing the difficulty with the road tax. So there is no help for those people. There's no innovation, there's no ideas. I mean, Mr Beggs has highlighted the problems associated with that, and I concur with that. I mean, more recently, most of the people that's contacting my office is, how do I get taxed without MOT? And you can't. There is no solution for that. And I do believe the Minister has missed a trick here. I do believe the Minister should continue to keep short-term exemptions until she got on top of the waiting list. Now, I think I want to correct her party colleague where she said that the numbers were now pre-COVID. The numbers are actually, you're testing less than pre-COVID in my reading of the motion, unless I read the motion wrong. But it certainly talks about reduced numbers on the pre-COVID numbers. And if that's the case, that's an indictment on the department, and maybe the Minister wants to address that in her contribution whenever she comes to the floor. There's also the other thing, and I look around this, and there's not very many members who look close to 17 or 18 years of age. But I mean, there's a degree of excitement whenever that time comes. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't want to call him out. Absolutely. But it may be a distant memory for us all, but I can clearly remember it. And I remember the excitement coming up to that time, whenever you're coming 17, and it's now dashed. The number of people who I heard in the midst of this, the coronavirus regulations, was they had to wait a year. So they come to the magical age of 17 and they have to wait another year. Now, in the grand scheme of things, is that the most important thing? Possibly not. But as Mr Beggs alluded to, many of those people who get into sectors, people who went through their education and want to get into domiciliary care, that is one of the things they want to do. But they can't do it unless they have that driving licence. Oh, well, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and he touches on a very important point, because this is something that has been of great concern to the committee, particularly the mental anxiety that young people that have waited perhaps a year to get their test, unfortunately due to nerves potentially fail their test, and then have to wait an extended period of time where they're again paying for lessons in which they have no test in the short term, so therefore actually adding to their anxiety and fear. It's a huge concern.
Member has an additional minute.
Absolutely. It takes me back to 1985, November, December 1985, when I failed mine, but I got to do it again in February. But now, if you're in the same scenario, you'll wait much, much longer. And I know in the grand scheme of things that may not seem important. The other thing the Minister did suggest, and I suppose the suspicion in me was the Minister did muddy the water at some stage whenever she talked about increasing the number of years that a car, so you go for 2 years, every 2 years as opposed to a year. I have to say, and I put in record, Mr Speaker, I'd be against that, because on one hand you can't say that you're up for safer roads and safer standards and then actually increase the MOT regime for 2 years. Someone else has referred to what's happened in England. Well, England has continued its business as usual, but of course they've got an added complication that we haven't got, because their cars come due for MOT a year sooner than ours. So we've already got a difference between us and the mainland. And I think that that's something that's probably more important to look at, as opposed to making the roads safer, the cars safer. But obviously we can't do that at the minute, because as Ms Hunter has talked about us running away, the Minister's had this problem for 2 years, it's still not fixed. So whilst some may accuse us of running away, the Minister's responsible for the department for 2 years. The problem hasn't gone away, indeed the problem's getting worse. And I look forward to these innovative ideas, these creative ideas, on how to fix these and come up with solutions, because we can't continue the way we are. But I will, yes.
In GB, as I alluded to, they have dispensed with light trailer testing. That frees up the testers to deal with the waiting list. Why are we not doing that? And on top of that, there's no need for drivers of wedding and funeral cars to have a taxi licence. And I've even learned of advanced drivers failing the test, the theory test, but yet perfectly good drivers would agree we need to adopt what's worked elsewhere.
I concur with the member. I mean, I know on the trailer test, I raised that with the Minister, and the Minister wasn't minded to do it here. And I suppose maybe now, today, is an opportunity for her to say why, and why she's not taking on some of the suggestions you are, because all of those things will reduce the number of people who are actually waiting. But I support the thrust of the motion.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And although I'm not a member of the Infrastructure Committee, I just want to commend the committee for bringing forward this motion to the House. And again, I also pay tribute to the DVA staff. I really do just want to paint the picture that is facing my rural constituents, and I know the member there quite rightly raised about the theory testing in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I have had many constituents in touch with me, exasperated, frustrated and angry that they cannot access testing appointments in a timely manner. Fermanagh and South Tyrone residents are being disadvantaged, especially when it comes to MOTs. They have been told that they have to get appointments where they have to travel as far away as Ballymena, Downpatrick and Mollusk. Lovely places, but, you know, for my Fermanagh and South Tyrone residents, a resident in Berleak, for example, it will take them 2 hours to travel to Ballymena. Derrygonnelly to Downpatrick, 2 hours 15 minutes of travel. Maguire's Bridge to Mollusk will take an hour and a half. May I add, those times are one way. So essentially, if you live in those areas, you're losing a day's work to get an MOT test, and it will cost you more in terms of the fuel that you need to get to those areas. And I ask, is there any redress for those people in my area who have had to make those journeys through no fault of their own? Locally, someone in Fermanagh and South Tyrone whose MOT expires on the 17th of February cannot get an MOT appointment until the 6th of May. These reports have been covered in the local newspapers, and it isn't good reading for the Department of Infrastructure. In an area where bus routes are limited, there are no trains, what are people to do to get their shopping, their pension, to get to hospital appointments? This is particularly as well the case for young constituents of mine who have difficulty in accessing work due to transport difficulties and unable to access driving tests in a timely way. I also want to raise an issue regarding the theory tests, as I have said, where people have to travel again to access them, and I would ask the Minister to provide me with an update as to what her department has done to alleviate those problems. How and why the Minister has allowed the situation to happen, and what answers she can provide to my rural constituents. Many within my constituency do rely on their cars and vehicles, and without them it impacts upon social isolation. So this issue goes beyond simply getting an MOT or a driving test. When it comes to the MOT backlog, garage owners have rightly raised real concerns in relation to it. They have stated that they fear that people will continue to drive their cars when there might be an unknown fault or indeed through necessity in a rural area. MOTs do ensure that there is car safety and flag up motoring issues which motorists may not have otherwise been aware of to ensure their cars are roadworthy. However, as well in my constituency, garage owners have said that it is affecting their livelihoods. Last year, a garage owner was in contact in desperation because they were looking to get MOT tests for a person buying a second-hand car, and they were in fear of losing some of their second-hand car trade as a result in difficulties in getting MOT bookings. Yes?
Thank the member for giving way. Would she, like me, agree that the vast network of second-hand car dealers have really faced significant challenges in their ability to access MOTs to enable them to sell? And it would be important also to hear an update from the Minister as to her engagement with that sector at this very difficult time.
Member has an additional minute.
Yes, absolutely. And we have heard that during the pandemic, second-hand car trade has increased. And so I think it was touched on as well there that it's important because that will further add to the backlog in terms of people buying second-hand cars. And in the case that I spoke of there, it equated to £30,000 for that small rural garage dealer. And, you know, that may seem insignificant to some people, but for that particular business, that was a lot, and it was stressful for them. And this is affecting livelihoods. So the delay is costly, and that's why the Minister must act. We've heard about the temporary exemption certificates and different solutions that's been bandied about here in the House today. But I would ask that she does act for the sake of my Fermanagh and South Tyrone constituents on this very real problem. Thank you.
I thank the member for that, and I invite the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, to respond, and the Minister has 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would like to thank the Committee for Infrastructure for raising the debate today and also for the positive framing of this motion, recognising, I think as all members have, the incredible hard work that has taken place in respect of our DVA staff over a very sustained period and after significant disruption to what is a very high volume public facing service. Driving tests and vehicle tests, as members will know, are high demand public services that have been badly disrupted as a result of this unprecedented pandemic, with driving tests being suspended for a total of around 10 months and vehicle tests being delivered at a significantly reduced capacity to comply with public health advice and guidance. Like all public-facing services across these islands, DVA services are experiencing unprecedented high levels of demand. We are still in the midst of this pandemic, and the DVA continues to put in place a series of measures to maximise capacity and minimise disruption while keeping customers and staff safe. The challenge of delivering these services remain, and my officials are monitoring closely the impact of Omicron on staff absence levels, and in particular where these may impact on the delivery of frontline services such as driving tests and vehicle tests. I want to record my thanks to all of the DVA staff for working so hard and flexibly through this pandemic to provide services to customers whilst keeping themselves and customers safe. They certainly haven't been doing nothing. In fact, they have put in a series of measures and continue to do so. The DVA continues to work hard to increase its capacity to help meet the high demand for driving tests for all customers, including those who are required to take a further driving test. In the first full 8 months since driving tests resumed on the 23rd of April, the DVA has conducted 46,525 driving tests, which is 39% higher than the 5-year average for that period. The DVA currently has 42 full-time driving examiners and 43 dual-role examiners who conduct both vehicle and driving tests and can be utilised across the network of test centres to meet driver testing demand. The DVA is in the process of completing an external recruitment competition for 16 new full-time driving examiners to be assigned across the network of test centres, and this will increase the overall full-time driving examiner capacity by approximately 40%. In addition to the recruitment of additional examiners, the DVA will continue to offer driving tests on a Saturday and at certain centres on Sundays where it is suitable to do so. Overtime is also being used to rota off-shift dual-role driving examiners to provide cover for scheduled driving tests where, due to a variety of unforeseen reasons such as sick absence or the requirement to self-isolate, driving examiners are unable to attend work. The DVA released private car driving test appointments 5 months in advance on the first working day of each month, and additional test slots are also released as resources become available. Due to the constantly changing position, customers are advised to check the online booking system regularly, and they may also wish to consider booking a test at another centre. Of the 46,525 driving tests conducted since services resumed on the 23rd of April, over 9,000 candidates who failed their driving test have successfully booked a second test, and of that number, over 5,000 have gone on to book a third or more driving test. These figures show that a significant number of candidates have been able to book a further test or tests in a relatively short time by having the same unrestricted access to the booking system as anyone else. I recognise, for everyone taking your driving test, that nerves will play their part. However, it is important to point out that to fail a driving test, a candidate must commit more than 15 minor driving faults or one serious or dangerous driving fault. Generally, serious and dangerous driving faults are not caused by nerves, but by poor driving due to the candidate either lacking concentration or not being properly prepared for the test. I therefore consider prioritising driving tests for those who have already failed a test, and particularly that minority who have failed to properly prepare, would be unfair to the many candidates who have waited patiently to take their first test. I also think that it's important to point out that when we look at private car candidates who failed their first test between the 1st of October and the 31st of December, figures show that the average days to book a subsequent test after initial fail is as follows. From your first to your second appointment, the average waiting time was 21 days. From the second to your third appointment, the average waiting time was 19 days. And from the third to fourth appointment, the average waiting time was 17 days. These facts, I think, demonstrate that the processes DVA have been able to apply are having a positive impact on reducing the waiting times for drivers who have initially failed their first driving test. Turning to vehicle testing, from Monday the 26th of July 2021, the DVA reinstated normal vehicle test times, and this has increased capacity across the network of test centres. From the 1st of September to the 31st of December, the DVA conducted 264,540 full vehicle tests, which is 8% more than the 5-year average for those months. Yes, I will give way.
Does the Minister accept the 5-year average is much lower because there are more cars on the road and there is much greater demand today? The important figure is not the 5-year average, but the number of applications and the number of actual tests that are delivered.
I thank the member for his question. Yep.
also accept that the figure she's using over the 5-year period covers the period that actually the centres were shut?
I think that the point here is that I think some members are of the view that we're conducting much less tests than previously. What these facts demonstrate is that despite mitigations being in place, despite the fact that DVA workers have been working long hours, that additional measures are being put in place, that we are conducting over and beyond pre-pandemic levels. We're not just accepting that and standing still, as I've outlined to date. We have recruited additional examiners. We're using off-rota deployment. We're providing additional capacity where we can, and we continue to do what we can to maximise capacity and to minimise our disruption. Yes, of course.
Minister, just to come back to an earlier point that I wanted to raise, a huge number of young people within my own constituency can't get to school, they can't get to university, they can't take on part-time jobs because they can't get their test. So I was really pleased to hear that one innovative solution which had been talked about was that there would be additional testers put in place. I hope that when this is done, that there would be a guarantee that at least some of those would be deployed to Derry to make sure that this backlog, which seems to be more stark in my constituency than in others, is tackled.
I thank the member for his question, and as I've outlined, we are continuing to recruit additional examiners. I would point out that in Derry, since driving tests resumed, the DVA has conducted 4,320 driving tests from the Acknagalvin and New Building Test Centre, and that's over 33% higher than the 5-year average. So, of course, I recognise the frustrations being faced by first-time drivers, but we are continuing to put additional capacity in place to try to alleviate that frustration and minimise that disruption. If I turn back to vehicle testing, which I know was an issue that was raised by a number of members, the DVA has steadily increased its vehicle testing capacity by adopting a range of measures, including the recruitment of additional vehicle examiners, the use of overtime to provide cover for leave and sick absence, and a reduction of the vehicle test appointment time too. The DVA is also offering vehicle test appointments on a Sunday and bank holidays at most test centres. Following conversion of an adjoining building at the New Buildings Test Centre, additional testing capacity has now been made available to meet demand in the North West. The DVA releases vehicle test appointments on a daily basis, and customers are encouraged to regularly check the booking system as they are able to change existing appointments to a different test centre and time if a slot becomes available. We are also issuing reminders earlier than previously, recognising the point that Mr Muir made. The DVA's resource and position remains fluid, and the DVA has completed the recruitment of 37 full-time vehicle examiners, which will help meet the demand for vehicle tests. So far, 29 of these vehicle examiners have been posted to test centres, and the other 8, who finished their training last Friday, will take up their posts this week. Further training courses are being scheduled for February and March. The DVA is experiencing significant demand for vehicle testing services, and in some cases, customers may not be able to have their vehicles tested before their current MOT certificate expires. I know that this is an issue of concern to members, and I want to reassure them that in such cases, I would ask them to encourage their constituents to book the earliest available test appointment for their vehicle, and that may mean travelling to another test centre instead of their preferred location. The DVA has consulted with the PSNI and the Association of British Insurers to make them aware of the current position. The PSNI has agreed not to penalise the driver of a vehicle whose MOT has expired, so long as the vehicle is in a roadworthy and safe condition. The vehicle is properly insured, and the driver can provide proof that a test appointment has been booked for the vehicle. The ABI view is that not having a valid MOT certificate would not necessarily invalidate your insurance, but customers should check their policy documents or speak to their insurers where they find themselves in that position. However, they have confirmed it is a condition of insurance that owners maintain their vehicles in a roadworthy condition. Members will know that vehicle tax is a reserved matter under the DVLA, operating on behalf of Treasury, but the DVA's advice to customers who need to tax their vehicle and cannot secure an MOT date before their MOT expires is to book the earliest available appointment, check the booking system for an appointment before their MOT expires. If you get to within 5 days of the expiry date of your tax and you have not been able to secure an MOT appointment or your tax has expired, contact dva.customerservices@infrastructure-ni.gov.uk and the DVA will do their best to get an urgent appointment for your vehicle. I want to assure all members that to date, all customers who have used this process and contacted the DVA in these circumstances have been offered an earlier appointment. Any customer requiring an MOT to tax their vehicle will be given priority. Leaflets, including this information, are being issued by the DVA to customers with their MOT reminder notices, and details are also available on the NI Direct website and are being communicated through social media channels. Mr Beggs raised the issue of systemic change, and members will be aware that I issued a call for evidence on the potential introduction of biennial MOT testing for private cars, light goods vehicles and motorcycles on August for an 8-week period. The consultation is closed, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to say that some 1,200 odd responses have been received, and those responses are now being analysed and a synopsis of the results will be published shortly. For me, road safety remains a priority, and I would like to remind drivers and riders that regardless of the frequency of MOT testing, the statutory responsibility to ensure that a vehicle is roadworthy rests with the owner at all times. Any subsequent introduction of biennial vehicle testing would require the development of primary legislation, which would not be deliverable within the current Assembly mandate. Turning to some of the specific points that members raised that I have not as yet covered, I know that one of the suggestions, not made here today, but that has been made by previous members, Mr Speaker, was about using approved driving instructors to conduct driving tests. This isn't possible under legislation, and in fact, driving instructors under the legislation cannot act as driving examiners. To do so would require them to resign from being driving instructors, which would then have an impact on the people who are waiting to take their driving tests in the first instance. But of course, we examine this as a potential option. The other issue raised by Mr Beggs is around privatisation of DVA. That's the model that they use in England, where you can take your car to a private garage. The issue of the delivery model of DVA was scrutinised under a previous minister. The public sector model was a recommended way forward. It is my policy preference that it remains within the public sector, but of course if a subsequent infrastructure minister wishes to take a different course of action, it would be up for them and to have that discussion with their executive colleagues. In respect of the extension of temporary exemption certificates, I have to say, Mr Speaker, there's tension. I'm very conscious that in some ways members are saying to me that they're opposed to the move to biennial testing because of the impact on road safety, that they're concerned about the move to biennial testing because of the impact on private garages, but at the same time calling for TECs to be utilised once again in trying to deal with this situation. The truth is that we don't have the varies, and the legal varies no longer exist to issue TECs. Now that normal test times have resumed, and also I have to constantly balance the road safety concerns. As members have already said, as a result of the lift situation and the pandemic, we have issued a number of TECs. I think members will agree with me that in that context, it would be important that vehicles are brought forward for testing for road safety purposes. In respect of the theory tests that Ms Erskine raised, you will know where all the test centres are located. They're all located within 40 miles of constituents. The balance here is one of the provision of additional test centres, the additional cost that would be incurred, and that then being passed on to the customer. But it is something, Mr Speaker, that I do keep under review. Mr Speaker, in closing, I just want to thank members for the acknowledgement of the hard work of the committee. I am always open to hearing suggestions from the committee about what we can do that is beyond what we're currently doing, what is legal, and also will not counterbalance road safety. But to thank the committee, and I look forward to continuing to work with them on this and many other matters.
Thank the Minister for that contribution. And I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure, David Hilditch, and the member has 10 minutes to conclude and wind the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome and thank the Minister for her attendance this morning in the Chamber. Just some remarks as an individual member. Firstly, I recognise the range of measures that the Minister has previously adopted to lessen the burden, such as recruitment and additional vehicle examiners and the use of overtime to provide cover for sick and leave absence. Making additional vehicle test slots available at most centres. Further slots may also be made available due to cancellations, and offering vehicle test appointments on a Sunday at most test centres and on bank holidays when testing is not normally available. However, through my constituency office, I am contacted on a day and daily basis from concerned members of the public who still cannot access an MOT appointment. There are a number of people in our society who cannot, for various reasons, access the internet. This is completely excluding them from the process of booking an MOT. One issue is communications, I feel, and I attempted to use the advised phone number, of which I was signposted by an automated message to a lengthy website address, which the Minister was able to read off on the right in front of her, but that's quite difficult, especially when then the call is cut off. This is not good enough. We are excluding a significant portion of our society. The current phone booking system is not fit for purpose. The pandemic showed us that the access to these digital forms of communication isn't available or accessible to everyone. The issue of digital exclusion in later life has become starkly apparent. Research by the Centre of the Ageing Better emphasised the significant digital divide amongst 50 to 70-year-olds and how this has worsened because of COVID. As a department, we need to do better and make the booking process accessible to everyone. Another issue is the insurance. In terms of insurance, I appreciate that the DVA has consulted with the PSNI and the Association of British Insurers to make them aware of the current position the Department of Delays is in. With the Association of British Insurers saying its members would take a pragmatic view until the delays are resolved, but there are too many grey areas that have left motorists in limbo and worry about the process. I have been contacted by people who have been unable to access an MOT for months. They do not wish to take the risk and therefore left without any form of transport. Tax is again another issue. Tax also without an MOT, you cannot get your vehicle taxed. This is handled, as stated before, by Swansea. If your vehicle is not taxed legally, you have to declare it and take it off the road, and you're at risk of being subject to fines. Yes, sir.
That the Minister has been fairly dismissive in some of the debate today in terms of some of the suggestions been made. Indeed, even to refer to the British insurers and the grey area that you've referred to, would you accept my assertion that the Minister has been dismissive in some of these suggestions and disregarding the concerns of many members of the public in relation to all of these problems that they face?
I certainly agree with the member in relation to the difficulties that the members of the public are facing currently, and they really need to be dealt with by the Department. It is essential the Minister works with DVLA to address these unfair penalties which have been issued due to the poor management of the Department and completely out of the driver's control. Tests, another issue, that the driver tests are being cut short. If a pupil takes a test, makes a mistake within the first 5 minutes, the test is basically over. The experience of the test is essentially for learning, and for this to be cut short is leaving certain pupils at a disadvantage. Whilst I do acknowledge the difficult circumstances the Minister has operated in and the work she has done to date, the cocktail of examples I have provided shows the extent of the failings so far, which are directly impacting on the most vulnerable in our society. I would call, in support of other members, that we move this motion and that the Minister of Infrastructure will put in place creative and innovative measures to eliminate unnecessary and preventable delays in order to reduce cost and uncertainty to individuals and businesses urgently. Speaking as Deputy Chair, Mr Speaker, we have heard much today about the impact of the pandemic on the work of the DVA and on the individuals who use its services. I too would like to praise the staff of the agency for their diligence and hard work in what has been an unprecedented and difficult times. The words of my fellow committee members stand as a testament to the importance put on this by our committee and the in-depth scrutiny it has received. Since the start of the pandemic, the Committee for Infrastructure has continually asked that the Department's mitigation plans are what they are. The Committee and all the members here will have heard from constituents who have felt the impact of the DVA backlogs. We have not been able to offer them solutions coming from the Department. Instead, we have had to advise them to hold on for a little longer, and sooner or later they will come up with a list. As members know, this is something we can do for a while, but after that, and understandably so, members of the public expect to see improvements. Mr Speaker, the Department has 2 years now to think of ways out of this. However, as we have heard today, the difficulties, the waiting lists and the impact on individuals remain. The mitigations in place by the Department are not enough to ensure that an end to the backlog is in sight. As we have heard in this debate from members of the Committee, we have had rolling exemptions, increased opening hours, but it is now time to outline in the Committee motion to put in place creative and innovative measures to eliminate unnecessary and preventable delays, in order to reduce cost and uncertainty to individuals and businesses. Despite the hardship that has been caused, despite the economic cost and despite the constant request by the committee, we ask the Minister to please act. It is often said that to repeat the same actions over and over again and expect a different result is a sign of madness. Certainly.
I'm not a member of the committee either, but I just seem to think that there's some politicking going on here. To be honest, some parties walked away from their responsibilities. This SDLP minister stood up and faced them and answered them and showed you how there is an increase. So please stop the politicking.
Sorry to give way to you there.
Well, stop it then.
Stop what? Stop what? There's no politics in the chamber here. As you can see, the committee has widespread party membership. So for you to go up and make them accusations is totally wrong. Wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong.
Mr. Hildy.
It is wrong.
Mr. Hildy, probably resume your seat. Mr. Cadney. Mr. Boylan, behave. Okay. So I just want people to stick to the agenda, stick to the order paper, stick to the running order, stick to good behaviour in the chamber. Back to Mr. Hilditch.
Thank you, Mr.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. The member would certainly agree with me that there was a couple of members of the committee said today, talked about innovative measures. Over the last 12 months or 18 months, we as a committee, the issue which I never got an answer from the Minister on in relation to the theory test centre in Fermanagh, I never got an answer to that. But the issue of biannual testing, where members agree or disagree, the issue of Mr. Beggs raising the temporary, extending the temporary certificate, those things were talked about and the departmental officials are listening in every week. So we did bring up some solutions that they may not have worked, but the member has to agree that no matter what any other member said, not to deflate Mr. Muir's tyres or Ms. Hunter's tyres in their vehicles at the minute, but they were sitting in committee too. We brought up some suggested solutions, so that cannot be denied. But
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I could certainly agree with the member, and this is a cross-party issue at the committee. There's nobody in doubt. Mr. Speaker, we have all lived with the pandemic for 2 years. A year and a half ago, the committee drew the Minister's attention to the issues in detail and continue to do so. Surely the Minister and officials have now been able to find better ways of dealing with the issue. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the contributions in the Chamber today have acknowledged the areas of concern, echoed the calls for action, and therefore urge the Minister of Infrastructure to recognise these factors and to take action. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member. Thank all the members for their contributions, more or less. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two.
Order members, the next items of business are motions to approve 4 statutory rules, all of which relate to the health protection regulations. There will be a single debate on all 4 motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion, then call the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I will put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I'll call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion, and this process will be repeated for the remaining statutory rules. If that's clear, members, we will proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there would be no time limit on this debate. I'll now invite the Minister to open the debate on all 4 motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today, members are considering 4 statutory rules which are narrow in scope, which implement the decisions of the Executive taken on the 20th of January 2022 in regards to the easing of restrictions. SR 2022-6, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021, Amendment Regulation Northern Ireland 2022 made on the 14th of January, and SR 2022-11, the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 SR 2022 number 11, and was made on the 21st of January and came into operation at noon on the same day. SR 2022-12, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 21, Amendment number 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 made on the 21st of January and came into operation at noon on that day. And SR 2022-16, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021, Amendment number 3 Regulations Northern Ireland made on the 26th of January. Mr Deputy Speaker, at its meeting on the 20th of January, the Executive was updated by the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor, who confirmed that Northern Ireland was likely to be past the peak in case numbers, although it remained a possibility that case numbers could rebound due to the impact of the return of schools. Hospital admissions and COVID bed occupancy as a result of community transmission had also peaked and were beginning to fall slowly. The data was showing that a rise in COVID ICU occupancy was not expected in this wave, and the amendments to the regulations were a balanced and proportionate intervention based on the best available evidence. Taking into account the improved outlook on hospital pressures, the Executive decided to relax some restrictions. The Executive also decided that the requirement to provide proof of exemption from wearing a face covering should be removed, and that the reasonable excuse of severe distress was to be reintroduced to regulations. Therefore, while the requirement to provide proof of exemption may no longer be required, the remaining provisions remain. Mr Deputy Speaker, I shall now turn to the regulations under debate today, and with your permission I will take the 3 coronavirus restrictions amendments first, followed by the face covering amendment. The first set of amended regulations today is Amendment number 6, which made a number of minor amendments to ensure that the regulations fully align with the policy intent, and they did not make any substantive change to the restrictions. These amendments were firstly to amend the language used to describe how a person must remain in their seat in a theatre, concert hall, conference or exhibition venue, or other similar venue except to access their seat, replacing the reference to accessing a table, which was relevant to a hospitality setting but not to a performance venue. And secondly, to correct the drafting of Regulation number 11, which had inadvertently become corrupted in the preparation of the regulations for publication. No changes made have altered the policy intent. The second amendment is Amendment number 2 Regulations, which made the following changes. They removed the requirement to be seated in performance venues and hospitality settings, and removed the maximum number which can be seated at a table. The third amendment today, Amendment number 3 Regulation of the 2022, amend the principal regulations in the following ways. It permits dancing in hospitality and other venues, and permits nightclubs to reopen. It amends the requirement for COVID status certification so that they apply only to nightclubs and indoor unseated or partially seated events with 500 people or more. It makes an amendment so that failure to comply with Regulation 3 is not an offence, That is to say, it is not an offence for a person responsible for a shop to breach their duty to take responsible measures to limit the transmission of the virus. It removes the statutory requirement for those responsible for office premises to have social distancing measures in place. The amendment to wearing of face covering regulations amends the regulation by removing the requirement to provide proof of exemption if requested by a relative person and reinstating the reasonable excuse of severe distress. Mr Deputy Speaker, has been the case throughout this pandemic. Any restrictions are to be subject to regular review by the Executive. Likewise, all Executive Ministers have repeatedly said that we won't retain restrictions for a day longer than necessary. And as always, if we are to step our way out of restrictions, it requires both personal and public responsibility. And I would again like to take this opportunity to urge everyone to continue to make safer choices and follow the public health advice, because doing this will not only help to keep you, your families and others safe. In doing this, you will undoubtedly help to play your part in keeping our society and economy open and in reducing the pressures that our health system face as we move into that time of year which increases the pressures on our health service and its workers. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
And I call Colin Gildenew.
I'll make some very brief remarks today as Chair of the Health Committee and then some comments as my party's health spokesperson. The Committee welcomes that we are in a place where we can now look at restrictions that can be lifted, and we have got to this point thanks to the vast majority of the population that have been following the guidance and the rules through very difficult and challenging times, and I would like to thank each and every one of them for their patience over this period. We are also at this point thanks to the vaccination programme, and I would like to thank all of those that have taken part in the vaccination programme, including GPs and their staff, pharmacies and other vaccinators in our centres and mobile teams. I will continue to encourage people to come forward and to get their vaccinations and their boosters when they can. We are also at this point thanks to our health and social care staff who have cared for our most vulnerable, our families and friends, when we were often unable to. I thank them for all their work and support they provide to our families and communities throughout the pandemic and today as we speak. However, while it is welcome that we are here considering easing of restrictions, we are not through this pandemic yet. We have a consistent number of over 300 in our hospitals with COVID, and we are seeing COVID-related deaths on a daily basis. It is therefore important that we do all continue to play our part and follow the guidance, including wearing masks, social distancing and good hand hygiene. In relation to these rules, the Committee was briefed by officials on the 3rd of February, and the Committee agreed that it welcomes the clarity provided by the wearing of face coverings amendment, which removes the requirement to provide proof of exemption and reinstating the reasonable excuse of severe distress. This issue did cause the Committee some concern during consideration of a previous rule, and the Committee welcomes the clarity provided by this rule. However, I would ask the Minister if he could provide some clarity around the process for bringing forward further COVID rules if there is no First Minister or Deputy First Minister in place. It would be useful to hear from the Minister on the powers to bring forward further rules. The Committee considered these statutory rules, and members agreed that they were content that the rules be approved by the Assembly. And I would like to make some brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson. Many of these changes, members, are relating to the lifting of restrictions and the easing of some requirements. This Assembly and virtually all members at some point or another have stressed that they should not be in place for any longer than they need to be. Given the evidence and advice to lift these restrictions, it is indeed to be welcomed. I also welcome the clarification and changes made to the face covering regulations and the lifting of some restrictions on hospitality. However, the possibility of further easing of restrictions may be in some doubt. As we debate the lifting of restrictions affecting hospitality and some of the most vulnerable, it also has not gone unnoticed that the DUP seems intent on restricting the ability of this House and Executive to deliver for people. I look forward to the Health Minister's announcement on the legal advice he has sought on future regulations. Obviously, a lot of the focus today is on the regulations and the legal powers within, for example, the lifting of social distancing requirements within nightclubs, workplaces and other hospitality and entertainment settings. However, I am struck, as are others, that over a week since the Minister said he had approved a plan to reopen day centres and respite services, we have seen nothing to date. The current guidance and direction is not contained in legislation, yet as we ease restrictions today on nightclubs and other hospitality settings, day centres and respite services are no better off than they were last week or last month. I plead with the Minister to make his plan public and act urgently on something that is within his powers to provide relief and respite back to those hard-pressed carers.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let me first of all express my condolences to those who have lost loved ones in recent weeks as a result of COVID-19. It is important to remember that while society continues to embrace a return to normality, that there are those who mourn and those for whom that return to normality will be more difficult, having suffered loss. Furthermore, Mr Speaker, it's worth reiterating our support for the frontline healthcare workers who continue to care for those in our hospitals with COVID-19 and those working within the care home sector, and indeed all those involved in management across trusts as they battle both winter and pandemic pressures in light of high staff absence. Mr Deputy Speaker, a huge thank you must go to all those at every level of the health service who have been at the coalface of this pandemic, and we owe a great deal of gratitude to each and every one of those individuals. The amendments before us today, Mr Deputy Speaker, represent once more the improving situation that we have and the step-by-step move to return to what we once took for granted. And the last time I spoke in this chamber on these regulations, I spoke of the devastating impact the pandemic and the regulations brought forward had on our hospitality industry. I don't need to repeat my comments from before, just to add that the progress in these amendments around table numbers, seating requirements, dancing, the opening of nightclubs and so on is a welcome boost to the hospitality sector and indeed to all those in our society who enjoy a night out or catching up with friends. The reinstatement of the severe distress as an exemption in the wearing of face covering and the removal of that offence which went with that particularly bad move is very much welcome. We must continue to look at ways of supporting our hospitality sector to recover, and in this regard I know my colleagues at Westminster are lobbying for the VAT reduction to 12.5% to be extended to at least the end of this year, and it would be a great help to local businesses, and I trust that the Finance Minister is making similar representations to the Treasury on this matter. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is now my hope that the Health Minister can use the powers, which I hope he does have, and would look forward to that clarity, to move ahead with the withdrawal of the remaining regulations and to take that final step as a society back to normality. For the last 2 years, the Minister has repeatedly said that he would not play party politics with the pandemic, and I shared that view and worked with him throughout this challenging time. And on occasion, I could have chosen to disagree with the Minister, but I stood with him, as many of us have done, in order to combat and get through COVID-19. For anyone now to play politics with the removal of regulations would be entirely wrong, Mr Deputy Speaker. So I do welcome the comments made by the Minister yesterday that he believes, like I do, that the restrictions must be lifted this week and that he endeavours to do so. Mr Deputy Speaker, to reach this point in the pathway out of the pandemic is a very welcome one. Welcome for every person in Northern Ireland who wants our home life to get back to normal, our workplaces to return to normal, our social lives to return to normal, and to see our young people and children back enjoying the full experience of the youth that they deserve to enjoy. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have always said that restrictions should only be in place for as long as is strictly necessary, and we therefore welcome the Minister's announcement earlier this week. We want this direction of travel that the Minister has outlined and committed to become irreversible. As vaccination rates remain high and natural immunity increases, there should be a shift to encouraging responsible personal choices and providing very clear guidance. It is important that any legal advice the Minister has commissioned also clarifies the basis for reintroducing restrictions or extending powers should a new and serious wave of the virus emerge in coming weeks and months. So with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the motions before us today.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to be able to speak today on these rules, and I'm fully aware that they allow for the easing of some restrictions that have since been amended, but that is the nature of what we have dealt with in the legislative process over the past 2 years. In summary, the first rule that we are discussing today is a technical amendment. The second one removes the need to be seated and removes the cap on the number of people at tables, and the third permits dancing and live music once again. And the last one is regarding face coverings and removes the requirement to prove exemption and allows for reasonable excuse for not wearing a face covering. And we will, of course, be supporting these rules today, as we have done throughout the duration of the last 2 years. It has been a period of unprecedented crisis for and at least some of us, it's been continuous learning. Such is the nature of an unknown and unseen virus. It forces us to constantly have to respond to its evolving presence. And as the Health Minister has detailed for us, it's been through the collective efforts of everybody working together that we've been able to turn the corner that we're turning today. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have all of us been working together for the last 2 years, but today we're hearing that even without a First and Deputy First Minister, the Health Minister may be able to remove further restrictions, and I think that the public will welcome that. Businesses will certainly welcome it, though, as he rightly has said, it can't be a free-for-all. The public have worked with us for the past 2 years. They distanced themselves from their families and friends, and the public did every single thing that we asked of them. We were truly all in it together. But at the last minute, the DUP has walked away. Suddenly, the hard Brexit that they championed seems to be more important than the COVID restrictions and more important than public health. I wonder if this has been the case all along. Yes, of course, certainly, yeah.
Would the member not agree that I am here, my colleagues are here, we are debating legislation, and the legislation will go through, but we can't forget that the protocol is costing £2.5 million per day in Northern Ireland. But I am here and I am debating on important legislation today. I have not walked away, and certainly the DUP will be continuing to debate legislation here.
I thank the member for her intervention, and she may be right about the costs associated with the protocol. Say that.
Order. I would encourage members to come back to this debate, not have a debate about the protocol. So I ask members to concentrate on the regulations, the COVID regulations that are in front of them. Mr McGrath.
Say that to a member of a family that's died. Say that to a relative that's died as a result of this pandemic, and that we've tried to prevent with these regulations, that financial issues in another policy area should impact the capacity for us to be able to legislate in this matter. I don't think the families of those that have died will find that as much comfort, that there's somehow or another a legitimisation of another policy area and that it can impact this one. I think they would struggle with that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the regulations that we discuss today, because I do not want to deviate from the business at hand, have been a key tool in our fight against COVID. When the leader of the DUP was all over the media last week saying that by removing the First Minister, he had allowed the Health Minister to remain in post so that he could do the business, that was very generous of him. But if you can excuse my frustration, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's the business of this place to legislate for the good of people. If our COVID response is to work, then this place must work in its entirety, in all of its parts. And if some parties feel that their narrow, blinkered agenda is more important than the health of the public and the health of our education services, then perhaps they need to reassess why they are here in the first place. Mr Speaker, we will support these and do what we can to continue to try and help our communities to get through this COVID pandemic. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, we have asked families across Northern Ireland
to make many personal sacrifices over the last 2 years in their daily lives, and in particular to the education of their children and their grandchildren. And those with loved ones in residential care were hard hit with the necessary restrictions that had to be imposed on visiting and to prevent the transmission of COVID into those particular vulnerable settings. We also asked the public, when the game changer of vaccination came along, to avail of the vaccine, and they did. They did in their tens of thousands, and we owe a gratitude to this public cooperation. Unfortunately, many others took a different view, but that was their choice. The very fact that we're here today discussing relaxations of the regulations and guidance around COVID are due entirely to public adherence and also to the dedication of our health and social care staff and volunteers who not only nurse the sick at great personal risk at times, but who also rolled out this vaccination programme, which was such a huge success and a credit to absolutely everyone who was involved. Now, I sincerely hope, I know that the Minister of Health has been placed maybe in a difficult position by the events of the last few days, and I know that he, in his public statements over the last few days, is keen to see the regulations relaxed at this time as far as they can be relaxed. And I hope that that legal advice does allow him to repeal regulations which we cannot forget were put in place at the collective will of the entire executive. And I'm hoping that maybe the legal eagles will take the view that it would be well in the public interest to allow the Minister to actually intervene on an individual basis and repeal and relax the regulations. But in conclusion, and I've put this on record many times, but we can't put this on record often enough, that this House does send out its sympathy to all those who have lost loved ones. And I know many families who have lost mothers, grandmothers, fathers to this terrible pandemic. We also must not forget the hundreds of people who are still suffering from the various long-term symptoms that they've been left with this virus. And I know that with the medical profession, we don't have all the instant answers to that, but I'm sure that there's a lot of research going on in the background to find ways to help those people who are still suffering from the effects of COVID. And finally, again, we've put on record, and we can't put it on record often enough, is our absolute gratitude to all of the staff in our health and social care system, pharmacists, doctors, GPs, nurses, health visitors. You could leave out people. The entire health and social care family have really stepped up to the plate, and as I say, at times at personal risk. So once again, I'd like to put on record the gratitude, my personal gratitude, and the gratitude of my party, the Ulster Unionist Party. And today, we certainly support the Minister in all his efforts to be able to relax these regulations. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Alliance Party, I'm standing today to support these regulations. The last time these regulations were debated, we were all aware that the changes we are now seeing today and are being debated would be coming. So I do not intend to repeat many of the points previously made by my colleague Paula Bradshaw, MLA. I think it is worth following the logic. We have moved to allow some venues which were closed to open, subject to presentation of a relevant COVID pass, and we have allowed venues which were already open, by and large, now to operate free from COVID passes and the rule of 6. It may be noted that COVID passes remain a recommendation. Venues may feel they may benefit from using them as a risk-reducing mitigation, but is now left to them to use their judgment. The face coverings regulation changes are the ones my colleague Paula Bradshaw spoke about the last time. Alliance was never totally convinced that the Christmas changes in this area would be practically implementable. That's hard to say. The announcement of changes caused genuine stress to many, and they will welcome this absolute confirmation that they are not going to be pursued. These regulations constitute a very sensible way out of restrictions. They allow for significant and greater freedoms to be restored, while at the same time leaving measures in place which will restrict spread and which will act as a clear and present reminder to the public that there is a declining but still very present risk from the virus to public health. As we all know, we were due to take further steps on the 10th of February, but some have opted to make that difficult and leave those decisions on the shoulder for the Minister for Health. Suffice to say that health is Alliance's priority, even if it is not others. Deputy Speaker, for clarity, these regulations apply to venues predominantly in hospitality, with some technical changes applying to areas such as the vehicle used for driving instruction. None of them apply to schools. What is going on in schools is firstly instructive. It is secondly highly frustrating for those working in schools that provision and use of filtration or ventilation systems seem to be sporadic, and many teachers are left baffled as to what the strategy is. Regulations are clearly in place to reduce the spread in other public spaces, yet this is not evident to many school teachers. There is a very practical impact. Many teachers get the virus and have to self-isolate, leaving schools short-staffed and constantly playing catch-up. Exam year students are not having the continuity of teaching they need to prepare them to sit written exams, most for the first time ever. It remains unclear what the strategy in schools is concerning the virus, taking account of the understanding that it is airborne and particularly that Omicron is so infectious. Deputy Speaker, this debate concerns the regulations, and we still have time to consider and plan for what lies ahead, even in what we are now in far from ideal circumstances. I trust that planning is ongoing across both health and education, but as the Chair of the Health Committee has asked, I would ask the Minister if he could clarify what will happen to the further easing of restrictions if a First Minister is not re-nominated by Thursday of this week, if he could clarify how that will move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's debate on the 3 amendments to the Health Protection Restriction Regulations and the amendment to Face Coverings Regulations, and I want to thank the members for their contributions. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think Ms Armstrong's last question was the one that is most pertinent and the one that has been asked in regards to what will happen. As of yet, I have not received legal advice in regards to what will actually happen or where those powers actually do lie or what powers I have to take or can take. But we knew and understood what the process was prior, before the First Minister's resignation. And now, however, not for the first time, unfortunately, we're in uncharted waters. And as I said yesterday, it was my intention to go to the Executive this week to advocate a removal of COVID restrictions. But in the absence of an Executive, however, as I have said, I'm now seeking legal guidance on how I myself can replace the bulk of the remaining restrictions, if not all of them, with clear guidance and advice. Because, as I said, it would be intolerable if we found ourselves in the position of being advised that this week is the time we could lift remaining restrictions, but yet have no legal or political mechanism to do so. So I await the legal advice on what options I currently have. However, let me be clear, the easiest way to ensure the restrictions could have been lifted was not to have collapsed the Executive last week. Mr Deputy Speaker, as they say, a week is a long time in politics. The Executive was due to meet on Thursday, and where that decision could have been made.
Remind. Surely under all of these regulations the power is bestowed on the Minister of Health. And secondly, isn't it correct that given that the enabling registration has a sunset clause, that all regulations will fall upon attaining the sunset date?
And I suppose in reverse order, the current sunset clause for these regulations is the 24th of March. At this point in time, I think it was Ms Cameron, actually made or asked the question about what abilities there would be to either reintroduce or extend.
Order. Could I ask the Minister to ensure that his microphone is pointed in the appropriate direction so that we can pick him up? Thank you.
And sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it was Ms Cameron who actually asked as well what ability there would be to reintroduce or extend powers should they be necessary, should there be another variant or an international requirements come in there as well. That's also being explored because our basis of this are actually based on the 67 Health Act, and all decisions to date in regard, as I've always said, standing from this, the statute box, all decisions, Mr Deputy Speaker, have been made by the collective authority of the Executive, so we do need to seek legal guidance, and the member will be fully aware that I need to seek that clarification before I can make any further iterations or decisions on my own as Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. From the last remarks, where interestingly, if it's the Health Minister that was able to take the decisions all along, he wasn't the one that was out announcing it to the public and being seen as the guardian of the public. Other ministers got right out to the front there and took to the fore and made sure that they got the limelight for that, but now they're not in position. It's suddenly your issue and that you're to deal with it. But would you undertake to publish this week the medical evidence suggesting that the guidelines could be, the regulations could be relaxed, and especially important if they're not relaxed because you legally can't? Because I think it's important that the public realise exactly why, if regulations can be relaxed, they're not being relaxed.
For that point, he may not be aware, but I thought he would have been a member of the Health Committee. We do publish the R paper every week and we put it online. And we continue to do that as a department, even when the Executive meets fortnightly. We continue to produce that as a weekly update. Mr Speaker, to return to some of the decisions that I think demonstrate that this, anything to do with COVID, was a collective responsibility of the Executive. Members in this House will be fully aware and reminded that I think it was in November 2020 where there was a cross-community vote taken in the Executive not to proceed at a certain point with recommendations that came forward. So I think legally that demonstrates that that power rested within the Executive as a body corporate. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I say, I haven't received the final legal advice on what responsibilities or powers lie with me as an individual minister because of where we currently are politically. In regards to other comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Chair, and I replicate and reiterate the words from the Chair in regards to his thanks to the people of Northern Ireland and the steps and the dedication that they have provided and the support that they have provided in following the regulations and the guidance over the past 2 years, and the steps that we need to continue to take, because we're not completely out of this yet, and to encourage anyone still to come forward and take part in the vaccination programme, should that be those who haven't started it or those who still have to complete it, to take the opportunity while it's there. The Vice Chair, Ms Pam Cameron, reminded us that we are still people, unfortunately, losing their lives due to this virus, but that there are things that we can all do and things that we can continue to do. And she's right, there was times, I know her support from some of the propositions that I was bringing forward were difficult for her and her party to take, but they did, because we knew that was the collectively the right thing to do in regards to how we all combated COVID and continue to do that. And I thank her for that encouragement as well, to seek further guidance on the ability to either reintroduce or extend powers should that be necessary in regards to where we currently sit. In regards to Mr McGrath's comments, I think it just re-emphasises the commitment, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I still see and still feel in this House, is that of all party support for our health service and those working in it. And I hope that apolitical support continues over the next weeks and months, because I think that's crucial as to where we see what actually happens and what our health service needs to do as it re-engages itself in the work that it wants to do. Mr Chambers talked about the game changer, which is our vaccination programme. And again, I would encourage anyone who hasn't yet taken up the availability of any stage of the vaccination programme to come forward, should that be a first dose, second dose or booster doses. And I would encourage everybody, because we have seen the difference that our vaccination programme has made in regards to seriousness of illness, but also hospitalisation, but also the pressures on our ICU as well. Mr Chambers commented on the legal eagles who are out there, and once again I think we've found a new cohort of legal eagles once again on social media who have moved from being experts on epidemiology to now legality and what lies within regulation and law, Mr Deputy Speaker. In regards to Ms Armstrong's point in regards to the school issue, that issue has been raised. It has been raised by the Education Committee. There's been recall debates in this House, but as the member will be aware, schools and education have always sat outside these regulations, and they are a conjoined piece of work between the Department of Education, the Education Authority, Public Health Agency and ourselves in regards to the recommendations that we provide in the advice and guidance that are then given to schools and boards of governors to follow. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have answered as many.
Minister, can you understand the frustration of those who have had the services of day centres and respite removed? And given the fact that we are welcoming today the relaxation of restrictions and a return at least to some degree of normality, that they have still not got access back to the services? And can you advise us as to when the trusts will bring forward plans to reinstate those services in full?
And I thank the member. Apologies, and I apologise for the chair because he did raise that point. The member will be aware, I think I raised it at question time the last time I was here, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I have given instruction to the trust to include the rebuild plans, their 3-monthly rebuild plans, as to when those services will be up and running again. And I'll get that clarity for the chair from each of the trusts as to when those are updated and published. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have answered as many members' queries and questions as possible. And Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing this debate, I would remind members that the choices that we make now will be crucial in ensuring that the virus doesn't begin to spread once more. As we continue to remove the remaining restrictions in place, our society moves closer to a return to normal life. And as we move through one of the most difficult times we have faced throughout this pandemic, we are again asking everyone to look after themselves and each other by following the simple precautions. Get your first and second vaccine doses and get your booster. Limit your social contacts, meet outdoors when possible. If meeting indoors, make sure the rooms are well ventilated. Wear a face covering in crowded indoor spaces. Take a lateral flow test before meeting others, and practice good hand and respiratory hygiene. So by making safer choices, following public health advice and complying with the regulations, we can all do our part to help lower the spread of COVID-19. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restriction Regulations NI 2021 Amendment Regulations NI 2022 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. And I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment Number 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
And I ask the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restriction Regulations NI 2021 Amendment Number 2 Regulations NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the third motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. And I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment Number 3 Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
And I call on the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Move.
Members, the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restriction Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 3, Regulations NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the final motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has also been debated. And I'll ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
And I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Regulations NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'd ask members to take their ease just for a brief moment. The next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Order 42.1. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 42(1) be suspended for the 8th of February 2022 in respect of the final stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill.
And I call on the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there would be no time limit on this debate, and so I call the Minister of Health to open the debate on the motion.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that Standing Order 42.1 be suspended for the 8th of February 2022 in respect of the final stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill. Standing Order 42.1 provides that there should be a minimum of 5 working days between each consideration stage of any bill. Deputy Speaker, I fully recognise that providing that time between stages serves to ensure detailed legislative scrutiny by the Assembly by providing members with the opportunity to consider in detail the legislation that is being proposed. Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask that it be noted that no amendments have been tabled to this bill at any stage, and despite a number of members expressing their opposition at second stage. However, I am sure you are all aware of the Donate for Daithí campaign and how Daithí and his family have been involved in campaigning for and promoting this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I feel it is therefore only fitting that I move the motion to suspend Standing Order 42.1 in order to accommodate the McGahan family and their presence at the final stage of this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I trust that I will get the support of the Chamber on that basis.
I call Colin Gildenew.
Yes, I think it is appropriate that we take all steps to ensure that this crucial legislation go on to the statute books, and I think it is a credit to all those who have campaigned over many years, and it would be bitterly disappointing for them at this stage to see this being interrupted as a result of political considerations within this Assembly. So I fully support the motion.
I now invite the Minister of Health to conclude and wind up the discussion.
Mr Deputy Speaker, no one has expressed a negative opinion, and I have support of the Chair of the Health Committee. I ask that this motion be now moved.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I am hearing ayes from all sides of the House, and there are no dissenting voices. I am therefore satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. The next item of business is the final stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill, and I call the Minister of Health to move the final stage.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the final stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill be now moved.
The final stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. I now call on the Minister of Health to open the debate.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill illustrates precisely why it is so important for us to have a functioning and progressive Assembly in Northern Ireland. One that works to improve life for all of our people. And it is only 2 years since New Decade, New Approach, and once again we face political uncertainty which threatens to deny this place and the citizens of Northern Ireland of future opportunities to bring forward future positive changes. And it is in this context that I have great pleasure and some relief today in moving the final stage of this bill. As we all know, Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been long awaited for by so many who are involved in organ donation and transplantation. One of the greatest challenges has in fact been bringing this bill forward within a shortened mandate. However, the level of support from the public and all those that have long campaigned for this bill has helped to secure its passage to this point. And on their behalf, I am extremely pleased to have been able to bring this bill forward during my tenure as Health Minister. I want to once again place on record my sincere thanks to Joanne Dobson, who started this journey and who personally first convinced me that our organ donation laws needed to change. I also want to thank the many individuals, families, teachers, patient support groups and charities across Northern Ireland who have worked tirelessly over many years to promote organ donation. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are too many to name, but particular recognition must go to the McGahan family for their resolve in not only campaigning for a change in law, but also in raising awareness and support for organ donation in Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's why I ask that this bill be commonly known as Daithí's Law. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, the passion of Joanne, of Daithí and of Seth as parents, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a parent of a child with a congenital heart defect, I know only too well what drives them and what drove them to bring forward this legislation and the support that is necessary. Mr Speaker, for those people and for those patients who will benefit from organ transplants in the future, reaching this final stage, consideration is an important moment. Agreement from the Assembly will permit my department to begin a full year of implementation preparations. That will include comprehensive public awareness and staff training before deemed consent will come into effect in the spring of 2023. It is important that we take this time to encourage and inform people to have the conversations they need. If I may, I'd like to recap on particular elements of the bill and what it actually seeks to achieve. Our strategic aim is to increase the rate of consent in the small number of cases in which it is clinically possible for organ donation to proceed after a person's death. Doing so will increase the overall numbers of donors and ultimately number of life-saving organs available for transplantation to those people in Northern Ireland who are currently on the transplant waiting list. The consent rate is normally around 2/3 of possible cases. We want this to be consistently at 80% or above, as this will make a real difference to those who are on transplant waiting lists. I believe that this bill, alongside continuing public education and awareness, has the potential to achieve this. It would be considered that everyone living in Northern Ireland agrees to donate their organs when they die, unless they have confirmed otherwise by opting out of the organ donor register, or otherwise making their decision known, or they are from one of the excluded groups. Making sure that the public fully understands this new law is vital, and the bill accordingly includes a requirement from my department to inform the public about deemed consent every year. To meet this requirement, there will be 12 months of comprehensive public engagement and advertising, both before and after the law comes into effect. Thereafter, this work will become part of the rolling programme for promoting organ donation, which my department currently oversees. Half of our population have now joined the NHS organ donor register, a steady increase from 30% since 2013. Many more than this, consistently around 90%, say that they support organ donation. However, this means that families are often left with a difficult decision when a loved one dies. Approximately 1 in 4 families decide not to proceed with donation when faced with this decision, most often because they do not know what their loved one would have wanted or what decisions they have made. When families know what their loved ones would have wanted, they are much more likely to honour these wishes. It is important to emphasise that families and loved ones will continue to play an essential role in a deemed consent system. The effect of the proposed change to the current law will be to shift the focus on the donation conversation. That is conducted with families at the end of life by expert NHS specialist nurses in order to establish the known decisions of their loved one. Every other part of the end-of-life care pathway will remain unchanged and will be conducted in line with current clinical and professional standards. Those individuals who do not wish to donate their organs will still be able to record their decision on the NHS Organ Donation Register. They will be able to do this through NHS Blood and Transplantation's website or helpline. They can also discuss and let their families know their decision. And under the new law, being an organ donor will still be your choice. Organ donation will remain a priceless gift. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to place on record my thanks to those who have assisted and advised my department in the development of this bill, particularly NHS Blood and Transplant, the Human Tissue Authority, the British Medical Association, the Public Health Agency, and our exceptional clinicians and specialist nurses working in the field of organ donation and transplantation. I want to thank the Health Committee, the Chair and its members, their staff and all the members who have contributed to the passage of this bill. I think it's also important that I recognise the expert input by the Office of Legislative Counsel in the preparation of this legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, particularly Mr. David Sewell, who drafted the bill, but who sadly passed away late last year, and whose support and advice throughout has been greatly appreciated by my department. I want to thank my department officials, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for their work and their support in drafting this legislation, notable in the work that they did and the fact that no amendments were tabled at any stage. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge every one of the 2,307 living and deceased organ donors and their families from across Northern Ireland who have given the ultimate gift of a donated organ. Every one of those is a decision which has helped another person to live or have a better quality of life. We are fortunate to live in a place where people have such generosity, compassion and kindness towards others, and a health system which has grown alongside that to provide a world-class transplantation service. I hope that the passage of this bill fittingly honours our past donors and donor families by taking organ donation and transplantation to the next level for current and future generations. I would therefore urge all members to support this bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today, so I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend this sitting until 1:30. Ask members to note 1:30. The first item when we return will be a continuation of this debate, the final stage of the Organ and Tissue Donation Deemed Consent Bill, and the next speaker scheduled to speak is Michelle O'Neill. The sitting is suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Where's the top? No. Order, members, we now return to the debate on the final stage of the organ and issue donation deemed consent bill, and I call Michelle O'Neill.
Very good. And just to say, obviously, this is a hugely positive day, and I want to commend everybody that's worked together to actually get us to this point. This is vitally important legislation. It's life-saving legislation. It's going to make such a huge difference to so many people's lives, so many families that are sitting in the circumstance waiting for a transplant. And I think if there was ever a reason for politicians in this place to unite and join together, then this has been one of those fantastic campaigns. So I want to give all credit to wee Dahi and to Steph and to Marcin, his parents, for being the face of the campaign, for taking us to this point today. And I know that they're watching on eagerly. And, you know, I think that it's much, much more than us just passing this legislation today, because that's not their only achievement. It's the very fact that we're actually talking about organ donation. I think that's crucially important. I know, Robin, you've been very passionate about this the whole way through, and I just want to commend everybody for bringing us to this point. But it's opened up that necessary debate, that healthy conversation that we all should have with our families, with our friends, with our loved ones, because we know the impact that organ donation can have on so many families. So well done to everybody for getting us to this point today. It really is, I think, as we come towards the end of this mandate. It's one of those, I think, incredible and life-saving legacies. And on this important day, again, we just said everybody continue to have the conversation, and I'm just so glad that we've got to this final stage. Gurmagad.
And I now call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to speak on this, the final stage of the Organ and Tissue Donation Deemed Consent Bill. On this particular bill, whilst I don't doubt we all support organ donation and the desire to prolong and protect lives, for some, including within this Assembly, deemed consent is not a subject that we're all entirely comfortable with. And I'm pleased that for our party, our members are not whipped on this particular bill. I'm personally very pleased to give my full support to this piece of legislation. We have provoked discussion through this bill, a greater awareness of the need for organ donation, and ultimately conversations around the dinner table. This now needs to be replicated across Northern Ireland if this bill is to be the success that we so greatly want it to be. I firmly believe that the controversy around deemed consent is what ultimately will drive all those important conversations and will hopefully ensure that we are confident in our own thoughts and wishes on the issue of organ and tissue donation. My own personal support for this change in law is motivated by one thing, and that's to stop unnecessary deaths. And Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst I in no way would wish to imply that any other position on this bill is less legitimate, for they are not, I cannot get myself away from that core reason for supporting this bill, to help people live longer, healthier lives. The bill retains the right of the family to have the final say by stipulating that deemed consent will not apply where a person in a qualifying relationship to the deceased provides information that would lead to a reasonable person to conclude that the deceased potential organ donor would not have consented to have been an organ donor. And Mr Deputy Speaker, it is this acknowledgement that the role exercised by someone's family is ultimately what distinguishes this between a hard and soft opt-out model for organ donation. And I am conscious, of course, of all the differing views on that. And personally, it concerns me that even though I can make my wishes known, can sign up to the organ donor register, that my wishes can still be overturned. But I also accept that for some, this is simply too much in the face of the heartbreaking scenario a few of us may find ourselves. I say that because ultimately it is my hope that the stipulation can provoke discussion amongst family members. If this bill is to have that effect in Northern Ireland, we need to ensure that it is promoted in such a way that it becomes the topic of conversation and that families have clarity. Mr Deputy Speaker, none of us would want our wishes to be acted against when we can no longer speak for ourselves. Hence the importance of awareness, and I will again stress the need for the Department to take forward a publicity campaign if this becomes law to provoke debate in the public sphere and the private home. In Wales, where similar deemed consent model is in place, the new law was accompanied by an active public awareness campaign, first to ensure that people understand the new system, secondly to encourage more people to make the positive decision to become an organ donor, and thirdly to give people who may want to opt out the information they need to do so. So let us learn from Wales and take advantage of being the last within the UK to introduce this legislation and introduce best practice. Mr Deputy Speaker, similarly, the exemptions that exist around children, I believe, are appropriate and right, and I believe help to ensure maximum public support for this law change. As always, how we treat children in this area is particularly sensitive and it's emotive. However, I would also mention how many inspirational children have those who have donated organs or have received organs. And of course, one such inspiration is little Dahi, and who for 3 years has waited for his heart transplant, but whose story and campaigning has helped raise awareness of donation and rallied support for this law. And I'm sure I speak for all members in this House today in saying that our hope and prayer is that a transplant can happen as soon as possible for this little man. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, earlier I mentioned the public awareness campaigns in Wales when they changed their law, but I do think, as I draw my remarks to a close, it is worth reinstating that the impact on donation in Wales of adopting this policy has been positive. It has helped increase rates of donation from 58% in 2015 to 70.7% in 2020. Upon becoming law, it is important that, as we identified in the committee consideration of the bill, the Department do monitor the impact of the law change and report their findings back. Mr Deputy Speaker, donated organs have saved lives and will save lives in the future. And we're not talking about millions of organs, but a very small number of organs that can actually be donated after death. That is not to minimise the importance of this issue and the importance of this debate, but rather to ensure that there is an understanding that for most people, organs will never be donated because of the circumstances of death. Yet every one of those donations matters greatly and can mean literally the gift of life or a much physically better quality of life and a life lengthened by the generosity of another. There are also great opportunities for organisations such as Cancer Research, for example, in terms of the use of donated organs and tissues, and this is a wonderful opportunity to play a part in finding cures or treatments of very serious and life-threatening diseases. I started my remarks by stating my support for this bill is based on my belief that we must do what we can to stop unnecessary deaths. That is what Wales have done, and I believe the people of Northern Ireland want to do the same here. However, let us also ensure those who explicitly do not want to donate know how to opt out to ensure their wishes are also fulfilled. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to put on record my thanks to the health officials, committee clerk and team, and all those who gave evidence on what will be, for many, a life-changing and enhancing bill. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's my delight to be able to speak on this bill today. And I say at the outset, because this place is so often defined by the issues that divide us. However, we are offered an opportunity in this bill to let this place be a force for good and for it to be something positive and ultimately for something that will save lives. If we look a little moment at where we are at present, in the last year we saw 87 of our residents receive 113 life-saving transplants from 51 donors. That's 87 of our citizens who may not otherwise be alive today, were it not for the selfless choice of those 51 individuals who signed up for the organ donor register. The sad side of this, however, is that across the north there are an average of 115 people that are waiting for a transplant. And what we are discussing here today are matters of life and death, and for some people this is something that they bravely stare in the face every single day. With almost 25 million people on the organ donor register, one would think that nobody should be left waiting for a transplant, and that's of course worldwide, 25 million people. But the cold facts are that 500,000 people who die every year across these islands, just 5,000, that's 1%, will do so with their organs viable for transplantation. Under our current legislation, organs may only be donated where an individual consciously consents to this while alive or if their family consents on their behalf. And the purpose of this bill, which I am delighted to see reaching its final stage today, is to amend our legislation so that when consent is not explicitly provided by the donor, it will be deemed or presumed. And I know that there will be exemptions which are incredibly important to some, and that those protections are built into this legislation as well. Other countries have moved to an opt-out system, and a number of these have achieved incredibly high rates of donations. And there's places like Portugal, Belgium, Croatia and Spain. And what helped those countries to achieve the high rates? Was it enacted legislation or education that may need to be delivered? And as with all good forces of change, it was a bit of both. As legislation is progressed, public awareness is highlighted, and media campaigning also increases to increase that awareness. And if we look to Belgium in particular, who introduced the system that we are debating here in 2022, they introduced it in 1986. And thanks to a public awareness campaign that ran concurrently, kidney transplantation from both deceased and living donors increased from 19 to 41 per 1 million of the population over a 3-year period. So that's nearly doubling the number of transplants that was available. And it was the legislation and it was the education that went alongside it that helped. I also want to add to the voices that have mentioned today, and I'm sure will be continued to mention, is to thank those people that have, whether they're live donors or whether donors after they have deceased, because of the incredible bravery that they have faced. And I want to mention in particular one person. It's a young lady, Rachel Malloy, a young woman who had her whole life in front of her, who sadly passed away a number of months ago. She and her family are very close to the SDLP in Belfast, and I know that the family took the very brave decision that resulted in 3 people being able to receive organs, which has helped them to be able to survive. And that sacrifice that that family has made has been close to our party and very, very close to some of the members of our staff and wider team within the party. And I want to extend my thanks to her family for the bravery that they took in what must have been an incredibly difficult period of time for them. But for the success then, as we look back to that Belgian model, as we look at the success, it comes from a broader package of measures of media information campaign and raising amongst the wider public the merits of the system. And I believe that that needs to form part of the continuous learning process of part of this legislation. Now, as I'm sure all members will be aware and has already been referenced, such a campaign has been ongoing here for a period of time, and that has been the example that has been set by young Dahi and his family. Dahi has been awaiting a new heart for the last 3 years, but he, like the superhero that he is, and we have our badges on here today in honour of Dahi, he has been highlighting the importance of organ donation wherever he goes, and that includes here at Stormont today. One thing that I'll say about young Dahi, the first time that I had the pleasure to meet him, I saw him give our Health Minister a powerful right hook. And I'm not quite sure if the Health Minister has got over that yet, but I know that that showed the power of his campaign and the power of what young Dahi has done in bringing all of us along and ensuring that we progress this legislation to the stage that it's at today. Mr Deputy Speaker, there's much more that I could say about the bill and the need for it, but suffice to say that it's my hope that in 3 years' time, through this bill and through public awareness, those 115 people, including young Dahi, will no longer be awaiting the gift of life, but will have received their transplants, and that they will be enjoying a happy and healthy and active life as a result of the organ donation programme, and also to ensure that those right hooks continue to whoever the next set of ministers are. But today, Mr Deputy Speaker, is this Assembly at its best. It is delivering real change that will impact people's lives positively. It is delivering laws that make lives better. Us being responsible, sensible and diligent. And I am happy and glad to support this bill. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just reflecting on the remarks about young Dackley and his right hook at the Minister. I'm sure if that's the only right hook that's been thrown at the Minister in the last 2 years, I'm sure he'll be able to dodge it. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a momentous day for Northern Ireland, especially for the hundreds of people, including many children, who await the opportunity of receiving a life-changing transplant. It is a day of renewed and optimistic hope for all these people and their families. The fact that this bill has come before this House at this time without any amendments or political or public controversy demonstrates that it is a welcome and well-received piece of legislation. My party fully supports this bill and would commend the Health Minister and his team of officials for progressing the bill to this point. But it would be remiss of me today, Mr Deputy Speaker, not to place on record my acknowledgement of the work of Miss Joanne Dobson, a former Ulster Unionist Party MLA colleague who has championed this cause for over 10 years and indeed has donated an organ herself to her son. So the other issue as well that I would like to place in record is the appreciation of the renowned work that is carried out by the kidney transplant unit in Belfast, and I'm sure that this bill will enhance their ability to change even more lives. It is a good day for Northern Ireland, and I warmly support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, can I first of all say how delighted I am that the Health Minister has christened this bill Dathys Law. I think that's a massive tribute to the family and to the campaign, and I'm proudly wearing that pin today. But I also want to give thanks to Joanne Dobson, a former MLA and party colleague and colleague here in the Assembly. She was a champion and remains a champion for organ donation. She spoke to me on many occasions about her family circumstance and her son. And at the same time, I had a friend who was going through kidney transplant, had one, then had cancer, had to recover from that. The cancer treatment had destroyed his transplanted kidney. And subsequently, 5 years later, because that's the time he had to wait, he was then able to have a second kidney transplant. And today he is leading a normal, full and healthy life. That is the success of the ability to provide a transplant. Deputy Speaker, my colleague Paula Bradshaw, who's not here today, would have been speaking on this bill, but I'm also delighted to be able to do that. Paula is unfortunately not well today. The ability to take time to register will only take a few moments as an organ donor. To share that decision with families is important. Parents may also wish to consider that their children, though unaffected by this bill as it stands, can opt in to be donors. With regards to the specificality of this legislation before us, Deputy Speaker, this bill is just one step of a journey which I hope that Northern Ireland will come to reach the international target rate of 80% of transplants from deceased donors. It's evident from elsewhere that deemed consent will start that journey. However, no one is claiming that it will, or indeed of itself, by any means complete it. In evidence to the committee, this bill was summarised as part of a journey normalising the organ donation. And I think that is the key here. Campaigners have noted that the public are ready, the specialists are ready, and we certainly know that the service is ready. This bill has a set of exemptions, which others have referred to, which cover any concerns which have been raised over the years. It bears repeating that it applies only to deceased adults who were resident full-time in Northern Ireland at the time of death. It also makes for other allowances. Deputy Speaker, 11 people died last year on the waiting list for an organ transplant here in Northern Ireland. Yet just one donation can help up to 9 other people. Therefore, in many ways, the most important aspect of this legislation is the element not contained in the equivalent legislation for England around awareness raising. So I'd like to seek assurance from the Minister at the end of this debate that we have a strong publicity package ready to go immediately after royal assent, and that it has been recognised that it goes beyond just adverts. The experience from countries, for example in Spain, shows that beyond doubt that it requires investment in education and organisations truly to deliver the increase in organ donations. Deemed consent will need to be clear. It makes little difference without significant effort around education and awareness. I would note again, Deputy Speaker, that awareness raising should also cover the potential for anyone of any age, even if not covered by this bill, to opt in. We may need to consider how to make that easier, indeed, going forward. Others have mentioned that some of those who have campaigned for this legislation, and I've been very grateful to the direct discussions going back some years with our former colleague Joanne Dobson. I'm thankful for Dathys' family who have done so much to emphasise the urgency of this legislation. It's important that also organisations like kidney charities and the British Heart Foundation, the Northern Ireland Chest, Heart and Stroke, and many others play a public role in campaigning diligently for this legislation. There are in fact many others who have quietly pushed for this, and their input has been valued as well. Obviously, many of them will be watching this debate today. I hope, though it has taken a long time, that this day brings relief and hope for some. I would also like to thank departmental officials and others across the health and social care world for the work that they have done behind the scenes to get this legislation onto the statute books. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I proudly hold an NHS donor card. It's important that everybody who wants to do that today, prior to this bill passing, goes out there now, fills out the form and lets them know that you want to be a donor. Thank you.
I now call Colin Gildenew, the Chair of the Health Committee, and I have to warn the member I may have to interrupt him because question time starts at 2 p.m.
As there have been no amendments to this bill, this is the first opportunity I've had to outline the committee's scrutiny of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill. I will therefore provide some detail on the committee's consideration of the bill before making comment as my party's health spokesperson. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Human Transplantation Act 2004 for a soft opt-out system of consent for organ donation. The Department advised that the policy intent of the bill is to increase the rate of consent in the small number of cases where it is clinically possible for an organ donation to proceed after a person's death. The committee was first briefed on the principles of the bill by departmental officials at its meeting on the 9th of September, following introduction on the 5th of July. The bill then passed second stage on the 20th of September and was referred to the Committee for Health for scrutiny at committee stage. The committee issued a call for evidence and received a total of 30 written submissions. A total of 11 written submissions were received from organisations, with the rest coming from individuals. Committee members heard the views of 6 organisations in addition to Department of Health officials. The committee took oral evidence from the Belfast Trust, the Public Health Agency, Kidney Cure UK, the British Heart Foundation, the Donate for Dahi campaign and NHS Blood and Transplant. The committee also held an informal evidence session run by the Patient and Client Council involving people who had received organ donations or whose families had benefited from organ donation to seek their views on the bill. I would like to sincerely thank all of those individuals and organisations for taking the time to submit written evidence, and would like to thank all of those who attended committee meetings and gave oral evidence both formally and informally. In the evidence that the committee received, there was wide-ranging support for the introduction of the bill. The Department's public consultation before introduction of the bill showed that 90% of the 1,917 responses received indicated support for a change to an opt-out system of consent. The Public Health Agency advised that currently the consent rate in the North to organ donation is 64%, and that this has not increased for several years, despite consistently high levels of support for organ donation and the growth in registrations on the donor register. Evidence from other jurisdictions that have introduced a soft opt-out system show an increase in consent rates, with the rates in Wales, as the Deputy Chair of the Committee has mentioned, increasing from 58% in 2015 to 70.7% in 2020. One of the key areas for committee consideration was in relation to the role of the family. The bill provides that deemed consent will not apply where a person in a qualifying relationship provides information that would lead a reasonable person to conclude that the deceased potential organ donor would not have consented to be an organ donor. The committee is keen to retain the role of the family in decisions and would highlight the importance of families having difficult decisions in relation to organ donation, so that family members are aware of each other's wishes in relation to this issue. The committee sees the duty on the Department to promote organ donation and the role of the Public Health Agency to outline the changes in the legislation as key to increasing organ donation rates here in the North, and that has been mentioned by several other members. During evidence, the PHA outlined its plans for promotional and educational activities, including a communication strategy with 2 main phases. The committee was advised that the first will run for a period of 12 months across 2022, preparing people for the fact that the law is changing. The second phase will commence in 2023 when the legislation comes into effect and will make it clear that the law has changed. So if you wish...
Order. I'm afraid I must interrupt the member. Question time begins at 2 p.m. and I would ask if members would take their ease for a few minutes as we change staff at the table. This debate will resume again after question time, and Mr Gildennew will be able to complete his speech.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Questions 5 and 13 have been withdrawn. and Kelly Armstrong is not in her place, so I call Rachel Woods.
Question number 2.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I wish to group question 2 and question 9 together. My department has developed a comprehensive ammonia strategy, which I am currently finalising for publication. The draft strategy will propose a series of farm measures to reduce ammonia, conservation actions to improve the condition of habitats, and a revised operational protocol for the assessment of air pollution effects. The ammonia reduction element of the strategy will build on the significant support provided for low emissions slurry spreading equipment in Tier 1 of the Farm Business Improvement Scheme, FIBIS Capital 1. I intend to publish the ammonia strategy for consultation before the Assembly rises for the pre-election period.
Supplementary, Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. But we've been hearing that work is going on this strategy since the Minister took office. And we're also waiting for a very long-awaited air pollution strategy. And we are breaching legal ammonia limits, air quality limits, and there's around 600 premature deaths per year from dirty air. So I'd like to ask the Minister, how long are we going to have to wait?
Well, I suppose these are complicated issues, or they've been solved long ago. And that's just a reality. And we have circumstances where people think that stopping all kinds of agricultural development is the answer. I believe that there are other solutions. So FIBIS Tranche 1 will help us to deliver a 25% reduction in ammonia. Now, the member may not think that's significant, but for most people it is. There is a potential to actually ensure that there is 43% reduction in on-farm ammonia, which would be a very significant contribution to reducing that burden right across Northern Ireland and improving the quality of our peatlands as a consequence.
Call John O'Dowd.
Thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Minister, can you tell us if you're planning any mitigations for those farmers who farm on constrained areas?
The problem with the farms in the constrained areas within the 7.5 kilometres is the condition of the peatlands or of the ASSIs or areas, SAP areas. So we really need to ensure that we can enable people who do wish to expand their farms to do so in a way which doesn't have an impact on those areas. And therein lies the problem. One of the things that we could look at, for example, is scrubbing ammonia in chicken houses and pig houses, although having said that, pig and chicken are not the biggest contributors. The beef and dairy sector are the biggest contributors. But certainly the capacity is there to put in, install such equipment into pig and poultry houses because everything is within the unit. It does add around 30% to the cost of a unit. So a typical unit at £500,000 or £600,000 would need to be putting another £150,000 to £200,000 to it, which is a huge burden to be applied. However, we do need to look at all mechanisms to reduce ammonia, and the captured ammonia can be used to produce hydrogen, so that is another opportunity.
Call Stephen Dunn.
Work on the ammonia strategy. Another issue of importance to the agri-food sector and our economy is the impact of the climate change bill, but brought forward by a private member. Can the Minister provide an update on how concerned farmers are now about their future?
It's incredibly difficult for a farm now to expand, and we need the message to come out from this Assembly to young people that there is a future for them in farming. But if you're telling them that they're going to have to do it the same way for the next 20 or 30 years, they'll not have a future in farming because they'll not be competitive and they'll not be able to provide that efficiency. One of the fatal flaws in what SES are currently suggesting on ammonia is that a planning application which will actually deliver improvements and reduced ammonia, they're still recommending refusals. Now, that is clearly a logical situation. They're associated with the Habitats Directive, and I don't believe that is something which is sustainable going forward. So those pig and poultry units which wish to modernise are being held back from modernising. And reducing ammonia at the same time. So that's clearly illogical. I should also say that there has been a recent planning application which will take all of Moy Park's chicken litter off farm, which will deliver a significant reduction in ammonia. And there is also advice has come to us from the university sector that the means of measuring ammonia is currently being surpassed, and there are better measurements for ammonia, and that also would indicate that our measurements are on the high side as things currently stand.
Call with me, Barton.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. Minister, can you advise what research is presently being carried out to help inform your ammonia strategy coming up?
Yes, we have a team who are looking at this, led by Dr. Alistair Carson, the department's chief scientist. My department spends considerable amount of money on research, and it is one of the areas that we're focusing on, because we do know that we need to ensure that our ways of managing ammonia is carried out better. And for example, for dairy and beef farms, simple things like tree belts located close to where the source of ammonia is can actually take a lot of the ammonia out that would otherwise travel. The member comes from an area where there is a lot of special protected areas, and the importance of those areas, he knows, to tourism and all of that are vital, and for the biodiversity. So there's two things that need to be done to ensure that we give good protection in those areas, and one is the reduction of the ammonia burden, and the other is bringing those peatlands in particular up to the wetness that they need, because dry peatlands are not vibrant peatlands, and therefore we need to look at how we can wet those peatlands again. That will actually deliver over 50% of an uplift in terms of the quality of the peatlands. The greater burden comes from the dryness of the peatlands, not from the ammonia.
Call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has spoken of the need for this ammonia strategy, and there's no doubt there's need urgently for other environmental strategies. But can I ask the Minister what steps he's taken to ensure that environmental and agricultural strategies are linked together, as these are clearly aligned in terms of impacts and issues, and this, if linked together, should ensure there's joined-up action across the sectors and also across the DAERA business areas?
The future agricultural policies, the green growth policies, the ammonia strategy, peatland strategy, all of these strategies are interlinked. The teams that are working on them cross-check with each other to identify issues that may arise, and that's a course of work that our department is working in a very cohesive way to ensure that we cover that area.
Moving to Jim Allister.
Recent date for what's data. Excuse me. The most recent date for data for which data are available is for the period 1st of January 2021 to the 31st of December 2021. The costs for the additional staff needed to complete the checks required by the Northern Ireland Protocol during this period were £4,447,580. The staff cost is made up of £1,215,231 for department staff at Belfast, £2,182,195 for those at Larne, and £98,617 for those at Warrenpoint, with a further £953,337 spent on agency staff deployed at Belfast and Larne ports. The running costs of the current contingency inspection facilities at Belfast, Larne, Warrenpoint and Foyle ports, and the service contracts for the seal checks at ports in Great Britain is a further £4.2 million over the same period. On the 30th of October 2020, Her Majesty's Treasury advised the Northern Ireland Finance Minister that as part of the UK Government's commitment to supporting the unique circumstances of the protocol, they had agreed funding for 2021 to cover the infrastructure and resources required to implement the SPS checks. HMT also confirmed that the UK Government would cover any additional funding for Northern Ireland to meet the UK's obligations under the protocol with this limited to the costs associated with reaching the required level of compliance. The EU have an expectation that OCR costs incurred should be borne by business.
Supplementary, Jim Allister.
So, if I followed that correctly, something approaching £10 million would appear to be the cumulative cost, a figure that will employ 200 nurses for a year or more. And if the Minister is right, and I think he is, that much of that expenditure is unlawful by reason of not having executive approval, doesn't that in fact mean that this is irregular spend, which would cause the accounts of the department to be qualified, and another illustration of the squander at a time when vital services are so short of money?
Well, the figure that Mr Allister came to is correct, but he may add to that the cost of to the Council's work that's being carried out, which is borne by the Food Standards Agency, which is another cost to the public purse. And then we have the cost to business, because they're having to acquire all of these sheds, they're having to employ people to do it. And then we have a further cost of the TSS. So the cost of the protocol to Northern Ireland is huge, it's extensive. And, you know, that is why we need to get solutions, because nobody realistically can argue that as the protocol exists, it is good for Northern Ireland. You cannot have this burden placed upon business and this cost placed upon the taxpayer and claim it to be good.
Colin Nicola Brogan.
Thanks to the Minister for his answer so far. Would the Minister agree that while the protocol guarantees sanitary and phytosanitary standards, that the new free trade deals on food imported from Australia and New Zealand won't do that, and that as a result animal welfare standards will be jeopardised?
Well, the biggest threat at this moment to animal welfare standards is actually the Northern Ireland Protocol, because the Northern Ireland Protocol doesn't want us to bring medicines in from Great Britain. And the British Veterinary Association have written to me to express their concern that if the grace period's ended, 40% of the medicines that are currently available to them would no longer be available. So the member is supporting something which is bad for animal welfare, bad for people's pets, bad for the agricultural industry, because they won't have the tools available to them to provide the care for animals that they otherwise would, because of the EU's position on veterinary medicines. And I would wish that the members would join with me in demanding the removal of the European Union's demand that the medicines that are currently coming from Great Britain to Northern Ireland would not be blocked by the European Union and this protocol.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think people watching this will be darkly amused by the idea of Brexiteers talking about economic costs from their project. Is the Minister aware that the Office for Budget Responsibility, the independent UK, I repeat UK, i.e. British, forecaster says that the long-run impact of Brexit, the thing he championed, on the UK economy will be a 4% hit to the UK economy? That is, in cash terms, £80 billion a year in revenue. Do he and Mr Allister, who asked the question, think that is good value for taxpayers' money?
Well, the member may wish to deal with the member may wish to deal with predictions. I prefer to deal. No, it's not a fact; it's a prediction. I'd like to deal with facts. And the UK is growing faster than the economies that it left, and unemployment is lower in the UK than it's ever been, to the point where we actually need to be bringing people in from other parts of the world. So let's be very clear. The UK is not on its knees as a consequence of Brexit, in spite of the desires of the Remoaners.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It really does put into stark contrast comments from the like of the DUP's Nelson McCausland, who stated boldly that he wouldn't care what sort of situation he faced as long as he was out of Europe. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister, what have the costs been to date of the legal advice that the Minister has sought on withdrawing staff from checks at ports?
We haven't got a bill for that, but I can assure the member that the cost of the legal advice will be 0.00% of the costs that we're paying for people to be standing at the ports checking goods, which are perfectly good, and were perfectly good 2 years ago to come into Northern Ireland, and are perfectly good to come into Northern Ireland today. And as the member suggesting that checks on supermarket goods and driving up the cost of supermarket goods to the lowest paid people, the people who are struggling to make ends meet. We heard Tesco at the weekend indicating how much a proportion food costs are to the lowest paid and to the people in the lowest economies, which makes up a lot of people in East Belfast. Is a member suggesting that's a good thing? Because I certainly don't believe it's a good thing to drive up the cost of food to those people.
Call Roy Beggs.
The Minister has spoken of the costs to date and the delays, etc. But has there been any assessment of the cost, the disruption for the additional vets when there already is a shortage, for additional environmental health officers, additional delays and bureaucracy that result if the protocol was fully implemented?
Thank the member for the question, and the point that he's drawing to, if we actually had the full implementation of the protocol, there isn't enough vets in Northern Ireland to cover it. The number of vets who would be taken away from abattoirs, where we need vets to ensure that countries that are buying our beef have that confidence to buy it. Vets on the ground actually treat animals. Vets who are involved in all aspects of the food industry, we don't have enough vets. So I'm not sure where the EU thinks that we're going to magic these vets up from. It takes 5 years of training for very specialist individuals to become a vet in the first instance. And taking a vet from frontline work, key work, to be checking goods which, quite frankly, pose no threat, not even a minimal threat, zero threat to the European Union's single market, is bizarre. And the fact that people in here actually support this, they don't come out and stand up and say they support it, they conjure up other forms of words, but the fact that they actually support it is the height of madness on their part. It beggars belief.
I call down Dodds. Order, members. I call order. I call down Dodds.
Question number 4, please.
The UK Government signed a free trade agreement with Australia on the 17th of December 2021, and prior to this reached an agreement in principle with New Zealand on the 20th of October 2021. In addition, the UK Government is currently seeking to join CPTPP trading bloc, has commenced negotiations on a free trade agreement with India, and aims to commence negotiations with Canada and Mexico shortly. The UK Government has made clear that Northern Ireland exporters will be able to benefit from the terms of new free trade arrangements. The legal text of the Australia Free Trade Agreement does not treat Northern Ireland exports differently to those from the rest of the UK, and there is no reason to believe that this will be the case for any other new arrangements. In my assessment, the Australia and New Zealand free trade agreements will offer little benefit to Northern Ireland's agricultural exporters, as these countries have a considerable advantage in terms of prices and are world-leading exporters in many of the agricultural products for our agri-food industry exports. However, free trade agreements that are in negotiations or planned for the future could offer a significant exporting opportunity for Northern Ireland's high-quality food and drink products, and my officials are working with their counterparts in the UK Government to ensure that Northern Ireland's interests are reflected in the new trade arrangements.
Down Dodds, supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for his assessment? The United Kingdom has also signed a free trade deal with Japan, which is one of the largest importers of agri-food products across the world. Would the Minister agree with me that there is substantial opportunity within the trade deal for Northern Ireland farmers and Northern Ireland's agri-food businesses?
Well, over the years, there's always been a debate about protectionism and about free trade. And I suppose most of us believe that the opportunities to trade across the world are positive things to do. And therefore, the agreements that the United Kingdom comes up with will balance out ultimately to ensure that Northern Ireland will have a larger pool of countries to export to, and indeed a larger pool of countries to import from. And as a consequence of that, trade should actually rise, not go down, and the ultimate benefits should be benefits to the Northern Ireland economy as a whole.
Call Emma Sheeran.
Curia, and thanks to the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, there are no benefits for our local agri-food sector for these free trade agreements between Britain and New Zealand and Australia, both of whom are massive meat producers and competitors to ourselves. And obviously the protocol offers some protections to our local farmers in terms of the import of cheap meats. But what engagement have you had with the British Government around the fact that our main market is now going to be flooded with cheap meat from these two countries as a basis of these free trade agreements that your party supported?
We've had significant engagement with the UK Government and with the ministers that have been involved in the negotiations. I should say that at this moment in time, a lot of Australian beef and New Zealand lamb, etc., doesn't get past Southeast Asia because there is actually better markets in Southeast Asia than there is in Europe for that material. And we will have to observe closely what the real threat will actually be at this moment in time. The threat has not materialised to be anything more than a threat, and we will continue to monitor that. I would, though, point out to the member that she represents a constituency called Mid-Ulster, and that constituency is known for manufacturing mining equipment. Around 80% of the world's screening equipment is manufactured in Mid-Ulster. And I would have thought that the Australian Free Trade Deal would create massive opportunities given the mining that takes place in that country and therefore their demand for screening equipment. So she may have something to be pleased about from the Australian Free Trade Deal in that instance.
They call Dolores Kelly.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer to the questions, but does the Minister share the bemusement of many that Jacob Rees-Mogg will now have to work for a living and actually deliver something in his new portfolio as the Brexit Opportunities Minister?
Well, there certainly is a lot of opportunities, and the world doesn't end at Poland or indeed Croatia. It stretches far beyond those places, and certainly the opportunity to do business in Japan. We recently have had the door opened up once again, and our meat is being exported to North America. We have had the door opened up once again for our lamb to be exported to North America. So that's good news. And sometimes some members seem to want to dwell on bad news all of the time. There's a lot of good things happening out there. I've got news for the Assembly. Since we came out of the European Union, beef prices have went up, milk prices have went up, poultry prices have went up. The only farming area that is under pressure at this moment in time is pork, and we will help that sector till it turns the corner once again and prices increase in that area.
Paul Kelly Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to start by apologising for not being in my place for the first question, and to the House and to the Minister. Minister, you've talked about the trade deals. I actually think that some of these could be harmful to our agri-food sector. I'm also very concerned that when those trade deals are being brought forward, they're being brought forward with some countries that have extremely difficult human rights issues. I'm just wondering what consideration is taken with those countries to ensure that those human rights are improved upon.
Well, thus far it's New Zealand and Australia and Japan, so I don't think that they're countries that stand out as being the countries that have significant human rights issues. But certainly there will be others where that will be an issue, and that's for national government to look at those issues before arriving at any agreements with them. Unless the member is referring to Australia's rather draconian policies when it comes to COVID, which I couldn't support, but nonetheless I don't think it's quite on the standards of North Korea by any stretch of the imagination.
Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 6.
Air quality is monitored within East Belfast at 3 automatic monitoring stations based at Ballyhackamore on the Upper Newton Ards Road, Dundonald on the Upper Newton Ards Road and Hollywood on the A2 bypass. Nitrogen dioxide is monitored at all 3 sites, with particulate matter PM10 and PM25 also monitored at the Hollywood site. My department publishes an annual report to summarise air quality monitoring results for Northern Ireland. This report reviews the pollutants monitored and highlights compliance as well as the exceedances of air quality objectives. The most recent air quality report published in December 2021 relates to the 2020 calendar year. Regulation limit values, target values and corresponding air quality strategy objectives have been met for all pollutants measured at the 3 East Belfast sites in the years 2018, 2019 and 2020. Historic data for these sites and all other monitoring stations in the network are available online through my department's Air Quality Northern Ireland website. I would like to encourage everyone to visit this site, where you can download the Northern Ireland Air app, see the locations of all air monitoring stations and receive the most up-to-date information on the quality of air across Northern Ireland.
Robin Newton, supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that very detailed answer. Minister, you will know that 1 in 24 people in Belfast dies from a respiratory problem or dies with a respiratory problem, perhaps as in association with other issues. The monitoring points that are positioned are not in the areas that are perhaps most hit by the environmental issues, i.e. the lower part of the inner city part of the area. And statistics show that indeed if you live in the inner city area, you're liable to die 7 years younger than if you live in the outer part of the city. Could I ask the Minister to give consideration to monitoring the air quality in the inner part of the city rather than the outer aspects of the city?
I would happily arrange for the member to speak to my officials and come meet me with the officials and discuss these issues further, because getting it right is critically important. Where the monitors are currently placed are where there is heavy road traffic usage, and consequently that was the locations that were chosen. However, if the member believes and he represents the area that is not the appropriate locations, then I'm happy to talk to him about that. There is a series of issues as to, I'll go back to my Department of Health years in this one, as to people dying 7 years younger in the inner cities as opposed to other areas. And air quality may be one of those issues, but it's just one. But we have that responsibility to ensure that air quality is good, and whatever I can do to ensure that is the case, we will continue to try and help with that.
Paul Christliddle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Environment Minister what action he has taken to improve air quality in East Belfast and across Northern Ireland?
Well, in terms of this, and we just talked about the ammonia strategy previously and work that we've done to reduce ammonia in the atmosphere. These monitors are put in place to give us some assurances. As the member knows, I am a big supporter of switching from petrol and diesel vehicles to biomethane, to hydrogen and indeed electric vehicles. We need more charging points in Northern Ireland for people who wish to switch from combustible vehicles to electric vehicles, and I have sought to apply pressure on the Infrastructure Minister to ensure that happens. It hasn't happened as quickly as it should have, in my opinion. So we need to have that switch taking place away from vehicles which use fossil fuels to vehicles which use renewable fuels, which will improve the air quality as well as reducing the carbon that enters the environment.
Keith Archibald, very briefly, question and answer, please.
I thank the Minister for his responses so far. It will be a year, I think, next week since the consultation on the Clean Air Strategy closed, and just wanted to ask the Minister for an update on what aspects of that have been taken forward so far.
Well, in terms of the Clean Air Strategy, as a course of work that was done, we have sought to ensure that
air quality has improved across all areas. So we note that levels of nitrogen dioxide have remained lower since lockdown in 2020 than previous years. The levels of particulate have been varying. Air pollution is affected by topography and weather conditions, and concentrations of pollutants can vary in relatively short periods of time. We have the Clean Air Strategy. A 12-week consultation on the Clean Air Strategy ran from November last year to February 2021. Sorry, November 2020 to February 2021. Following the period of public discussion, responses were reviewed. Officials have completed analysis of comments and findings and recommendations, and those will be presented shortly. Once again, I have considered the options, or once I have considered the options and decided on policy directions, officials shall engage with other departments to develop those preferred options and policy positions more fully. Members, that ends the period for a list of questions. We now move to 15 minutes of topical questions, and questions 1 and 5 have been withdrawn. And I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you will know the good work that is being done environmentally around the rivers in East Belfast. 3 rivers I'm thinking about is the Connswater, obviously, the Knock and the Loop rivers. The water quality in those rivers, and we've seen significant news stories about pollution of rivers. Can the Minister give us some assurance that the quality of water in the 3 rivers in East Belfast is indeed meeting what are regarded as normal standards or standards?
Thank the member for the question. And first of all, commend him in particular for the work that he done in supporting the Connswater Greenway project. That project has brought £20 million of investment into the city, and I know you work closely with the local community in that for many years to achieve that. And the East Belfast community and beyond are now seeing the real benefits of that investment that has taken place at Connswater Greenway. That has been a tremendous piece of work. In terms of the river quality, we are working all of the time to improve the quality of our rivers and to take steps because they haven't been of the standard that they should have been. And there is a course of work to do to get them to the standard that we want them to be. So one of the investments last year was in slurry spreading equipment that will actually ensure that more of the material that is spread, the nutrients, actually stay in the ground, that it is applied at the appropriate times, and those courses of work will help. There is, of course, a significant investment for Northern Ireland water that is required, and unless we actually take the situation seriously there, we're going to pose great problems for ourselves, because we have a system which people term as an integrated system, where the sewers and the storm drains are connected, so whenever you get heavy rainfalls, you get sewage washed into the water system, and frankly that has to be dealt with, and we have to have independent sewage systems which will not lead to contamination of waterways. Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Can I thank the Minister for that? And I agree with him in the sense that there needs to be a joined-up strategy between the infrastructure and his own department in particular. I assume the Minister would be pleased that and would be supportive of the investment in the new sewerage works at Sydenham that may indeed make a contribution towards solving the problem.
Absolutely, and we're seeking to work with Northern Ireland Water and the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency to ensure that we can be as helpful to them as possible in terms of developing the right and appropriate schemes. In terms of the agricultural pollution that exists, the more work that we can do in terms of anaerobic digestion, slurry separation, ensuring that we can take as much phosphates out of the system as possible, and I believe that there is a future for farmers in selling phosphates, then the cleaner the waterways that we can have. Phosphates is a big contributor to water quality. It is a valuable resource. We need to actually provide the assistance and support to allow farms to invest in the technology to take phosphates out of the system and only apply what is appropriate. That's why we've done this soil testing right across Northern Ireland that will identify the amount of phosphates that's in it. That's where we're carrying out lidar testing and lidar mapping, so that we will identify those areas where there's more significant runoff, and we will, taking the right steps, clean up our rivers to a pristine condition, which will hopefully encourage tourism, encourage recreation and sport on our riverways, or on our rivers. I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for confirmation that there are still no reported cases of African swine fever in livestock within Northern Ireland?
At this point, thankfully, African swine flu hasn't reached Northern Ireland. Supplementary, Mr. Robinson.
This to protect against the spread of the disease, should it reach our shores?
Well, members will have seen earlier this year how avian influenza was able to come mainly through wild birds. The strict biosecurity measures that apply in the chicken industry also apply in the pork industry. So we have a very efficient pork industry, and the farmers working in that industry have very strict biosecurity measures. And good biosecurity is the best means of ensuring that these awful diseases don't get in. Unfortunately, we have an outbreak of avian influenza in County Fermanagh, reported in the last few days. It's a small backyard flock, but again, that leads to significant restrictions on all farms and all poultry keepers in the area, and has consequences for exports. So we really need to keep these diseases out of Northern Ireland and keep our population of animals as healthy as possible. Nicole Carroll-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, recently on a constituency visit, I was notified that a significant area of trees, acre of woodland in my constituency, had been essentially taken away by a local farmer, which has had a detrimental impact on local wildlife and ecosystems. So I'm just curious what the protocol is in place to stop this kind of behaviour, which has a horrific impact on our local environment. Thank you.
Well, the protection of trees lies with the planning departments and local councils, who can place tree protection orders on species which have that real benefit to Northern Ireland, which is generally those indigenous species. And I'm not sure what the context of the tree removal is in the area that the member is referring to, whether it was indigenous or non-indigenous. But I'm sure she'll have some more questions to ask on it. Supplementary, Carroll-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. I too am a firm believer in tree preservation, but can you please provide me an update on the Forests for a Future initiative, and also what other kind of incentives or strategies your department has to promote the planting of trees across the north? Thank you.
One of the first things that I done on carrying out in entering office was to drive forward the Forests for a Future programme, which looks at the planting of 1.8 million trees. That's a tree for every person every year for the next 10 years. And, you know, we have had some really good support. Some of the councils have been excellent. Others haven't just come up to the mark quite yet, and I would encourage them to get on board. Other bodies and other departments have been good. And I would say that Northern Ireland Water has been one of those public bodies which has been exceptional in its response. So there is a real drive now on tree planting. We have secured a reasonable amount of money into Forest Service reserves from last year and the previous year. So that enables them to drive this initiative forward and ensure that we can get this 18 million trees planted over the course of the next 10 years. I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for Animal Welfare what action he has taken with local councils to tackle the illegal breeding and movement of puppies and dogs?
Yeah, we've had our Pause for Thought campaign, and we have identified that around 55% of puppies that were being exported through our ports didn't have the correct documentation, chips and so forth. With the result that 44% of those were actually not allowed to be moved. So there is a course of action that has taken place there to clamp down on that. In terms of animal welfare, we do wish to see that registration of people who actually are abusive to animals. And I think that that is beginning to make progress, and I would hope that between ourselves and the Department of Justice, who are absolutely critical to unlocking this, that we will get them into the right place, and that will be driven forward. Maybe not in my period of office, but an awful lot of the groundwork will have been done in my period of office to make that happen in the not too distant future. Supplementary, Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also ask the Minister for Animal Welfare what action he's taken to eradicate organised dog fighting in Northern Ireland?
Organised dog fighting is relatively small in terms of the numbers of people who engage in it. It tends to be carried out in the underworld, and it is one of the most heinous and despicable things that people can engage in, and it certainly has nothing whatsoever to do with sport or anything else. It is just vile, wicked behaviour by human beings to set two dogs on each other and gamble on them ripping each other apart and who's going to win. So anything that we can do, and that's, it's a policing matter, probably first and foremost, but anything that we can do to support other bodies and organisations to actually bring this to an end, we will do. And I'd appeal to members of the public who are aware of these activities, or who have suspicions about these activities taking place, to notify the police of it, to bring these matters to the attention of the authorities, because we will only rid ourselves of this problem whenever we can bring significant numbers of prosecutions against the individuals that are involved. And my suspicion is that the individuals who are involved are also individuals who are involved in other criminal activities as well. So clamping down on this is something which I believe would be beneficial to the entire community. John O'Dowd.
Minister, anybody who's been fortunate enough to be in the chamber over this last couple of weeks have heard you lecture us all on what a great man you are for the farmers, and that if everybody follows your pathway, the farmers' futures are secure. Will the Minister tell me why, under his policy to replace the single farm payment, he's proposing to make the minimum entitlement raise from 3 hectares to 10 hectares, which will disenfranchise around 5,000 farmers?
Well, at the minute of the consultation, member didn't happen to mention that we're also looking at reducing the higher band as well, because what we're actually trying to achieve is people who actually make their living off farming are the people who get the most support. So people who are operating with 3 hectares tend to be people who have other jobs, other sources of income, and it is a hobby to them. The people who are at the higher end, I don't believe need the support that has been made available to them through the European Union. So I'm trying to put it in towards the middle. So particularly the young people who want to come home and farm, that they have the best fighting chance of doing that. And I think that's an entirely reasonable thing. Supplementary, John O'Dowd.
Well, Minister, it appears to be more than a consultation, because you've said that you believe that the middle group are the most sustainable and moving forward. The fact of the matter is that those small farmers, those 5,000 small farmers, if this proposal goes through, are more likely to be driven off the land as a result of your decision than those at the upper echelons. Will you not reconsider this and ensure that small farmers can make a living off the land? Yes, but we accept that many small farmers also go out and have a second income, but that's to survive, it's not to live a life of luxury.
Frankly, it's not possible to make a living off 3 hectares of land. It's not even possible to make a living off 10 hectares of land unless you have chicken houses or pork houses or glass houses or something that will augment that. So what we're trying to encourage is efficient and farms which are environmentally sustainable going forward. And that will involve some degree of expansion,
And it may be a collaboration between some of those very small farms and some of the other farms, which aren't big, medium-sized farms, to enable those people to produce food as efficiently as possible. If someone is working out and is earning 30,000–40,000 a year, and they want to keep a dozen bullocks over the summertime, the question is whether we should be sustaining that publicly or augmenting that with public money. And that is the question that I pose. So it's not something that I'm fixed on. It's a consultation. We're going out there. We will give due consideration to the responses when they come in. But it is a consultation at this stage as opposed to policy. I'm just giving you the thought process behind it.
Members, time is up, and members, please take your ease for a moment or two before we move back to another item. Okay, members, we'll resume consideration of the final stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill, and we want to return now to Colm Gillarney to continue his own remarks.
And as I was saying, and I continue just with the remarks in relation to the Health Committee consideration of the bill. And the committee sees that, as I had said when I broke, the committee sees the duty on the department to promote organ donation and the role of the Public Health Agency to outline the changes in the legislation as absolutely key to increasing those organ donation rates here in the North. During evidence, the PHA outlined its plans for promotional and educational activities, including a communication strategy with two main phases. The committee advised the first will run for a period of 12 months across 2022, preparing people for the fact that the law is changing, and the second phase will commence in 2023, when the legislation comes into effect and will make it clear the law has changed. The committee asked how the strategy would address different cultural backgrounds, and the PHA referred to its use of translation technologies for promotional materials and its plans to engage with community groups and organisations to produce suitable material. The PHA assured the committee that it will consider a range of channels for the promotional materials, including mainstream TV channels, social media and direct mailing. This, of course, will require sufficient funding for engagement and promotional materials. A number of stakeholders highlighted the impact of the bill on existing organ donation services in terms of resources and workforce. The Department estimates that the implementation costs of a statutory opt-out system are in the region of 400 to 500k per year for up to 9 years. This includes public awareness, change management, IT infrastructure changes, processing additional registrations, evaluation and clinical training. Implementation of the bill will also require additional resources in terms of specialist staff, ICU beds and theatre capacity. During evidence, the Belfast Trust stated that 24/7 access to fully trained senior nurses and a consultant intensivist would be required. The committee sought further information from the Trust, asking for its estimation of the increase in workforce, infrastructure and other resources that would also be required. The Trust responded that as a first step, it proposed an on-call nursing service for the operating department to ensure out-of-hours theatre access to support increased demand for transplant services. The Trust estimates this will cost £60,000 in additional revenue to implement. The Trust also advised that work has commenced to ensure the renal transplant service keeps pace with the anticipated increased donation, such as the clinical leads for utilisation pilot and ongoing collaboration with NHS Blood and Transplant regarding the organ utilisation programme to identify potential gaps in workforce, education, leadership and culture. The Department advised that 4 additional senior nurses in organ donation would be required regionally. The committee would encourage the Department to work with the trusts to ensure resources are available when required. The committee also discussed a number of other issues, such as the age of donors, human rights implications and exceptions to deemed consent. Following consideration of evidence, the committee undertook deliberations before coming to the formal clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. The committee agreed they were content with the clauses as drafted. The committee further agreed that its report would be published and would outline the evidence that it received in the course of the committee's scrutiny. I would like to thank the Minister and his officials for their engagement with the committee on the bill, and I would like to thank indeed all the members of the committee for that. I would also like to acknowledge the Minister's personal situation that he has reflected on today and his work and interest in this personally, as well as a Minister for the Department of Health. I would like to place on record my thanks to the committee team and the Bill Clerk for supporting members through scrutiny of this bill. I think at this stage it's also worth mentioning some of those that have campaigned for this change for a significant amount of time. I would, like others, wish to pay tribute to the work of former MLA Joanne Dobson and the BHF, who have worked very closely with others on this campaign. Also, indeed, one of the first meetings that myself and the Deputy Chairperson held in our roles was with the Donate for Dahi campaign. And I want to pay tribute to Dahi and his parents, Marcin and Seth McGowan, for their long-running campaign. And we do hope that Dahi will get his transplant as soon as possible. Agus bwailam couple of facal ra go jirach go ji and clan McGowan, Marcin, Seth and Dahi. Moishev a charge ar an la mór shaw. Agus go jirach go ji Dahi. Dahi is latsa and chunyal shaw and you. This is your assembly today, and thank you for your work. The committee is delighted to see this legislation here at this final stage and hopes that the Assembly will support the passing of final stage today. So, Ceann Comhairle, I'd now like to make some brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. Members, the Organ and Tissue Donation Bill represents politics at its best, where patients, organisations and the political institutions come together to make an important law that addresses a vitally important need for some of our constituents. From the outset, Sinn Féin have been supportive of the legislation for soft opt-out organ donation, working closely with families and groups such as the Heart Foundations to get this important bill across the line. Indeed, my colleague Pat Sheehan had taken this forward as a private member's bill in the early stages of the process here, and welcomed very much the fact that the Department and the Minister made it one of their priorities and took the bill forward in that sense. Organ donation and the soft opt-out option will help to save the lives of those who so desperately need this legislation by doing what it has done in other jurisdictions, increasing the rate of consent to donate. There is work to be done by the Department of Health in the months and years ahead to ensure the bill's success, And as with every other area of health, the success of this bill will be affected by the Department's workforce planning for the specialists and senior nurses needed. A workforce strategy that addresses the chronic shortage of health and social care workers will require the 3-year budget and the increased investment in health that the Sinn Féin Minister of Finance has proposed in his budget. To address the workforce shortage, the waiting lists, the health inequalities and the myriad problems threatening our healthcare system, there must be political and economic stability. We cannot plan to build a workforce if we do not have sustainable long-term funding to train, recruit and retain workers that we need to begin to tackle the waiting lists that in some cases are causing lives. The 3-year budget that is needed to steady the entire health and social care sector is now an uncertainty, and this is a huge concern. Across this House, members, we have a responsibility, each and every member of each and every party, to ensure the organ and tissue donation bill does not become a casualty of political uncertainty that has been created by one party. It is much too important to the families who are waiting anxiously for this bill to progress.
Thank you. And I call Paul Given.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gift of life is the most precious gift that you could give to anybody. And often life is taken for granted, but for those who are needing an organ, it's something they live with every day. That desire to keep living, that desire to contribute to society, to be with family. And what this bill does is help to change those circumstances for people that need our support. For many years, people have campaigned to be on the register for organ donation. I am, along with thousands of others, so that if I was to pass away, hopefully some good can come from that. And people have campaigned in this House, whether it was Joanne Dobson or Pat Sheehan and others, in terms of trying to enhance the legislative provision that exists, because they want to make that difference to help others. And I hope that this bill does again raise that awareness, because there are safeguards within it for those that want to opt out. And I hope people won't do that, but I can understand why for some they may wish to do it. But I hope that this debate today, the campaign, once again raises that awareness for people. And I've spoken to some families who, in the midst of extreme tragedy, have taken great comfort from the fact that their loved one has been able to donate organs to other people in order to sustain life. And so when it comes to those moments where people are at the bedside and those conversations are happening, I hope that we will be in a better place as a result of this legislation. Colleagues have rehearsed well the statistics around the number of people that need a donation, the number of people that is hoped that will now be able to receive a donation through this legislation, and let us hope that that is the case. The first executive meeting that I chaired as First Minister, this was one of the items that came up, and I can remember the heated debate that took place at the time. It was one of a number of pieces of legislation that had got stuck within the executive, and I committed at that meeting to urgently engage with the Health Minister subsequent to that particular meeting that afternoon. And that evening, I spoke with Robin to get more information from him in terms of the medical profession and their views around it. I spoke with the British Heart Foundation, who have campaigned upon this. And the call that I'll always remember was the one that I had with Dathy's father. And I wanted to speak to him to get a sense of how important it was to him. And I got that from that conversation. And I engaged further later into the night with colleagues about this, and got to a place where we were able to have this legislation come from the executive in order to get it into the Assembly and allow the Assembly to decide. And I rang Dathy's father back again to say to him that I was going to take an urgent procedure decision in order to approve the executive paper that the Minister for Health had taken. I had to hold the phone away from my ear. Such was the shouts for joy whenever that news was relayed to him. I then met with Dathy in subsequent days at Stormont Castle with the Deputy First Minister and played a little bit of football. He was a boxer, and like the Health Minister who got a right hook, I made the mistake of saying to him about boxing, and I got a right hook as well. although Robin seems to have survived better than I have. But I really got the sense of Dathí and his determination to really fight for life, to fight for this legislation, and the hope that it has given him and to many others. And that's what this place is all about. Whenever we look at legislation and we see ink on a piece of paper, it's about bringing meaning and purpose behind that law. It's about giving that hope to people in our society in order for it to be improved, to make it better. And that's what this bill, I hope, will be able to do, to give that hope to people like Dathí who are needing an organ transplantation, to give them life. And I trust that the Assembly will be in a position to support it today, and that it will make a difference, because Dathí made the difference for me in order to get support for this bill, and I hope this bill will now make a difference for him and people like him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for that, and I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am very privileged to rise today to support the organ and tissue donation bill. As it has been stated in the Assembly today, it is a momentous day for campaigners such as Dathí, Joanne Dobson and others, and we do pay tribute to them today. And I think it is very fitting that the Minister has given the bill Dathí's name in his honour, and I think that is a really lovely tribute to Dathí to have that, who is a little warrior, there's no doubt about it, and a superhero in all of our eyes. The gift of life is one that should not be taken lightly or for granted, as has already been said today. This bill does give hope to many who wait on a life-changing operation and the gift of an organ. Organ donation is transformational, and today we pay tribute to those who have walked this road and donated their organs, and we also remember those who have sadly lost their lives waiting for that life-giving operation. And I think of little Dathí, the little warrior, and his fight not just for himself but for others. Such people are inspirational and strike at the very reason why this Assembly should be putting this legislation in place. We all have our badges on today, and I hope that we are also leading the way ourselves, putting photo opportunities aside and signing up ourselves to be organ donors. I did this whenever I first started to drive, and my family know exactly what my wishes are, and I hope that all of us do that today as well. It is days like today when legislation is passed such as this that we can be proud of this place, and as has been pointed out today, sometimes there is so much focus in the chamber in terms of what divides us, but I think today it is so lovely that we are able to stand here and support pieces of legislation like this. Current consent rate in Northern Ireland to organ donation is 64%, as the Health Committee report states, and this figure hasn't increased significantly for several years, despite the consistently high levels of support for organ donation. So it is important that we do something. In other parts of the UK, a soft opt-out has been implemented. Wales in 2015, England in 2020 and Scotland in 2021. And the experience in these parts will be invaluable in Northern Ireland, charting its way through the process and learning from our counterparts. We must remember that the right to choose is still part of this. However, the key to organ donation is having the conversations with your loved ones and the important role that family members must play. End-of-life discussions are never easy, and of course we naturally don't want to think about it while our loved ones are fit and well, but we must make our wishes known to our loved ones. And I would go further, be adamant in telling your family about those wishes and your choice in those end-of-life situations, so that your family are under no illusion as to what your wishes are when you are no longer able to make decisions for yourself. I'm sure today this legislation will be on the media, and tonight I hope that people hear and see from the campaigners. And tonight I hope in homes up and down and across Northern Ireland, conversations about organ donation will start and open up in terms of what people's wishes are. I want to congratulate again the campaigners for highlighting this important issue down through the years. Today is a day to celebrate your achievements. It's not about me or anybody else in this chamber. It's about the campaigners who have campaigned so tirelessly for this, and they should each be very proud of this today. So I will be voting for the legislation, and I'm pleased to support it today. Thank you.
Thank the member, and I call Pat Cadney.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to speak today on the organ tissue donation deemed consent bill. Now to be known, as the Minister stated earlier on this morning, as Daithí's Law, in tribute of a strong young boy. I want to pay tribute to all those who have fought so tirelessly for the bill to reach its final stage, to those who have never stopped campaigning, no matter how difficult the fight became. They have been so inspiring to us all here. I am sure all of us in this chamber today would agree with those sentiments. I think we can all now say how moving the fight for Daithí and his parents has been in encouraging this bill forward, and I am sure it is great relief for them to see this bill reach its final stage. I think we can all. I want to just echo the words of Mr. Chambers earlier, as he stated, and wanted to pay tribute to the former member of this House from the UUP, Joanne Dobson, and in fact all of those, as we've heard, that tried to get this legislation through before, who first, I think, introduced the idea of an opt-out system in Northern Ireland in order to come into line with the rest of the United Kingdom. It was Joanne that got the bill rolling on this, got the ball rolling on this bill in 2012, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure she is delighted to finally see this bill become law. This is a good day, folks, for our home place here, and it now means that lives will be saved through this process of organ donation. There are currently around 140 people waiting on organ donation in Northern Ireland. And with the passage of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I hope this will ease part of their and their families' worries about receiving a transplant. Thank you.
I thank the member for that. And could we have the member Jerry Carroll brought on screen, please? Can I invite the member Jerry Carroll to make his remarks?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely pleased that this bill is being passed today and has reached its final stage this afternoon. It is very unfortunate, though, that it took so much time for this issue, which has widespread support across our communities, to reach the floor finally and to be implemented. And it really beggars belief, Mr. Speaker, that at one stage the EP actually tried to block this bill from progressing through the House. Passing this bill will provide so much hope, support and comfort for the many families out in our communities who rely on organ donation. It will provide a ray of light for hundreds of families and hopefully improve the lives of their loved ones. The act of giving an organ is one of the greatest acts of solidarity that people can engage in for those they do or don't know. I want to pay tribute to everyone who has donated so far and all those people who have joined the register as a result of the debate around this piece of legislation. Whilst the Minister is obviously moving this legislation today, thanks should go to him. Excuse me. Thanks should go to him and his team. The truth is this bill wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the sterling work of wee Daithí, his mother Seth and father Marcin. There's been no community or sporting event that hasn't had a wee Daithí front and centre of it to get the message out there loud and clear about the need for people to get registered as organ donors. No doubt lives have already been saved with organ donation promotion and the work done by Daithí and many others. By removing the current unnecessary barriers to donation that exists. It's hoped that this will prevent anybody missing out again from being recipients of organ donation. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that this bill will have a long-lasting impact for Dahi, his family, and thousands of people out there who have made the common sense case for this bill to progress. I pay tribute to them all today and hope that they and their families can obtain what they need with this bill passing through the House this afternoon. Thank you.
And thank the member. I just wish to call the Minister now, the Minister for Health, Robin Swan, to conclude the final stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate today, but also to the campaigners who are also present in the Assembly today to see this final stage go through. Mr. Speaker, in winding, I want to just make reference to a number of points that have been raised by various contributors here today, starting with Michelle O'Neill, who rightly indicated that one of the things that this bill has generated, has started, is those conversations, those healthy conversations across workplaces, in homes, in the bar, and a number of very other options and avenues where the conversation about organ donation has now taken place and is taking place. And I think, as Ms Erskine has already said, that even tonight it will generate those conversations in many homes so that people understand what the true wishes of many individuals across Northern Ireland actually are when it comes to organ donation. Contribution from Ms Pam Cameron. I want to thank Pam for her personal support through this piece of legislation, through the various stages, for what I know was her work with her own party in regards to getting this bill to the place it was, and for those within her party who supported it, but also the conversations that were had with those who didn't feel they could support it in its second stage, but also engendered them as well to have the conversation in regards to what it meant, what it could be, but more importantly, the gift that organ donation actually brought as well, because it allowed them to have that conversation. And Mr. Speaker, I remember that debate at second stage in here in regards to that, and the members of the DUP who made their democratic contribution to this piece of legislation, which is their right to do so. Ms Cameron, along with, I think it was Mr Dixon and a number of others, talked about the public awareness and the importance of promotional campaigns, and about how we should learn from Wales. Well, Mr Speaker, we've actually went further, because this bill actually proposes an additional statutory duty in relation to the annual promoting and reporting specifically about deemed consent. And that will build upon my department's existing statutory duty to promote organ donation and transplantation. And the objective actually is to ensure that the legislative changes are fully understood across all sections of the population, and that as many people as possible are aware of the law change and how to register decisions if they wish. And in the longer term, the majority of this work will become part of the rolling programme for the promotion of organ donation, much of which is achieved at minimal cost due to the current coordinated and collaborative working approach. And subject to the enactment of this bill, an enhanced programme of intensive communications will run throughout the 12-month implementation period to ensure adequate time for awareness before go live, and for a further 12 months thereafter. Activity in itself will be tailored to specific audiences as well as the general population, and ensure these audiences are engaged within the most appropriate manner for them. Engagement has commenced with lead organisations and areas focus groups for members or leaders to establish their communication requirements. That includes BAME networks, faith networks and older networks. Working with the community and voluntary sector will also further strengthen outreach across all parts of society, and engaging, I think it was Mr Dixon raised, engaging with children and young people is an important approach throughout the completion and launch of our schools. Resources is actually important, and the campaigning planning will examine the use of a range of media channels to maximise exposure. A media strategy is being developed to analyse and plan the most effective channels and timings, and research will be planned at regular intervals, including a baseline survey prior to any awareness activities, and this will monitor levels of awareness and understanding of the law change and any insights will be used to amend awareness activities if required. So that will be an ongoing process, and it's something that Ms Cameron raised, but I think it's important that not only is it part of the face of the bill, but it is part of the Department's forward work programme. Part of the conversation, and I think it was Ms Cameron raised it as well, was also about the importance of family involvement, and that was, I think, well, it was actually Ms Cameron raised it first, but it was raised by a number of speakers. Mr Speaker, donation conversations with families or a person in a qualifying relationship are actually an additional part of the donation process, and are actually then conducted by highly trained and experienced clinicians, and that's usually a specialist nurse for organ donation, and that's in line with the relevant provisions of the Human Tissue Act and the associated codes of practice. The bill will not introduce any change to that requirement, but it does shift the focus of the donation conversation. And in fact, the donation conversation will be necessary for deemed consent to be applied, as this can only come into effect when it is understood by the specialist nurse for organ donation that there has been no prior decision given in life. Therefore, for a person's consent to be deemed, the family or a person in a qualifying relationship needs to advise that they are unaware of a prior donation decision where this cannot be ascertained. So that will be continuing to be part of that conversation. But also the ability, and it has been raised, and I think Mr Given raised it, was protected an individual's wish to donate. And under the current consent system, donor-family conversations are always focused on what the potential donor wanted. So the family are always encouraged by the special nurse in regards to donation to support their loved one's last known decision, and time will be spent exploring concerns a family may have, but the patient's decision is always central to that conversation. And under the proposed deemed consent system, the focus of the donor-family conversation will shift. So unless there is a known expression or decision to become or not to become a donor, then the patient is considered as being willing to donate, and the family will be encouraged to support this position. And if the bill is passed, Mr Speaker, the relevant code of practice will be revised accordingly, and staff working in intensive care units will receive training under the revised code before the new system goes live. In this way, this bill preserves the protection of an individual's decision, as donation cannot proceed either where there is first-person consent or where consent can be deemed. However, it does not mandate that it must proceed. Mr Deputy Speaker, Colin McGrath spoke about Rachel and Rachel's story. I'm aware through talking with members of Mr McGrath's party support staff of Rachel's story and her personal contribution and the gift that she gave to others, but also the gift that her family gave and the decision that they approached to in regards to that. So I want to pay thanks to Rachel's family for the decision that they made, but also, Mr Speaker, for all those families and donors who have made that decision in the last number of years where we've been able to support our donor transplantations. Mr Chambers spoke of a momentous day, paid tribute to our party colleague Joanne Dobson, in regards, a number of other speakers did as well, because I remember Joanne working through this similar legislation through her time as an MLA, and I'm grateful that Joanne is present in the Assembly today, Mr Speaker, to see this final stage hopefully going through. And it was her commitment, as I said in opening contributions, that convinced me that this was the right way to go. So when I got the opportunity to take this post, it was with Joanne I spoke with first in regards to how we could progress from a departmental point of view, but also honouring, and I think Mr Chambers alluded to, the fact that this piece of legislation was an Ulster Unionist manifesto commitment, a moment that we would content to see through during this mandate if possible. And I think it was Mr Gildernew indicated that Pat Sheehan had suggested that he may bring it forward as a private member's bill, but I was able to indicate to him that it was already my intention to do that from a ministerial point of view. And I think, Mr Speaker, it's something that could go down on record as well, that it may have been one of the things, if not the only thing, that Mr Sheehan and I agreed on during his time in the Health Committee. But again, that was because it was the right thing to do. And again, Stuart Dixon's contributions again in recognition for Joanne Dobson in regard to the work that she had started. But again, also that personal testimony that so many members in this chamber and outside this chamber have spoke about in regards to what the gift of donation actually means, both to the donor and to the recipients. Because it is, I think Mr. Given, unfortunately, is not in the chamber, spoke about the gift of life, because that is what this bill gets to the very crux of. And it was Mr. Dixon who reminded us the reason for this is to get us to that international target rate of 80%. And that's what really lies behind what is central to this bill. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Given spoke of the gift of life, and I'm disappointed he didn't remain in the chamber, because I wanted to take this opportunity to thank him for his support and belief in this legislation. He described that executive meeting as being heated when it was first discussed. Mr. Speaker, I would say it was spirited. But it led to those further conversations that evening that Mr. Given alluded to, that allowed him as First Minister at that point to move on the urgent procedure recommendation that we got the bill. And through your support, Mr. Speaker, that we were able to move the first stage prior to summer recess. And that's why we were able to meet the timeline that we are where we are today. So all those pieces came together through personal commitment, through personal support, because we all know this is the right thing to do. This, as many members have said, is what this place is truly about. It is about bringing forward legislation and delivering for the people of Northern Ireland. So again, I want to put on record my thanks to Mr. Given in taking that step at that time, which allowed us to get us where we are today. And he finished his contribution by talking about hope, because, Mr. Speaker, I believe that's truly what this bill brings to the people of Northern Ireland, those who are waiting on an organ donation waiting list. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also about that deeper contribution of hope. And this is a bill that demonstrates what this place can actually do when it works together, when it works at its best and wants to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. So much goes on in here and across parties, where I hope things like today and this bill does not get lost, nor should it get lost on the general public of Northern Ireland. That there are politicians, many of us in here, who want to make this place work and who want to make Northern Ireland work, and we're committed to doing that. Deborah Erskine in her contribution spoke of a little warrior and a superhero. I think, Deborah, you were referring to Dachi, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record, because I wouldn't want you to get slighted within your party either. But no, and I agree with the member, because so many of us in here today have referenced him, have met him, and what a dynamo. And it's a pleasure, Mr. Speaker, that I asked that this bill be commonly known as Dachi's Law, because I think it's a fitting tribute to what he's been able to bring about, and his family and all the other contributors as well. Mr. Catney spoke of the journey that we had been in through this place. Now, I want to maybe just correct Pat slightly, but not get him agitated as he was before. When he spoke about when he spoke about the contribution of Joanne Dobson and how at that point we could have aligned with the rest of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, if we had took the step at that time with Joanne, we would actually have led the United Kingdom and soft out organ donation. But we are where we are today, thankfully, that we have now aligned. And Mr. Speaker, there was a reception upstairs, and British Heart Foundation, the Chief Executive, was there, who actually indicated that the same conversations are now started within the Dáil, and the Health Minister in the Republic of Ireland is now looking at a scope to introduce similar legislation. So I will say to my party colleague, or not my party colleague, my colleague in Health, Stephen Donnelly, if there's any assistance that we can give through helping them through the process that we've been, the offer is there. Mr. Catney reminded me, and it was Mr. Given who spoke about that day in summer of last year when himself, the Deputy First Minister, and myself met with Dahi and Seth and Marcin in regards to when the urgent procedure had actually been signed off. And I remember, and I do remember well, that right hook that Dahi gave Paul. And I've thought about it since, Mr. Speaker. Quite a bit, actually. But in concluding, and I think it was Mr. Carroll's contribution who spoke about this legislation having taken so long. Since it was first brought to this place, Mr. Speaker, it has taken quite a long time. But I will say, since this iteration of this Assembly first brought it to this floor, we've progressed it in 18 months. We were already in a shortened mandate. We had a lot of work to do, and we did it, and we've delivered. And I want to thank members in this House. I want to thank the staff that has been involved in the department, the organisations, the charities, everyone who has contributed. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and your team as well for taking us through and guiding us through the different iterations and procedures that has brought us to here. But as Health Minister, I want to thank the Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the Health Committee. And I think, as the Chair indicated, this is the first time he, as Chair, has had an opportunity to speak on this bill, but the work that they did behind the scenes in engagement, consultation was intense and was appropriate in scrutinising this legislation about what could come forward and what should come forward. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also a testimony to my officials that the legislation that was initially proposed, the support, the guidance, the questions that were asked by the Health Committee, that we got to this stage in the same iteration that was first proposed, because they had taken the time to see what had worked elsewhere and continues to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I don't need to remind members that reaching the final stage of this bill is not the end of the matter. As members will be aware, the change in organ donation law is the first step in a staged approach, and the introduction of an opt-out system for Northern Ireland must therefore be combined with continued efforts to promote public and professional education and long-term behavioural change. And my department will therefore continue to implement the commitments set out in its 2018 policy statement, and that will be in line with the statutory duty to promote transplantation, which was conferred on it by Part 4 of the Health Miscellaneous Provisions Act, Northern Ireland 2016. The overall objective of the policy remains the promotion of a positive, cultural, long-term change in attitudes and behaviours in relation to organ donation. And my department is working with the health and social care system, the public sector, and that includes local government and the education system, and wider society, to promote organ donation through a coordinated and sustained communication programme. These commitments are not impacted by the proposed move to a statutory opt-out system, and will remain in place during and after the implementation of any new legislative framework. Mr. Speaker, I commend Dahi's law, this bill, to this House.
I thank the Minister and thank all members for their contributions to this particular debate. And the question is that the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't be no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it overwhelmingly so. On behalf of all the members of this Assembly, I'd like to extend our best wishes to all of those who have campaigned for this particular day. And today, of course, we have, I suppose, singled out in many ways Marcin and Seth McGowan, and also the young champ himself, young Dahi Ogue. And I think Dahi has well punched above his weight in his campaign to make sure that this bill becomes law. So congratulations to all of those involved. Thank you all very, very much. Members, please take a raise.
Order members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the draft Welfare Supplementary Payment Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
And I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on the debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you. I'm seeking the Assembly's approval for the Welfare Supplementary Payment Amendment Regulations NI 2022. As members are aware, my department currently administers a number of welfare mitigation schemes that are designed to alleviate some of the welfare changes that were introduced here in 2016. The mitigation scheme provides financial support to people who have been affected by various welfare reforms, including the benefit cap, the social sector size criteria, otherwise known as the bedroom tax. Members will be aware that this House recently approved the legislation to extend most of the mitigation schemes until March 2025. The only mitigation scheme that remains to be extended is that for those who are affected by the bedroom tax. The extension of this scheme is included within the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill, which is going to be considered later on today. So today I'm bringing to the Assembly the Welfare Supplementary Payment Amendment Regulations, and the purpose of the legislation is to close the loopholes in the existing bedroom tax and benefit cap mitigation schemes. This will strengthen these schemes to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. It is important to note that the legislation is time-bound and it will cease to have effect on the 31st of March 2025, and this aligns to the new end date for the mitigation schemes. I'll deal in terms of the bedroom tax mitigation. The proposed change will ensure that going forward, everyone affected by the bedroom tax will receive mitigation payments, regardless of whether or not they have moved home or continue to under-occupy by at least the same number of bedrooms. This will be achieved by removing the current restriction that means people can lose mitigation payments if they move home without being allocated management transfer status. I believe that this is the right approach, as the current policy can unfairly and has been penalising people. It is not right that people can lose out financially simply for moving home in the social rented sector. Under the revised mitigation scheme, payments will no longer be stopped and every household affected by the bedroom tax will be protected. The proposed changes will also allow people who previously lost their mitigation payments as a result of the current legislation to re-qualify for payments if they are eligible. The most recent figures available show, as of the 31st of December 2021, that there's an estimated 260 social sector tenants impacted by the bedroom tax policy who were not eligible for mitigation payments. On average, households are losing £480 per year. This is a substantial financial burden for these families to incur. The proposed change of the bedroom tax mitigation scheme will provide much needed financial support and protection for those tenants. Moving now to changes of the benefit cap mitigation scheme. The amendments I am proposing will ensure that all families with children receive a mitigation payment equivalent to the amount by which their benefit is capped, meaning they will be fully mitigated for their loss. This will mean that the value of the mitigation payments will change to match the amount by which the family's benefit has been capped. At present, the mitigation payment can never exceed the initial mitigation amount awarded. So if there is an increase in the amount of benefit to a family, not only loss as a result of the benefit cap, but they do not get an increase in their mitigation payment, and this is unacceptable. The proposed amendment will abolish this rule to ensure that going forward all families with children will receive mitigation payments to cover their full loss of benefit. It will also mean that from the date the legislation comes into operation, any family not receiving mitigation payments equivalent to their capped amount will have their mitigation payments increased. The current restriction on entitlement that requires a person to have been in continuous receipt of a relevant benefit from the 6th of November 2016 will also be removed. Any family with children that have previously been deemed ineligible
as they only began to claim the relevant benefit after the 6th of November 2016, will become entitled to the mitigation payments to cover their full loss of benefit once these regulations come into operation. The proposed amendments will also remove the current restriction that prevents mitigation payments from restarting after they have been stopped. This will allow people to qualify for mitigation payments if they have previously lost their entitlement, but after a later date are impacted by the benefit cap again. Again, these people will receive the mitigation payments to cover their full loss of benefit. The latest analysis on the benefit cap cases show that as of August 2021, an estimated 640 individuals impacted by the benefit cap were not entitled to mitigation payments. On average, these individuals were losing £49 per week. Again, this is a significant amount of money for these families to find each week and places a huge financial burden on them. The changes to both the bedroom tax and benefit cap mitigation schemes will provide much-needed financial support, particularly to single parents who are the group most impacted by the benefit cap. It will also protect those most in need and the poorest across our communities. I am focused on reducing child poverty, and this will go a small way in helping to achieve that. The proposed amendments will not be retrospective. This means changes to an entitlement will apply from the day after the legislation comes into effect. If these regulations are approved, my officials will ensure that changes are implemented without delay. The amendments to the legislation will only apply to people who are claiming housing benefit, and I intend to bring forward further legislation to provide for statutory welfare supplementary payments for people who are claiming universal credit. In the meantime, to ensure universal credit recipients are not disadvantaged, my department will apply the amended policy to universal credit mitigation payments from the same date, and proposed changes are applied to those claiming housing benefit. I can advise the House that the SL1, setting out details of the policy covered by the statutory rule considered by the Committee for Communities at their meeting on the 9th of December 2021, and the Committee confirmed that they were content for the rule to be made. The draft rule also considered at the Executive meeting on the 20th of January this year, and the Executive agreed that the rule should be laid. I am committed to continuing to support people affected by the changes that have been made to the social security system here by the British Government, and I am satisfied that these amendments will strengthen the mitigation package that was secured and ensure that payments are made to those in need. And I hope members from across the House will join me in protecting the most vulnerable within our society and supporting this legislation today. Thank you.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 3rd of February and understands it is to be made under Article 1375 and Article 137A9 of the Welfare Reform Northern Ireland Order 2015. The Committee noted the need for these regulations to amend the existing welfare mitigation scheme for the benefit cap and the social sector size criteria policies, and accepts that these are positive amendments and that will enable provision of increased support to the most vulnerable in our society. The Committee recognises that of August 2021, 640 families with children were affected by the benefit cap and were not eligible for a welfare supplementary payment. These regulations will amend the welfare mitigation scheme available to people affected by the benefit cap and the social sector size criteria to remove some of the existing restrictions on entitlement. They will provide that all families with children who are affected by the benefit cap will be eligible for a welfare supplementary payment equivalent to the loss of benefit. Similarly, any person affected by the social sector size criteria policy will be eligible for a welfare supplementary payment. The regulations will restore entitlement to welfare supplementary payments to people who previously had their payments ended, so long as they satisfy the amended the criteria. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee understands that in practice for the benefit cap, this means that if a person is receiving a welfare supplementary payment that is less than the amount of benefit lost from the application of the benefit cap, then they will be entitled to an increase in welfare supplementary payment from the date the regulations come into operation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee agreed to recommend that the Welfare Supplementary Payment Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 22 be affirmed by this Assembly.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion before us today. I would also like to thank the Minister and the Chair of the Committee for giving us a detailed overview of the Welfare Supplementary Payment Amendment Regulations. These regulations follow the extension of the current mitigations and will, as we have heard, close what have become known as the loophole within the benefit cap for families with children and within the bedroom tax. I want to commend and recognise all those who campaigned tirelessly for change. It is clear that our Minister is someone who listens and someone who is committed to bringing about meaningful change where it is possible and for those who need it the most. The changes brought about by these regulations will ensure that more people qualify for these payments, and this could not be more important time to do this with the rising cost of living, which we have all heard on a weekly basis with our local constituents and the challenges they face. As I have said in previous debates, it would have been preferable that the regulations did not contain an end date, as in my view, this just creates another cliff edge in the future. I acknowledge, however, that it is important that people have some certainty in the time ahead, particularly given the current economic situation and just more so, obviously, the political situation that we currently find ourselves in. The closing of the loopholes as outlined by the Minister are to be welcomed. The mitigations continue to play an important role in protecting people from the worst excesses of Tory policy and Tory cuts. Therefore, I support the motion. Thank you.
I call Mark Durgan.
Speaker, I rise to welcome and support these regulations that will provide additional protection for people. These regulations will close the loopholes, as Ms Ferguson says, or close the gaps in the safety net provided by the mitigations package that people have been falling through for years. I'm sure the Minister would be surprised, maybe even a wee bit disappointed, if it didn't rehash how we got here or why we need mitigations at all, but I think I've said enough on that maybe already. But just really pleased that this has finally been done. I was just wondering, I may have missed it there, if the Minister, when winding, could clarify that if we do manage to, and I think we all hope that we will, remove or change the end date in legislation this afternoon, will we need to relay these regulations or lay new ones to fit the new amended legislation? We'd also like to have seen an element of backdating attached to this positive policy change. There's not a massive amount of households affected, but those that have been affected massively. Finally, I'd like to, I suppose, congratulate the Minister for getting here. She did say she would, and she has, although to be fair, I think we as a committee and as individual MLAs may have reminded her once or twice of the need to get here. But also to echo the words of thanks and appreciation for those in the sector that have been so supportive in terms of getting this across the line.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister and the others who have already spoken on this. On behalf of Alliance, I'm standing, of course, to support this. The Welfare Supplementary Payment Amendment Regulations being brought forward today is the first of two pieces of legislation on welfare reform that I hope that this House will pass. This statutory rule will amend the Welfare Supplementary Payments Regulations Northern Ireland 2016 and the Housing Benefit Welfare Supplementary Payment Regulations Northern Ireland 2017. The purpose is, of course, to amend the loopholes that created exceptions to the social sector size criteria, also known as bedroom tax, for people who moved property and continued to occupy the same number of bedrooms. At the 31st of March 2020, the figures provided for us confirmed that 306 people had had their entitlement ended. This regulation will remove this restriction on entitlement and means those people who previously lost their welfare supplementary payment will re-qualify if they satisfy the eligibility criteria, as the chairperson of the committee has pointed out. It also closes the loopholes created by the benefit cap that we know in August 2021 meant that 640 local families were not eligible for a welfare supplementary payment. This regulation will remove these restrictions and provide that all families with children will receive a welfare supplementary payment equivalent to the amount by which their benefit has been capped. These are, as has been said before, positive changes. They are very much needed. I would like to thank the Cliff Edge Coalition and all of those in the sector who have pushed very hard for these loopholes to be closed. This will enable provision of support to more people as intended in the New Decade New Approach Agreement. But as has been highlighted by Mr Mark Durgan, Minister, I'm disappointed that we couldn't backdate some of those benefits for these families and people who were left out before. I'm grateful that they will now be included. But the later bill that's coming up today, what will the impact be if that end date is changed? Perhaps if the Minister could clarify for us. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't intend to speak for long. I just wish to speak briefly in welcoming these much-awaited regulations to close what have become known as the loopholes in respect of the bedroom tax and the benefit cap. As we well know, it took over 2 years in order for the various elements of these mitigations to come forward to this House. As a result of that, and I wish to reaffirm my frustration and dismay that resulted in some £3.2 million being returned to the centre that could have gone out to support many individuals and families right across Northern Ireland, and especially at a time when the cost of living is soaring. So I just wish to place on record our thanks to the Minister and also the many organisations for bringing our campaigning and lobbying and keeping the pressure on for these much-needed regulations to be brought forward, and indeed the legislation that we'll discuss later on this evening. So wish to place on record our support. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Communities Minister, Deborah Erskine, to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thanks very much. Thank you to the Chair of the Committee and indeed all of those who have spoken today as well. And I suppose the support of the Communities Committee as I've tried to push these issues for the last 2 years as well, but glad at this point in terms of the mandate that we are now proceeding with the regulations and obviously the consideration stage of the bill as well later on this afternoon. In terms of some of the issues, there's obviously the retrospective issue we had looked at, and we can't apply the legislation then retrospectively. So that is something that I did try to push and will continue to look at ways for that to be applied going forward. By way of the regulations, we can't change the regulations. If the bill changes later at the consideration stage, we would have to lay new regulations. And then that would have to go through the executive as well in terms of those coming to the chamber. So obviously that would need to be a focus of a future minister within a new mandate, and I suppose gives focus to ensure that we have an executive at that point as well. And again, sorry, I just beg to move that we proceed for this motion to be commended to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the draft Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Regulations NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the final stage of the Charities Bill, and I call the Minister for Communities to move the final stage.
I beg to move.
The final stage of the Charities Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit for this debate, and I call the Minister for Communities to open the debate. Minister.
Thank you. Charities are the lifeblood of our communities. Everyone who knows someone who volunteers with a charity or supports them through donations. Many of our communities benefit from the critical work that charities do across our society. The value of charities in our society and the work they do to address need for such a wide range of beneficiaries and good causes should not be underestimated. This has never been demonstrated to greater effect than during the recent pandemic. However, for charities to enjoy the support and confidence of those who are given to them, they must be well run, open and transparent. It is, though, the regulatory framework that their worth and legitimacy can be well demonstrated. They, in turn, need to be assured that the regulation is open, transparent and proportionate, and that decisions given to them by the charity regulator are made appropriately and, importantly, lawfully. The Charities Bill before you today will bring very real benefits to over 6,500 charities and those that they provide for, whilst restoring the fundamental pillars of the regulatory framework, a framework that was damaged when over 7,500 regulatory decisions taken by Charity Commission staff were found to be unlawful. The fact that today sees the bill completing its legislative passage through the Assembly will bring great relief to charities across our communities, and as the vast majority of those decisions which they had relied upon will now be made lawful, thus removing the uncertainty and risk for them. My primary aim in bringing the bill forward was to return them as far as possible to the position they enjoyed prior to the McBride and Court of Appeal rulings, when they relied on decisions which they believed to be lawful. Those charities that had gone through the registration process in good faith were uncertain as to what this meant in terms of their legal status, their requirements in terms of the 2008 Act, and across the funding opportunities. It also left a large number of charities which had acted in consequence of orders or directions that they thought were lawful in a state of confusion as to what the judgment meant for them. The bill makes clear their registration and those other decisions which allowed them to act in a particular way lawful, as if they were always lawful, whilst not requiring them to provide a report and accounts to the Commission for the past periods unless they had chosen to do so voluntarily. Of course, legislation that has a retrospective effect is unusual, and I absolutely am determined from the outset that in making previous decisions lawful, the bill should not impinge on the rights of individuals under the European Convention on Human Rights. I believe that the protections afforded in the bill whereby certain decisions will remain unlawful will protect and allow contested matters to be pursued unhindered by this bill, should anyone be impacted or wish to do so. Indeed, those protections are strengthened by the introduction of a refreshed appeal rights for those decisions to be made lawful and the extension of the time frame in which those appeals can take place. This was a difficult balancing act between the need to restore the framework and the rights of those individuals, and I believe that the bill, through the scrutiny rule as well, achieves that balance. The bill, however, does not only deal with past decisions, but allows for any appropriate framework of delegation to be introduced to the Charity Commission, which will allow it to function efficiently whilst again protecting the rights of individuals. It does this by allowing for some decisions to be delegated to staff by way of a scheme of delegation, the first which will be subject to public consultation. Importantly, however, it also stipulates that some decisions which in the main are those that can potentially cause a detriment to individual trustees or charity members will never be delegated to staff. Whilst this was put to the Commission, will put the Commission in a different place as regards to other charity regulators across these islands, I believe in our case it is necessary to restore public trust and confidence in our system, which is so essential to good charity regulation, and again a balance which the bill, I believe, has successfully managed. In addition, the bill provides the party introduce a registration threshold by way of secondary legislation at some point in the future, should the demand or should that be deemed appropriate. The Chair of the committee had mentioned previously that it was unfortunate that the report of the independent review of charity regulation was not completed and made available in the time ahead for their deliberations, and this was indeed unfortunate. However, unavoidable given the urgency required to deliver this bill. As members will now be aware, the recent review report does not recommend the introduction of a registration threshold, but a reduction in the regulatory burden around registration and subsequent annual reporting for smaller charities. This is one of the many recommendations that I am considering, and it does not mean that I have accepted it. I would like to thank the Chair and Vice-Chair and indeed all of the members of the committee for their dedication and support in progressing this bill, and also acknowledge the contribution of many stakeholders that have been involved with the bill at the scrutiny stages, including those that did provide evidence to the committee in their deliberations, and the members of the House who have been supportive of the bill and its aims. As I said at consideration stage, I believe we have in front of us today is a better result of a comprehensive scrutiny process on it, and the open and productive working relationships between the committee and also the officials within my department. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the officials and indeed Assembly staff for the various legal teams who have worked on this bill and enabled it to move to this stage. As previously stated, legislation with retrospective effect is unusual and presented many unique challenges. Finally, I want to put on record my special thanks to the primary draftsperson for the bill, David Swale of the Office of Legislative Counsel, who did sadly pass away suddenly just before Christmas, and who played a really important role in bringing this bill before us. And indeed, I want to again extend my condolences to David's family at this time. And again, that leaves me just to say that I hope all parties give this bill their full support, and I commend it to the Assembly.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the final stage of this bill and the certainty that it will bring to the Charity Commission and the sector in Northern Ireland. We are all aware that the purpose of the bill is to amend the Charities Act Northern Ireland 2008 with retrospective effect to render lawful previous decisions taken by the Charity Commission staff in reliance on unlawful delegation, in cases where doing so is consistent with the rights under the European Convention of Human Rights and the decision is not lawful on other grounds. As I have said on a number of occasions during the passage of this bill, we all know that charities legislation has a somewhat chequered history here. And although the bill before us was a very short one, the background leading to the need for it was complex and involved decisions and legal judgments over a number of years. Throughout its deliberations, the committee focused on potential unintended consequences, knowing that retrospective legislation is an unusual course of action. At the committee stage of the bill, we wrote to the Minister to ask that a number of amendments be made to clauses 1 and 2, and we thank the Minister for agreeing to those amendments, and we feel that they make this bill better. For example, we are pleased that the public and stakeholders will now have the opportunity to share their concerns and opinions with the Department through a consultation regarding the first scheme of delegation. Whilst this is only a small bill consisting of 4 clauses, the ramifications of it are major for dealing with over 7,000 decisions taken by Charity Commission staff in the past, and also for how charities here will operate in the future. I think that the level of scrutiny that the committee afforded to this bill shows that members were aware of the significance of it. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the final stage of the bill and would like to put on record our thanks to the officials and also to the Minister for their assistance in the scrutiny. Thank you.
I call Anya Murphy.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of Sinn Féin on this bill once again, and I will keep my comments brief and concise as the finer details have already been addressed at consideration stage. As has been mentioned by the committee chair and the Minister, the purpose of this bill is to make past decisions taken by staff of the Charity Commission lawful, but only to do so that it won't impinge on the rights of the individuals under the European Convention of Human Rights. This bill will also put in place mechanisms that will ensure greater public trust and confidence moving forward. It is a very much welcomed piece of legislation that has now reached its final stage. On behalf of Sinn Féin, I would like to thank the Minister for bringing forward the Charities Bill and for listening and taking on board the concerns of the committee and bringing forward relevant amendments to the bill. which were all passed previously. I would also like to place on record my thanks to my committee colleagues as well as the committee support staff. We worked cohesively to ensure that this legislation was as robust as possible. I will conclude my remarks there, Les Cancollier, and we will be supporting this bill. Gormila Mayagat.
I now call the Minister for Communities, Deborah Erskine, to conclude the final stage.
Yeah, thanks very much, and again thank you to the Chair and all of the Communities Committee, and indeed all of those members who have spoke here today. And obviously the heart of this bill is about restoring the regulatory framework and provide a stable basis to make improvements going forward, and particularly with the excellent work that all of our charities do. So again, I just want to reiterate my thanks to all of those at the scrutiny stage to improve this bill, to thank all of those external organisations and charities who had met with the committee and indeed also with the department as well to get it to this stage, and to thank all of the staff teams who have been involved both within my department at the committee and indeed at the OLC as well. And again, just to say that I commend this bill to the Chamber. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the Charities Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments for the next item of business. Order, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on accelerated passage for the school age bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the school age bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
And I call the Minister of Education to move the motion.
I beg to move, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the school age bill proceed under accelerated passage procedure.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit for this debate, and I now call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is an extremely important bill, which is both a legislative and personal priority. I welcome the opportunity to address the Assembly on this motion. The use of accelerated passage is not something to be sought routinely, nor do I take it lightly. Committees have a key role in the legislative process, carrying out clause-by-clause scrutiny, and the committee stage also provides an important opportunity to have any issues resolved to the committee's satisfaction. I'll now explain to the Assembly, as required under Standing Order 42.4, why I am seeking accelerated passage and the consequences of it not being granted. The resumption of devolution in January 2020 was swiftly followed by the unprecedented outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in March. In these exceptional circumstances, it was not possible for my department to commence a full policy review in this area until the summer of 2021. Since that time, my officials and I have worked at pace to carry out a wide-ranging review of school starting age, including stakeholder engagement and a full public consultation in order to develop detailed, full policy proposals and accompanying legislation. Without accelerated passage, it will quite simply not be possible to effect legislative change on school starting age within the current mandate. Greater flexibility will not be available for children in either September 2022 or for the admissions process in September 2023. There's widespread political and societal consensus around the need for greater flexibility for young for-year children. This is provided in my proposals and the current bill. There was overwhelming support in the public consultation response for the proposals that form the core of this bill. 93% of respondents strongly agreed that there should be more flexibility within the Northern Ireland education system for some children to defer school starting age. 90% strongly agreed that deferral should be available on parental request to any young for-year child born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July. 75% strongly agreed that in most cases application for deferral should be made at the usual time of applying for preschool. 89% strongly agreed that I should amend the law around compulsory school age to ensure deferred children receive 12 years of compulsory education like all other pupils. I would advise members that I appeared before the Education Committee on the 19th of January to explain the need for accelerated passage for the bill and to outline the consequences of it not being granted. I thank the Chair and members of the committee for their recognition of the need to expedite the bill and for their support in seeking Assembly approval for accelerated passage. I also acknowledge and share the committee's concerns relating to the use of accelerated passage. Subsequently, at its meeting on the 20th of January, the Executive agreed the need for accelerated passage of this bill. Members will have an opportunity to raise issues on the detail of the bill during each of the stages of the legislative process. This is a short bill, and there will be an opportunity to review each clause in detail. In the interim, I seek the support of the House for use of accelerated passage procedure and look forward to hearing members' comments. Thank you.
I call the Chair of the Education Committee, Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. The Education Committee has supported the introduction of greater flexibility for school start age in Northern Ireland for a number of years. The school age bill is a more narrow reform of school start age than many of the Education Committee members would wish to see. However, the committee has given its approval for accelerated passage of the bill at the meeting of the 19th of January, as the need for families to access this modest flexibility is long overdue, and I thank the Education Minister for bringing this proposal forward. I would also like to pay tribute to the parents and organisations who have led and continue to lead the campaign for school start age reform in Northern Ireland. The Education Committee has received a significant amount of correspondence from individuals and organisations about school starting age. They have expressed deep concern about the age and stage at which children are required to start school in Northern Ireland and whether they will be adversely affected by starting school early at a crucial stage of their development. Ahead of the Department of Education's public consultation on flexible school starting age in June 2021, the Committee for Education received an oral briefing from departmental officials as well as an oral briefing from Assembly Research Services. As ever, the research was thorough and comprehensive and informed members of the existing policy and practice of flexible school starting ages in the UK and other jurisdictions. The committee also received an oral briefing from departmental officials in December 2021, this time outlining a summary of their findings from the public consultation conducted earlier in the year. The findings, as the Education Minister has stated, were clear. Almost 90% of respondents were in a form of agreement over the proposals to introduce more flexibility into school starting age. The committee consolidated this briefing with an informal meeting on the 14th of December with stakeholders from Tiny Life and Early Years, as well as receiving vital input from concerned parents on this matter. The journey is not over for these campaigners, but they were in favour of this bill as an initial first step on the path to school start age reform. The Education Committee welcomed the Education Minister to a committee meeting on the 19th of January, and approval was given for accelerated passage of this bill due to the length of time it has taken to introduce and the opportunity for modest flexibility for some children from next year. Deputy Speaker, speaking as an Alliance MLA, can I pay tribute to Belfast Mum, to Tiny Life and to Early Years, who have led much of the campaigning on this issue. I have sought the opportunity to raise this matter with consecutive education ministers at every opportunity, and I thank the Education Minister for giving us this opportunity to see this modest reform today, and for the priority that she has given to this issue. I acknowledge that some people may feel this doesn't go far enough, but I think that the reform to permit that opportunity to defer school start age for May, April and June birthdays is a reform that it is worthwhile us delivering in this Assembly mandate. And indeed, in this afternoon, I think we're seeing delivery around organ donation, charities bill, and now school start age, albeit with the use of accelerated passage, which does show what we can achieve when we work together. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Pat Sheehan.
And from the outset, I want to place on record my support for greater flexibility when it comes to school starting age. And these proposals are long overdue, and I have been lobbied for quite a number of years now by various individuals and groups about this issue. And indeed, my colleague, John O'Dowd, attempted to bring forward similar proposals in 2016 before running out of time in the mandate. And I want to commend the efforts of all the campaigners, and the Chair mentioned in particular Tiny Life and Sure Start. These are groups that have fought relentlessly on behalf of children who these proposals will stand to benefit. And while it would be preferable to have done proper scrutiny on this legislation in the committee, we understand the urgency around this and the need to get it over the line before the mandate concludes. And I think everyone on the Education Committee was in agreement with that view. The operation of the current compulsory school starting age policy can result in some children being required to attend school shortly after their 4th birthday, resulting in a gap of almost a year between the youngest and the oldest in the class. And of course, some children who had a due birth date in July but were born in June are actually, some end up the youngest in the class, whereas if they had been born on their due date, they would have been the oldest. And a year may not seem a great deal of time when we get to the age that we all are sitting in here today. For children so young, it is a very, very big gap. And the evidence, the research evidence shows that children who are young for their year and fall behind in their learning often never catch up again, and they are at a disadvantage the whole way through their school careers. Most children, regardless of their age, will thrive in primary school, but some parents and stakeholders and some clinicians believe that it's in the best interests of some children to defer the starting age. And within the wider context of protecting children's right to access education, an element of parental choice and judgment in relation to that youngest cohort of children starting school is appropriate and proportionate. I welcome the proposed introduction of flexibility in relation to young three-year children, and I hope we can go further in future. As the Chair of the Committee pointed out, that this is a very modest piece of legislation, and I would encourage the Department to further investigate other options. The North here has the youngest school starting age in the whole of Western Europe. Many countries, children don't start school until they're 6 or 7 years of age. And I appreciate and acknowledge that a lot of the learning in particularly P1 and to an extent in P2 is learning through play. Still in all, perhaps it's time to rethink the starting age for formal education, and then we can have a strategic view about the age children can start school. So, where there's clear evidence to support deferral as beneficial to other groups of children, including premature children, consideration should be given to the potential for allowing greater flexibility. And on that basis, we will be supporting this bill.
Can I remind members that this is the debate as to whether or not we will grant accelerated passage, and the debate on the actual legislation will follow if that is agreed. And with that, can I call Diane Dodds?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I, from this side of the House, express our support for the accelerated passage of this particular bill, and to thank the Minister for bringing this relatively, as others have said, relatively small change, but very, very meaningful change in the legislation to us today. And I hope and trust that we will be able, using the accelerated passage, to ensure that this change to the law will come to pass within this mandate. Like others, I want to indicate that even though that we are talking about accelerated passage, as the Minister has indicated, this is the end part of a fairly lengthy process of consultation and extensive process of consultation. And indeed, as others in the House have commented, it is something that we have been attempting to do as a legislature for quite some years. So accelerated passage, it seems to me, is appropriate in this instance, and we will, of course, be supporting the accelerated passage. And let me finish by paying tribute to all those who have, for so long, brought this matter consistently to the attention of this particular House, and to assure them that we will do what we need to do to make sure that this bill becomes law. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome these proposals from the Minister, and the SDLP will be supporting the bill in principle, and we're satisfied and happy with the accelerated passage. We do want to see this progressed as swiftly and as quickly as possible, given particularly that this is unfinished business from 2014, when the then Minister, which was John O'Dowd, withdrew the legislation because there wasn't sufficient time to pass it prior to the 2015 Assembly election. We want to see that happen again. I've had reassurances from the previous Minister, Minister Weir, and from the current Minister that everything that needs to be done will be done to ensure that this is brought in this mandate, and they have our support from the SDLP in relation to that. I will, yes.
Thank the member for giving way briefly. He made reference to the fact that the legislation fell in 2014 due to proximity to the scheduled election in 2015. Would he agree that that is evidence of how important it is for this Assembly mandate to progress as much legislation as it possibly can before the end of this mandate in advance of the scheduled election?
I thank the Chair of the Committee for his intervention and wholly agree with his point. We are legislators. We're here to legislate to improve people's lives, and I have no doubt that this piece of legislation, as others that we've seen passed in the last 2 days, such as the organ donation bill and the parental bereavement legislation, are wholly positive and have a positive impact on the lives of our citizens. That is why we are elected, and certainly this bill has been long in the pipeline, and I want to thank those who have worked tirelessly to get it to this point, particularly the campaigners and Early Year Sure Start, Tiny Life, Belfast Mum, but also that the Minister has progressed it to this stage, and hopefully now we'll see a swift conclusion that will benefit our children. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, we would like to welcome this bill. This gives much needed flexibility to those of different abilities who wish to start school. I'd like to also thank the Minister for bringing it forward today. It's something I do believe that's long overdue. And I'd also like to thank Tiny Life and the other groups that have made representation and campaigned for this. It's something the Ulster Unionist Party have long thought of and welcome very much. Thank you.
And I now call the Minister of Education, Michelle McIlveen, to conclude and wind up this debate.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank all the members for their comments, and I fully acknowledge those who have expressed concerns about the use of accelerated passage in all but exceptional circumstances. And obviously my preference would have been for committee scrutiny, despite the fact that this has been in train for in various guises over the last number of years. But I do assure members that I haven't taken this decision lightly, and I am keen that this is progressed. I welcome the comments of support by those who spoke this afternoon, and I want to thank members in anticipation of the vote to permit accelerated passage on this occasion to allow this legislation, which I hold with the utmost importance, the opportunity to progress, to allow hope and optimism to the many parents who are concerned about their child starting school before they feel that they are ready. A number of important points have been raised during the debate on this motion, and I'll be more than happy to address those at second stage. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the school age bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. As I am hearing ayes from all sides of the House, I am content that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. As the ayes have it, the school age bill may proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. The next item in the order paper is the second stage of the school age bill, and I call the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the second stage of the school age bill be agreed. I'm pleased to bring forward this extremely important bill to the Assembly.
The second stage of the school age bill has been moved. In accordance with the conventions, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, nor, as the bill is proceeding by accelerated passage, are there any time limits on any individual contribution. And I now call the Minister of Education to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
I'm pleased to bring forward this extremely important bill to the Assembly, which is both a legislative and personal priority. This bill will provide greater flexibility around school starting age for all young for-year children. There has been long-standing concerns that children born towards the end of the school year suffer adverse educational impacts by virtue of starting school at a younger age than their peers. When I was a member of the Education Committee, I advocated consistently for greater flexibility, and I'm glad to see Mr O'Dowd in his place today. And when I assumed office last June, I made sure it was the top legislative priority for my department. In late July, I accelerated the policy review and the subsequent public consultation and drafting of the bill. I'm therefore absolutely delighted and privileged to bring forward this bill, which will make such a difference to so many children's life chances. Today, I will set out for members details of the policy review, provide a detailed overview of the bill and the evidence underpinning our proposals, and finally, set out the important actions which will support the implementation of this legislation. Turning first to the policy review, which has underpinned the legislation. In summer 2021, I commenced a major review of our approach to school starting age. My officials have since that time engaged extensively with key interest groups and stakeholders to develop the proposals for change which form the core of this bill. I launched a midweek public consultation on our proposals. This ran from the 9th of November last year to the 4th of January, receiving over 750 responses, which were overwhelmingly supportive of our proposals. A huge level of engagement, which reflects the depth of public interest in this matter. The consultation period included a number of engagement sessions with young people themselves. I wish to thank the many stakeholders, interest groups, practitioners, trade unions, parents and young people who have contributed to this wide-ranging review. Your contribution has been so important. Stakeholder engagement, consultation and a thorough review of the relevant research evidence have therefore informed the development of this bill. My new policy on school starting age is a key part of a wider suite of departmental policies, such as the implementation of the Fair Start report, investment in nurture, and the Children and Young People's strategy. Each of these aim to support and develop children throughout their time in education and recognise the importance of early years to our children's development. My aim is to ensure children have access to high-quality education suitable to their individual needs. Greater flexibility in school starting is an important element of this approach. I'd now like to set out for members the current position in Northern Ireland and the main provisions of the bill. Currently, children who turn 4 on or before the 1st of July start primary school at the beginning of September that year. Children turning 4 between the 2nd of July and the 31st of August will not start primary school until the following year when they are 5 years old. This means children born in April, May and June are the youngest in the school class, starting school a few months after their 4th birthday. These children are sometimes known as young for year children. Northern Ireland is unusual at present internationally in not offering any degree of flexibility in regard to the age at which children start school. This is why it's been my priority to bring forward change. I've met with many parents who feel that starting school shortly after their 4th birthday is simply not appropriate for their child's needs. Parents have voiced particular concerns around issues such as social skills, emotional readiness, the longer school day, and independence in personal care. Parents of children born prematurely, who are also young for year, have raised particular concerns. These parental concerns are echoed by the research evidence. Research, both internationally and in the United Kingdom, has consistently indicated that on average the attainment of younger pupils born later in the academic year is lower than those born at the start of the academic year. The gap in attainment between young for year children and their peers narrows as they get older. The difference is most pronounced early in pupils' school lives, but it does remain right through their time at education. In light of the evidence around the attainment of young for year children, I propose through the current bill to facilitate deferral of primary school entry for children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July, who are currently the youngest in the school year. Critically, deferral will be available on parental request. The current school age bill therefore has 4 key provisions. Firstly, my bill provides flexibility so that children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July will be able to commence primary education in September following their 4th birthday, or alternatively, on parental request, to defer entry to primary school until September following their 5th birthday. Secondly, my bill ensures that children who defer do not reach the lower limit of compulsory school age until after their 5th birthday, and this removes any requirement to provide full-time home education in the year before deferred children commence primary school. It's important to emphasise that most children born between April and June will continue to start school at the usual time. The foundation stage of the Northern Ireland curriculum is designed to meet the individual needs of a wide range of different abilities and stages of maturity. It recognises that young children come to school from a variety of different backgrounds, having had a range of diverse learning experiences at home. During primary 1 and 2, children learn through well-planned, challenging play that develops their interests, curiosity and creativity. Thirdly, my bill amends the definition of the upper limit of compulsory school age for those children who defer entry to primary school so that they will continue to receive 12 years of compulsory education like all other children. This means children who defer will not leave education at the end of Year 11, midway through their qualification courses. This is a very important measure to ensure equity of educational provision for children who defer. Fourthly, the School Age Bill also amends the regulations for preschool admissions to facilitate deferral of preschool education. This means parents of children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July can choose for them to attend preschool in the school year following their 4th birthday. This will allow children who defer to access preschool immediately before commencing primary school and provides important continuity of early years education. I know that some school stakeholders are keen to see further flexibility and the option of deferral extended to other groups of children who are not young for year, including premature children. I want to assure members and stakeholders my officials have looked very carefully at the evidence around deferral for older children in the year group, including those born prematurely. Overall, the evidence does not strongly support the approach of deferral for children who are not young for year. My department aims to ensure that all children receive appropriate support during their early years, and those children at greatest risk of poor longer-term outcomes with additional or special educational needs receive additional support from the earliest possible opportunity. A policy of automatic deferral for certain children, regardless of their age within the year group, could potentially delay identification and support of additional or special educational needs, and many practitioners have voiced concerns about such an approach. We are not, therefore, at this time proposing introducing greater flexibility for children who are not young for year. But I can assure members that I will keep the position under active review, and this is a commitment in my department's revised policy on school starting age, which was published last week. The policy includes a number of key actions my department will take to support the introduction of greater flexibility. My department is already working closely with the Education Authority to develop revised admissions arrangements which would take effect following the passage of this legislation. Within their new year group, children who defer would be treated as target age children for admission to both preschool and year 1. This approach means children who defer are treated in the same manner as all other children and would in no way be advantaged or disadvantaged within the admissions process for preschool and primary school. This approach is fair and equitable to all children. I would emphasise to the House that despite the admissions process for September 2022 having commenced, I will ensure interim arrangements are put in place to permit deferral for September 2022. I also intend to ensure my department puts in place effective monitoring and evaluation arrangements, which will inform both evaluation of the effectiveness of the current proposed changes and any need for further intervention. This will include a detailed independent research study, which will provide a robust evidence base informed by the experience of pupils within our education system and will be important in informing future monitoring and review of these arrangements. It's vitally important that parents are well informed and confident in making a decision on the right time for their child to start school. My department will work with the Education Authority and SEA to produce accessible and easy to understand guidance and resource explaining the option of deferral and the play-based nature of the foundation stage curriculum in our primary schools. I want to place on record my thanks to the Assembly Business Committee, which has agreed to schedule the consideration stage of this bill for next Monday. I'd also like to commend my officials for working at great pace to make this happen and under quite some pressure from me. But it is clear there is widespread political and societal consensus around the need for greater flexibility for young for-year children, and I appreciate the support that I've received to date from the Education Committee. My bill provides a unique opportunity to benefit our children. No longer will there be a one-size-fits-all approach to starting school. Rather, parents will decide the right approach for their child. This bill will give them time to play, time to flourish, and to start school at the best possible time for them. I commend the bill to the Assembly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the Chair of the Education Committee, Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Education Committee has supported the introduction of greater flexibility for school start age in Northern Ireland for a number of years. And whilst the school age bill is a more narrow reform of school start age than most of the Education Committee members would wish to see, there is a real urgent need for families to be able to access this flexibility. The school age bill has been supported by the Education Committee further to a number of briefings and sessions held by the committee throughout 2021 on the subject of flexible school starting age and the thorough and comprehensive research received by Assembly Research Services, which details extensively the potential gap in attainment between summer-born and other children. The youngest in classes across Northern Ireland have been overrepresented in referrals to the Educational Psychology Service, and primary school teachers in this country have been more likely to identify behavioural challenges in children with May and June birthdays. Subsequently, this group's attainment in literacy has been below average. One of the more concerning findings revealed in the Assembly Research Services paper suggested that the youngest in the year group can be less developed cognitively, socially and emotionally than their older classmates, and as a result, the youngest are up to 1.4 times more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD and 1.3 times more likely to be diagnosed with depression. The need for a flexible school starting age to address these concerns and imbalances has been clear for some considerable time, and the support for a policy addressing these matters has been highlighted by the Department of Education's public consultation. Committee members were briefed on these findings, which revealed approximately 90% of respondents expressed agreement about a flexible school starting age in Northern Ireland. The committee welcomed views from Tiny Life, Early Years and parents within an informal meeting of the 14th of December on the Department's proposals to allow flexibility in school starting age. Whilst the group as a whole were supportive of this policy and the enactment of this legislation within this mandate, a number of concerns were outlined around premature births, children with special educational needs, multiple birth children, and stakeholders outlined their concerns about the impact of the proposal on these children if they fell outside the threshold of a birthday between April and July. As chairperson, I requested provision be made in this bill for a robust review system to allow for further changes at a future date, as well as raising questions with regards to the decision to restrict funded preschool places to 1 year, whereas neighbouring jurisdictions have provided 2 years funded preschool in certain circumstances. Consequently, whilst the flexibility for school starting age may be available, it could be unaffordable for many families if their decision cannot be accommodated through appropriately funded preschooling. The Education Committee has accordingly asked the Minister to add a review mechanism to the bill so that such matters may be addressed in legislation in the next mandate. This is a first step for reform, and for the bill to be implemented as a priority within this current mandate has the support of the committee. I believe I speak confidently that this view will be shared across the Assembly today. Deputy Speaker, we have obviously reached a critical stage in the timeline of this electoral mandate. Scheduling is heavy and priorities are many, but I am reassured that many members in this House are in no doubt about the opportunity presented by this bill to implement tangible change for children and families across Northern Ireland. This is an opportunity that we ought to take today, and I do believe that the School Age Bill can contribute to the broader objective of delivering equality of opportunity for the lives of children across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
I call Pat Sheehan.
And as I said in my previous contribution, this is an important step forward in terms of flexibility around school starting age. It doesn't go as far as most of us would have liked it to go, but still in all, we welcome it and acknowledge the fact that the Minister has brought this forward. And I know all the groups and individuals who have campaigned will certainly be pleased to see this moving through the Assembly, and hopefully it will. We will get to the final stage before this mandate finishes. I suppose when we look at the other bills that have finished their passage recently, the parental bereavement, soft-out organ donation today, the charities bill, and I was just reading a tweet from one of the BBC journalists today saying that when Stormont works, it can have a massive impact on people's lives here, and that's true. And the Minister mentioned in her contribution there about how she's going to prioritise the Fair Start report, the implementation of the Fair Start report, and investment in nurture. And, you know, it actually beggars belief that the Minister can stand up and talk about that when her party is intent on putting the place down around our ears, and at the same time spokespeople for her party going into the media and saying there's no prospect of the institutions being resurrected again until the protocol is done away with. And even if the protocol
could I draw
is
the
done away
member back
with,
to the regulation that is in front of us?
and even if the protocol is done away with, the DUP won't nominate a Deputy First Minister if Sinn Féin becomes the largest party. So there's a lot of hypocrisy here today, and we heard the vicious and hostile contributions from the party opposite in a debate here earlier on today, when people should have been empathising with those who were victims of British state death squads. But in any event, I just want to finish a Ceann Comhairle by saying that I welcome.
Order. Please take your seat. Point of order, Ms. Dawes.
As far as I am aware, we are currently debating the deferral of school start age. Would you ensure that the member addresses the bill that is in the chamber?
The member has made his point, and the member will be aware that I was on my feet earlier and trying to encourage him to do so. And I encourage all members to try and concentrate on the legislation that is in front of us, rather than some other debate or argument which they can quite easily start up. I pass back to the member to finish his contributions on the regulation in front of us. Finish, okay. I now call Diane Dawes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And again, I rise to voice my support for the school age bill and indeed the support of my colleagues on this side of the House. For those of us on the Education Committee, we will all have received substantial representation from many parents whose children are born in the latter part of the qualifying period and who are often thought of as immature and not really prepared for the rigours of school. And I'm glad that this bill will address that issue of those children who are young for year. Northern Ireland, as we have said, is unusual in the four nations of the United Kingdom, in that we currently have no flexibility for those children who are due to start school. And this bill will bring welcome changes to the law. As we have said before, it is a relatively small and simple change in the law, but it will make a substantial difference to a number of young children. Currently, children who turn 4 on or before the 1st of July will reach compulsory school age at the beginning of September that year. Children turning 4 between the 2nd of July and the 31st of August do not reach compulsory school age until the following year, when they are 5 years old. This means that the youngest children in the year start primary school aged 4 years and 2 months, while the oldest start at 5 years and almost 2 months. The law also states that if a parent whose child has reached compulsory age is not sent to school, then the child's parents are responsible for the education of that child within the year. Clearly not a practical option for many parents. This bill will allow children born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July to commence primary education in September following their 4th birthday, or to defer entry to primary school until the September following their 5th birthday. The bill will also change the upper limit of compulsory school age for those children who defer entry to primary school, so that they will receive 12 years of compulsory education like all other children. The bill will also ensure that those children who do defer will be able to receive preschool education on the year following their 4th birthday. As I've said, during our course of our time in the Education Committee, we have been contacted by parents who are worried that their children, born late in the school year, are not, in fact, emotionally or socially ready for school on the same basis as their peers. And although the foundation stage of the Northern Ireland curriculum, where children learn through play, provides some flexibilities to meet a range of abilities and is adaptable and appropriate for the vast majority of children, even those who are young for year. Nevertheless, for a small group of children, it is appropriate for them to have a little longer before the commencement of formal education. While many young for year pupils will do very well in their initial year at school, there is much international research that has consistently indicated that on average the attainment of younger pupils born later in the academic year is lower than those born at the start of the academic year. This gap narrows as children get older, but can still be a factor even at GCSE stage. The bill quite rightly places the decision with parents who are able to make the right judgments about their children. And I'm pleased that in this House there is a general consensus about the need for the bill. And again, I'm glad to hear the Minister confirm that if the bill is passed, then there will be interim arrangements for the intake in September 2022. I assure the Minister that we will work in the committee and in the House to ensure that the bill does pass its necessary stages within the mandate, and again acknowledge the work of those who have done so much to bring this to the attention of this legislature and to ensure that it will in fact become law. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and again, as stated earlier, as SDLP Education spokesperson, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this very important piece of legislation brought forward by the Minister for Education. The SDLP support the bill, and as stated earlier, we support the accelerated passage through the Assembly. It is vitally important that we do not miss the opportunity to enact this change, given that unfortunately it didn't quite make it when it was previously brought up in 2014. The issue, as other contributors have articulated well, is that the compulsory school starting age in the North is one of the earliest in all of Europe, where issues arise in terms of the legal requirement that children who turn 4 between the 1st of September and the 1st of July the following year start primary school at the beginning of September following their 4th birthday. This means that those children, for example, who are born prematurely or who have their birthday in April, May and June, the so-called young of the year, are disadvantaged. The legislation before us today allows for flexibility around deferred children, meaning they do not have to start school until September after their 5th birthday. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in assessing the need for this legislation, it is important that we consider the research into the issue. Research into this area undertaken internationally and within the UK has indicated that on average academic attainment of pupils born later than the academic year is lower than those born at the start of the academic year. Given that poor outcomes often persists throughout a child's educational progression, it is clear that flexibility is needed here in terms of school starting age. And the flexibility around the school starting ages already exists to a certain extent in England, Scotland and Wales, and it is only right that we here catch up as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when looking at today's proposed legislation, I do believe it is important that the 755 consultation responses are highlighted, where some 93% of respondents agreed that there is a need for more flexibility for some children to defer school starting age. 90% of respondents have agreed that deferral should be available on parental request to any young of the year child born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July. There is clearly significant support for the proposals here today, which is all very encouraging. One issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, outlined in the consultation responses is the need for an assurance that parents will have adequate support and information available to them in making a decision to defer their child's school starting age. I do think that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and I would welcome the Minister's views on how she will ensure that this is indeed the case. Mr. Speaker, after years of campaigning, years of concerns being raised and years of failure to address this particular issue, I am delighted that we are now in a position to finally put an end to the severe disadvantage that some children starting school have faced. and for that I thank the Minister in taking action, and indeed her predecessor, who gave me a reassurance at an earlier time that this would indeed be prioritised in the mandate. Like other MLAs in this chamber, I have been contacted by numerous parents and other lobby groups on this issue, and I have listened to their first-hand accounts of the challenges they have faced under the current system. They have been told the only other option realistically available to them is homeschooling, which does not suit many families, especially those who are working and do not have the resources to homeschool. I have also had a parent of a child with special educational needs come to me. Their child was born prematurely at the end of the academic year and did not have a statement in place to ensure that he gets the necessary level of support in school. The family wanted to defer his school starting age, and indeed the primary school was in support of this, but they were told the current legislation would not allow this to happen, and again reinforces the argument for greater flexibility and an understanding appreciation of those circumstances. Today's legislation rights those wrongs, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I do believe that it is a massive step in the right direction and that it is a win for the many parents, families and various organisations, as referenced in this Assembly today, that have called for this law change for well over a decade now. The SDLP, like those advocacy groups campaigning to make this happen, want to see this happen in this mandate, and we're happy to support it today and, as previously stated, give it the accelerated passage or support as well. And to touch on a more positive note, I do want to reinforce, as previously mentioned, the importance of recognising that when MLAs in this Assembly come together on a particular piece of legislation where there is consensus, there can be vast improvements made to the lives of our citizens. This bill is symptomatic of that. This bill is hugely encouraging and necessary, and I would have liked to have seen it come at an earlier stage, but would be very encouraged to see this progress at a stage to see that it is delivered before the end of this particular mandate. And the same can be said of the bill that passed earlier today on organ donation, and again bereaved parents receiving that necessary leave that are going through and have went through very difficult circumstances. It isn't always negative in this House, Mr Speaker. I just wish that at earlier stages throughout the mandate we could have had the opportunity to address such legislation in such a positive fashion, and maybe the public would have greater faith in these institutions and what we can do when we work together in the greater interest of our people. I thank the Minister for bringing this forward, and also to the Chair of the Committee and my colleagues on the Committee for the work that has been done to see this to this level. Thank you.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for bringing this bill to us this afternoon. We're very much encouraged to see it. There are many reasons why our young people are not quite at the stage to consider starting primary school at the allotted age. It may be health problems, it could be developmental problems, or there are other issues. It is very important, therefore, that a young person whose parents consider them not just quite at the developmental stage to start school, have an option to defer. The need for a flexible starting school age is very, very important, and indeed is something that has been reiterated time and time again through educational research. It is only correct that young people must be given the best opportunity to commence and enhance their educational experience as they start to develop. This flexible school starting age, as you stated, Minister, has received the support of over 90% of respondents. While deferring the school starting age is welcomed, there are many issues that will arise that perhaps will need to be addressed in the future. For example, will children be entitled to 2 years at preschool? When transferring to post-primary, at what age will the child be expected to transfer to the post-primary school? And perhaps a little further consideration could be given to the provision for children with special educational needs and their flexibility when starting school. Minister, the Ulster Unionist Party, thank you and thank you for this school age bill this afternoon. Thank you.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I echo the remarks made by other members thus far and thanking the Minister for bringing this bill before the House. I'm glad that the Education Committee agreed to recommend accelerated passage for this piece of legislation. Hopefully this will ensure that greater flexibility exists for those children due to start Primary 1 next year. Legislation in this matter has been talked about for quite some time now, and I'm glad that we are finally progressing to see the necessary changes made to the statute book. Having spoken with many parents, I know that this legislation will be welcomed across the board. One thing we all know from our own experiences is that children all have differing development stages. In terms of age of children entering the education system, this has never been adequately reflected. I firmly believe that parents of younger children are best placed to decide if their child is ready for school at the age of 4, or whether they feel there would be greater benefit in holding their child back to commence school the following year. As such, I am delighted that this legislation will strengthen the pillar of parental choice on this specific issue. I feel it is a shame that parental choice cannot be upheld in relation to choosing which educational sectors their child attends, a choice that would be severely hampered by the Integrated Education Bill, for instance. However, I do hope that this school age bill will receive support from across the Chamber. It's important that where possible we make the educational experience of our children and young people as suitable and individualistic as possible, which should in turn allow them to receive the greatest benefit out of the education system. It therefore stands that where it has been proven that some children would benefit from a deferral of their commencement in primary education, that this is facilitated. I am fully supportive of the objectives of this bill and commend the Minister for bringing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now call Robin Newton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wasn't thinking I would be called immediately after my colleague, but nonetheless, I suppose, Mr. Deputy Speaker, like others, I welcome and thank the Minister for bringing the bill to the House. And I have to say that the Minister has brought this to the House within a very short time of her taking up position. And I do think, as others have said, obviously welcome the fact that we could get agreement on accelerated passage. I think that was very much the attitude that was around the committee's thinking, and I think all members appreciated the need for accelerated passage. The bill, as has been referred to, or the matter, has a history of being sought previously, and reference was made to 2014, and obviously there were a 3-year period when matters could not be progressed, and there was a bit of a hiatus there. The Chair, in his remarks, quite rightly, paid tribute to the many organisations who have lobbied on this matter, professionally lobbied on this matter, and indeed have raised the question time and time again, and indeed have done so in a very professional manner. I would like to pay tribute to one of those lobbyists in particular, who operates under the Twitter name of Belfast Mum. And I was lobbied by Belfast Mum. Belfast Mum came to my office. She came, and I can only describe her attitude was heartfelt. And it was a heartfelt approach by her on behalf of her own child. But in doing so, Belfast Mum recognised that it wasn't only her child who was impacted, negatively impacted, because of the date of his birthday. And the child's birthday was of concern. So I do pay tribute to Belfast Mum in particular, and indeed to the other professional charitable organisations who have lobbied. And this is a bill. This is a bill that will make a difference. And in making a difference, isn't it good, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the bill, in terms of its financial implications, the financial effects of the bill, that we can say a piece of legislation which will hopefully go through this during this mandate, that there may be some very limited financial implications arising from the legislation, making a big difference, but at a low cost. A big difference to the child, a big difference to the parent, and we'll achieve that at very limited financial implications. Cost of the bill will be limited. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides indeed for the best of both worlds for children and parents, and the bill provides the options which allow children and the parents, as have been said by my colleague Mrs. Dodds and indeed Mr. Harvey, it allows the children and the parents to make decisions regarding the education and the age at which the parents would like their child to undertake education. And I'm pleased that the Minister has confirmed in her remarks today that she's not just looking to this bill and this piece of legislation, but indeed willing to look forward in her piece of legislation. And I think that is good, and I think the point was made by others around the chamber as well. It is good that we don't see this piece of legislation just being the end result, that the Minister will look further. But the bill provides children born between April the 1st and July the 1st and parents with the option to begin preschool education in September following their 4th birthday, if parents make the decision to defer the entry of their child into education by 12 months, then accordingly their child would then begin primary school on the 1st of September following their 5th birthday. And this approach will allow the parents to continue to receive a full year of government-funded preschool education and continuation of those early years education. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, although the bill provides the parents and children with an option to defer education for 12 months, this will have no implication for the child's longer-term compulsory education, and the child will indeed get the 12 years of compulsory education. And this is made clear within the bill, stipulation that these full 12 years of education are compulsory, and those deferred children who start education at the later date will be required to complete the academic year after their 17th birthday, preventing their removal from education midway through the examination courses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it seems to me that there is a unity of purpose around the bill brought forward by the Minister today. That unity of purpose, I think, can see us taking a very forward step, a step that has been lobbied for by parents over a number of years now, and taking that very forward step, as have been said within the financial implications of the bill, at a very limited course. A win-win for everyone, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
I now call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. A hat trick of DUP MLAs there, so I really want to commend the Minister and before her, Mr. Weir, for bringing the deferral of school age forward, and therefore I express my support in this piece of legislation. As already has been stated this afternoon, parental choice is so important, and parents do know their children best. And from the parents that have been in touch with me, I know the concerns that they have for their children heading off to school. And this is compounded for some families when their child is young in year. Parents rightly have concerns for their development and educational attainment. This is a really This bill has a very positive impact upon mental health and well-being. It removes the undue stress upon children and indeed families. And I don't need to go into the problems we already have in our mental health services and the sad reality that children are presenting to our trusts at younger ages with mental health issues. Early years are so important for the development of our children's lives, and to bring us into line with other jurisdictions where there is good practice is vital. And we must always strive to give our children the best start possible in life. There is support in the public for this legislation, and as I said, many parents have raised their delight with me in the announcement of this piece of legislation. And following on from public consultation, it is clear from evidence, such as campaigners like Tiny Life, that this legislation is long overdue. So I commend the Minister for prioritising this legislation. And there is a variety of research, both internationally and in the UK, that has consistently indicated, on average, the attainment levels of pupils born late in the academic year is lower than those born at the start of the academic year. And I appreciate also that the Department have stated that they will continue to review their position with regard to children born prematurely or from other groups of children at risk of underachievement, such as children with special educational needs. I welcome the fact that the Department are aware of the additional support and intervention within the education system that premature children frequently require. And I also welcome that the Department recognises the need to increase the awareness and understanding and support across the education system for these children. We must always do better when it comes to identifying specific needs and ensuring adequate support is in place for our children and young people. And this is a step in doing this. Today is an example in which we have overcome an issue within our education system to provide the best start possible in life for our children. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to place on record my support for the Minister's action in bringing forward this important and much needed policy change. Thank you.
And I call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to speak in today's debate, and also delighted this legislation has been brought forward. I'm strongly in support of it. It is legislation which has not simply come out of the ether, but one from a policy point of view has been well researched. Indeed, all the policy options have been considered in a thorough but also in a timely manner. And also that has had a level of proper consultation in which there has been that level of strong engagement. And we know from what the Minister and others have said that that engagement and consultation has shown that there is overwhelming support for this. And I think a bedrock of strong policy consideration and consultation is the proper way that legislation should be brought forward. And I know that there are some of us that have seen towards the end of mandate perhaps a little bit of a wider concern that sometimes there's a range of legislation which has come forward which seems to have appeared sometimes in private members' bills, which has been drafted at a much greater level of hurry. So I'll give way briefly, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. The member does acknowledge that this is accelerated passage, and I presume he's not suggesting that we take 8 years to deliver every piece of legislation in Northern Ireland.
No, I mean, look, I was going to welcome the Chair's general commitment to that. I suppose if the Chair's having a little bit of a dig, then perhaps maybe I'll withdraw such generous remarks in that regard. Can I say in terms of that, I'll come on to actually, because I think it is important to actually put in context the genesis of this bill. But today's bill, while probably the vast majority of parents are, broadly speaking, content with the process, indeed, of their children going through the time frames which have been set to date, for many, many families, this will be something that will be a major benefit to them, something they've been crying out for a long period of time. And whether it is anybody here in the capacity as a minister, as a committee member, or as an MLA, will be aware of constituents who have been in touch with very good, genuine cases of the impact that a premature start to school has had on their child, particularly in the early years of learning. I think it is critical, therefore, and indeed it is to particularly, not simply the organisations, but those individual parents that today's legislation, I think, is a tribute to. In terms of this mandate, whenever the initial pressure, and there was overwhelmingly, I think, within the department, understandably, a focus that was heavily there on dealing with the immediate crisis of COVID. But when there was a little bit of a space to look at legislation, it was clear to myself, it was clear to departmental officials, that the key priority that lay with the department and lay in terms of the biggest difference that could be made from a legislative point of view in terms of legislation was actually tackling this issue of delivering for these families in terms of the school starting age. There was consideration given probably a little bit over a year ago that there were a range of other educational issues and that there was the opportunity for this to be a component part of a wider piece of legislation dealing with the range of miscellaneous provisions within education. However, a decision that was taken was to prioritise this above all else, and I think that was the right decision, because had this been brought forward in a different format as simply one component of a wider educational bill, then I doubt if we would be here today, because even with accelerated passage, whether those issues would have been able to be tackled in such a way that could have then made the statute books in this mandate was extremely doubtful, if not impossible. And indeed, and I trust, if you like, in the bona fides of others. I know that one of the previous ministers, Mr O'Dowd, had tried to bring this forward in a previous mandate and effectively run out of time. I think that was a risk which was just simply not worth taking. And I think, therefore, the priority that has been given on this issue to try to make sure that there is delivery, and I particularly welcome the remarks of the Minister today, which will ensure that not simply will this be on the statute books before the end of mandate, but actually the implementation of it will begin to be there before the end of mandate as well, which means that this is something which actually there is the opportunity for parents to be able to avail of at the earliest possible opportunity, effectively for next year's entry. That focus which was able to be done enabled that direct commitment to be able to be made by myself as Minister then, that this would be the piece of legislation that would be brought forward, and to do so with a level of confidence and realistic hope that this could hit the statute books. However, it is also the case that simply a commitment is not the same as being able to reach the final stage of delivery. The Minister, whenever she came into office, one of her earliest statements was to give an acceptance and support for this being her first priority. That was one of the earliest things that she said, and she has been absolutely true to her word and has made sure that this has moved forward. That has required, I think, from the Minister a level of drive to ensure this was brought forward. And also, I think it's also important to place on record the hard work of officials in bringing this forward as well. That has meant that even with the restriction that is there with accelerated passage, this will be able to be delivered within this mandate. This is not a case, as is sometimes in other aspects, of simply good intentions. This is about ensuring a level of delivery. And the Minister being able to build on that commitment and deliver today and in the next couple of weeks to come is critical for those families. But it is also the case that in terms of the direct merits of the bill itself, I believe the contents have been got right as well. Now, there is a wider debate, I know it's been raised by the Chair and others, that there is a wider discussion to be had about the overall appropriate level of school starting age and flexibility. It is clear that, from what the Minister has said, that is something in the broader level will always be kept under a level of review. I suspect that it is something that at some later stage we will come back to. I would support, I think, the Minister's remarks that in terms of so far the evidence which is there draws a clear distinction between what is a very clear-cut proven case of the potential impact that is there from the young at year pupils and other groups who would potentially be impacted by a much wider change to the school starting age. But again, as I said, that is a debate which we'll come back to at a later stage. I think there are important safeguards that have been put within this bill. First of all, I think it is appropriate and correct that the bill guarantees, in terms of its formula, that there will be a guaranteed year of preschool education that will be available for all pupils, that no one will lose out through that because of a later deferral, and also that every pupil will be given the minimum 12 years guarantee of their statutory education. I think that is right from both an equity point of view, but also to ensure then that, that if you like, the correct level of educational provision is made. In terms of the, it is clear, I think, that in terms of taking this forward, and again, I think the Minister has chosen the right pathway on this, there was probably 3 different pathways which could have been chosen. As the Minister has mentioned, you could have had simply an automatic deferral, which would simply have pressed the school age back. I think that that would have been wrong. I think that would have been very difficult to implement. It would have taken choice away from parents, and we must, at the heart of this, ensure that what is right for individual families is put in place. That would have been the wrong route. I think the other alternative would have been that there was some form of tribunal system where there was an application for a deferral. And I think that that would have been fraught with difficulties on at least 3 grounds. Firstly, as we know that whether it is an educational tribunal or indeed all of us have been involved with a range of tribunals, it is very difficult to get one tribunal to the next, while they are supposed to be as objective as possible, that it does not involve a level of subjectivity within those decisions. The route which is taken within this bill of an automatic opportunity for parents to make that choice for those children that are born between the 1st of April and the end of June, I think is the correct way, which removes that risk that different cases of a very similar nature will be treated very differently on that regard. Secondly, again, for those who have been involved with tribunals, many of which are often necessary, again, whether in educational or other side of things, it creates for the families, for the individual concerned, a high level of uncertainty for that individual family, a level of worry that is there. And sometimes, in terms of as a route, that is something which is unavoidable. This gives a situation in which everyone is treated equally who falls within the category of being able to apply for this. And it removes that period where a parent or the representative has to make some form of special case or make some sort of exceptional pleading as to why it should impact on their child, and then await that period of uncertainty as to whether they will be successful or not. And thirdly, in an education system in which resources are always scarce and we ensure that we have the maximum delivery from a frontline point of view for our pupils, what it also means is that we are not adding an additional layer of bureaucracy, an additional layer of cost to the system. And the Minister is right whenever she has highlighted, for example, the need to move ahead on education underachievement. I do have to say it's a little bit rich getting a little bit of criticism from that, from some of those who are supporting a budget that would take money out of the education system, but I appreciate that we don't want to move into wider categories today. So I think that what has been put in place by way of an automatic position, which is clear, which is straightforward, which is fair to everyone, and is clearly equitable to all families, is the way forward. I think that this is an important bill. It will be greatly welcomed by the many families that will benefit from it. And this is a bill which, because of the progression that has been made so far and the accelerated passage, I believe will be able to be delivered so that parents will be able to benefit this straight away. So I support the bill.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the Green Party I welcome this long overdue piece of legislation, but with some caveats. It is unfortunate that so many families and children have had to go through the unnecessary stress and anguish as a result of the failure to implement a very common sense policy, and the fact that our system of government here is so inefficient and ineffective at dealing with these sorts of decisions, because this bill was first considered in 2013. It's 2022. It's taken far too long, but I am glad that it is finally here, and it opens up the space to have a proper debate about our school starting age. And as we've heard, Northern Ireland has one of the lowest school starting ages in Europe at 4 years old. In England, Scotland and Wales it's 5, and most children elsewhere start school at 6. Some Scandinavian and Eastern European countries don't start compulsory schooling until the age of 7. So our current system is quite clearly very inflexible, and it is not serving children and their families. Many have also discussed other research internationally, and it dates back as far as 1997, that have highlighted the differences that adding in some flexibility could have for our children and young people's outcomes. It's been extremely frustrating, as others have mentioned, working with constituents on this very issue, and the flexibility that families need just is not there at the moment. So I welcome the fact that the recent consultation did demonstrate the overwhelming support for getting this fixed. And as other members and the Minister has noted, 9 out of 10 responses to that consultation were in favour of giving families that flexibility to defer their child starting school for a year, and that's really significant. It will be a huge benefit for those who are, for example, born prematurely or find themselves very young for their year, and it will give them a chance to catch up when it comes to their development that parents have been crying out for years. But we share the concerns of many key stakeholders that children aged 4 and 5 may not be ready for formal schooling, depending on their individual circumstances, and highlight the fact that children who start formal schooling at an age significantly younger than their classmates may have poor educational and social outcomes that can persist over the course of a child's education. And we agreed that having a flexible school starting age would meet the requirements under the UNCRC of Article 3, which is in all actions concerning children, the best interests of the child should be a primary consideration. And we did have the opportunity to do this in 2014, and we should have certainly brought this forward much sooner than now. But I maybe have missed it earlier on from the Minister, but I would welcome an assurance, and I'm happy to take an intervention for those that need it. Will the option be there for families to defer when it comes to this September's intake? And the bill's commencement clause mentions the day after royal assent, so I'd welcome some clarification on what that exactly means practically speaking for this year. Yep, I'll happily.
It was my intention that this should be available to parents wishing to defer their children from this year. That's been a priority throughout all this, because there has been great concern by parents that I was very mindful of the fact that I didn't want to miss another cohort, so hence why the need then to move this forward in the way in which we have done, so that children will be able to access it from 2022 and 2023.
Thank the Minister for intervention there, and really welcome that, as a number of people have said, there's a lot of our constituents that are fighting for their children to have this, but might not be applicable for them, or it's passed, but certainly going forward, and I certainly welcome that clarification. Moving on, it might not be an appropriate time when discussing the specific bill, but we do need to have the wider debate around school starting ages more generally. And the old arguments that starting school early improves attainment or somehow addresses socioeconomic disadvantages are not borne out in research. And we do need to ask ourselves why other jurisdictions have moved forward and increased their starting age. So we do need to look at the whole package of preschool provision, the interrelationship between learning and play, holistic models of development, and not just measure outcomes in a restrictive way. And there are some brief observations that I just want to make about the bill itself at the second stage, aside from...
Members, if you wish to conduct conversations, please, if you do so outside, it's interfering with the contributions of other speakers. Okay, please continue, Ms. Wades.
Thank you. Just the bill, firstly, is limited in the flexibility that it does provide, and others have said it is narrow in scope, and it will only apply to those children born between 1st of April and 1st of July when it comes to deferring entry to primary school until September following their 5th birthday. Now, in our response to the consultation, we did note that there was no mention of providing flexibility when, say, it comes to a child who has been ill who has a disability, or overall what is not in their best interests. We raised an example of a child who is premature but ill and has to spend time in hospital, perhaps a significant amount of their early years, or is subject to long-term treatment for their health, or those that, with a disability that may be an advantage in starting school at the current compulsory age. And no circumstances are not covered in this bill, which is disappointing. And we do support the continuity of early years education and fully support the fact that all children, including those whose parents choose to defer, will continue to receive government-funded preschool provision in their immediate preschool year, and this is essential. But I would ask for more clarity on the application process. The bill's explanatory notes mention that children who defer will be treated as normal members of the school year group below their original school year and will apply for preschool and year one throughout the normal admissions process. But will they face any barriers when it comes to school's enrolment numbers? Will they be guaranteed a place in the following year when they have already applied to defer? And those are absolutely critical issues that are not explicitly addressed in the bill. I understand it's not on the face of primary legislation. These are a matter of administration, but they are going to be key to ensure that flexibility actually works properly for those who need it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is better late than never. It is not acceptable that families have had to wait so long, but it is a missed opportunity when it comes to assisting premature children with those and with other issues around illness and disability. And I do urge the Minister to amend this, perhaps at further consideration stage, if not in the future. It is also time that we had a proper debate around school starting age more generally, but I conclude my comments there. Thank you very much.
And I now call the Minister for Education, Michelle McElveen, to conclude and wind up debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank all the members for their comments and observations on the bill. And while there may be some difference in opinion on the scope of the bill, we are all agreed that the core of the bill, which is to permit deferral for all young for-year children based on parental preference, is the right approach for our children. And I note that the Chair and others have talked about the narrow nature of the bill, and I hope that by saying that they aren't undermining actually the significance of this bill and the incredible difference that this will make to so many young people and their families, and particularly the life chances of those young people who feel at the moment that they would be disadvantaged by being young for a year. There have been a number of members have referenced the previous bill, and obviously the scope of this bill was somewhat different to the bill which I'm bringing forward today. This was brought forward obviously by Mr O'Dowd at that particular time, and I was supportive of it, and no doubt he will agree that it wasn't without its critics and without its challenges at that time, but again, it was the only show in town that was being discussed. But the proposals that were being purported at that time were really quite limited in a way, in that they were permitting deferral on exceptional circumstances only. Parents have had to have provided evidence to an educational panel as to why deferral was necessary, whereas the proposals which I'm bringing forward today are much more wide-ranging. They permit deferral for all young for-year children on the basis of parental preference. And I don't think that parents should be required to provide evidence, and such an approach in itself is incredibly bureaucratic, and as my colleague in Strangford also talked about the issues that around panels and the difficulties and the pressures and stress that can create for parents. So in some ways, what we're bringing forward today, while it may be regarded as narrow, I think that it is significant, and it does take away any barriers, particularly in relation to assessment, and makes the process much easier for parents. And that's why it is really critical for us to ensure that there is guidance in place, that it is easy and it's accessible for parents to understand, and that they get the correct support to make the right decisions for their children. A number of members have also referenced the issues in relation to deferral of preschool and whether there will be any disadvantage. And I suppose I do want to clarify that parents who decide, perhaps later in the process, with regards to deferring primary school during which is during their child's time at preschool, there will be an opportunity for them to apply for a second funded preschool year. And of course that will obviously be very much dependent on the locality and the accessibility, but it means that that decision for them is not precluded for that final year before they enter school either. I acknowledge that members will have had concerns in relation to that, because perhaps it may be a little bit early in the preschool, the pre-preschool year to make that determination, but that option is still available to parents. The chair of the committee has also referenced the need for the bill to reference a review of the current approach, and obviously I have given a commitment to that. I've given a commitment in this House. It's within the policy documents associated with the bill. However, I will be happy if the member is content to discuss the matter after this debate in order, once it concludes this evening, just to talk about perhaps what a review may look like and the timescales associated with that. Mrs Barton, she raised concerns in relation to transfer. And what I would say is that those young people who do defer should not be disadvantaged in any way. And what happens whenever they move into P1, they will go in with their cohort and they will transfer throughout the school and progress throughout school with that cohort. So they will not be disadvantaged by their age. And she will be aware that within one of the clauses of the bill, I have allowed an extension to the years in which they conclude. So they will not then need to leave in year 11 in the middle of their examinations, which are incredibly important. She also talked about the need for perhaps deferral for children with special educational needs. And the research will tell us that it's really important, and Mrs Barton, as a former teacher, will understand this as well, that there's early intervention as quickly as possible into those child's lives. So it may not be advantageous for them to be deferred at that stage. So it may be better for them to progress with their age group to ensure that they have support. Finally, I suppose what I do want to say that I am heartened by the consensus on the need for greater flexibility, particularly for young free year. I know that this bill will provide reassurance and certainly optimism for those parents who have concerns about their young child starting school shortly after their 4th birthday. I do want to pay tribute, like others, to all those who have campaigned for many, many years for flexibility within the school starting age. Tiny Life, Early Years and others, including many, many parents who campaigned very, very hard, the majority of which will not be able to take advantage of this legislation for their children, but I know who will very much welcome the progress that we have made today. Others have talked about this is long overdue. I absolutely agree with you. But I have made this a priority, and it hasn't taken me 8 years to bring this forward. I've only been Minister for 8 months, but during that time, I've ensured that it has been my priority. I have driven forward a rapid policy review, which has brought about this bill, and for the first time, we will have real and practical change for families across Northern Ireland. Again, I'd like to thank the majority of members, because there's always one, for their constructive and supportive contributions, and I ask members across the House to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Minister. The question now is that the second stage of the school age bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the school age bill. As the bill is proceeding by accelerated passage, there will be no committee stage and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Also, just in regard to this, I want to draw to members' attention that the consideration stage of the bill is scheduled for Monday, the 14th of February. So, therefore, the deadline for amendment is 9:30 tomorrow morning, so that members realise that point. Okay. So, thank you. Meantime, and if you just take a ease while we move to the next item of business. All right, members, we'll move to the next stage, which is the consideration stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill. Just prior to moving into the actual business, I would like to make an announcement that it's my intention to have a short suspension of about half an hour after we conclude this item of business. Okay, so the consideration stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill, I call Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill. Éireann tar air in the bubble. Deirdre Hargey, Lishan Villa Chorhontasi, Le de Hall.
Thank you. I beg to move.
Okay, good. Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 8 amendments which deals with the end date for qualifying payments. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in the group on which they are commenting. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be formally moved as we go through the bill, and a question on each will be put without further debate. The question on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that's clear, we'll now proceed. We now come to the group of amendments for debate, as there is only one group. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 8. Within this group, Amendment 2 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 1. Amendments 3 and 4 are both mutually exclusive to Amendments 1 and 2. Amendment 6 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 3. And Amendment 8 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 1. I call Ciara Ferguson to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise and to speak in favour of Amendments 1, 5 and 7. The purpose of the Amendment 1 is to remove the end date associated with the bill. Members will be aware that I have expressed my concern about the inclusion of an end date during the previous debate on this matter, and again earlier today when I spoke on the motion to close the loopholes. The stated end date is March 2025. That's only 3 years away. Do we honestly feel that families need to continue and worry about this bedroom tax? The soaring energy costs are predicted to continue over the next 3 years. The cost of living continues to rise, and people will they're still trying to work through the challenges of this pandemic. They don't need this hanging over their heads. While many of these things may be out of our control here today, where we can provide support for people, I believe this is the time to do it. They don't need any more uncertain times ahead, and I believe we must change this for the better. The Tory policy, which has been known as a bedroom tax, as we all know here today, is unfair and unjust. It's recognised, and I know many of my colleagues have already mentioned in previous discussions, that the number of 1 and 2 bedroom properties that don't even exist here, that would allow people within the area to move around, to go where they want to live, to where they want to work, to where they want to attend school, to where they have care and responsibilities. These people would fall foul of the tax here in the north. It's important that we focus on our people and our families' health and well-being, not how many bedrooms they have in their home. In 2015, obviously, as you're all aware, the Executive agreed that this required this mitigation, and it was the right thing to do. 36,000 people are protected because of this, and hopefully with today's closing of the loopholes, even more people are going to benefit. I welcome that there remains a consensus to continue this mitigation, but I don't believe it is right or necessary to create another cliff edge scenario. I understand the Minister's position in bringing forward this bill in its current form. She has been more than clear since she came into post that her intention was to effectively bin the bedroom tax. But as we're all aware, this required executive support, and the ongoing delay as a result of this, it was not sustainable. People needed and deserved assurance that the payments would continue in the time ahead, and we are where we are now. Given the time constraints, I fully support her decision to proceed with an end date included, but I believe that here now today there is an opportunity through this amendment to give people on low incomes the security of knowing that they will continue to be protected from this Tory tax. From the amendments submitted by other members, it would seem that they also have issues with the end date, though they are offering different alternatives around what it might be or could be in the future. In particular, SDLP, I think it's a bit bizarre, they put an end date of 2030, which, of course, it's just going to bring us to another cliff edge, as you're well aware. Yeah. I would therefore urge all members to unite behind Amendment 1, which will remove the end date for all. Give people who depend on this support that security. I also just would like to speak very briefly on Amendments 5 and 7, which in short retain the requirement for a review in 12 months leading up to March 2025. Of course, it is always important to monitor and review all aspects of mitigations. It's via this mechanism that changes and improvements can continue to be identified and addressed. So, in conclusion, I would urge all members to support Amendments 1, 5 and 7. Thank you.
I now call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak at consideration stage in relation to these amendments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think I'm right in saying that I am the only member in this chamber, and certainly the only member of our committee, that sat through the initial welfare reform bill as drafted when it was landed on the old DSD committee. I remember all of those many hours and many days and many nights in this chamber to do with the welfare reform bill. I also remember when that bill landed on our table on DSD committee, I was horrified. I was horrified at some of the decisions that we were asked to look at and asked to agree with. I remember speaking on many occasions in that committee about just how I felt that we were taking a step backwards, especially when it came to single payments and taking money away from, especially the child benefit, away from a female and paying it into the wallet instead of the purse, and felt we're going back in time here. So this bill is something that has been precious to me. It was like a baby to me during that Assembly term, because it was the one bill that I sat on from the very beginning until the very end. So it's something that was very precious to me. I remember also then when I saw that and we saw the welfare reform mitigations, how I lobbied my own minister, Nelson McCausland at the time, and I lobbied him greatly because I felt, and I put myself into the position of those many people. I was a single parent from my second child was very young, so I knew what it was like to struggle financially. I knew what it was like to decide whether I could heat my home or feed my children. I remember all of those struggles, so I was very clear that I wanted to see mitigations in place. I also was very clear as well, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I represent an area in North Belfast of really high deprivation where people do struggle, and we know that the struggles are only going to continue and they're going to increase, especially around the issues of fuel poverty. So I absolutely get that. Also remember another thing, all of those many church halls and community centres and everywhere else that I went to and attended while we listened to people and their experiences way back in 2015. And I remember at that time, there were only two other people that ever attended any of those events with me, and that was Mickey Brady and Fran McCann. And the three of us were like lambs to the slaughter at times, and sometimes it was very upsetting. But I am glad we got to where we got to with the welfare mitigations. I mean, other members will say, and we'll talk about these mitigations and welfare reform in general and how awful it is. And it was awful. It absolutely was awful. But there was no other show in town. There was nothing. There was nothing costed by any other party in this Assembly as to how we take forward welfare reform or how we take forward welfare benefits in general. So we're left with where we are. I also know about the cliff edge because, again, I sat in many hustings and many debates in the 2016 election and the 2017 election, and then while the Assembly was down, with various members from various parties across this Assembly. And we sat there and we listened to the people who were affected directly by the cliff edge and how that would affect them. So I understand 100% that we don't want to face another cliff edge. We don't want to put those people at jeopardy. And I know it's also been said, and it will be said here in the chamber around uncertainty after the next Assembly election. And I hope that is not the case, because I believe with all my heart that the best place for Northern Ireland to make for us in legislation is this chamber, because we're the people that know firsthand just what the effects of anything that we discuss are on our own constituents. And if anything can show us that this Assembly works, it's the welfare mitigations and what was delivered through those parties that worked together, that went over to Westminster, that had those conversations to bring about what we have today. So that shows just how well this Assembly works. Now, I know we've got to the stage we are today, and I know certainly within my own party we had wanted to see an end date put onto the mitigations. But for various reasons, including the reason we don't know who will hold the Department of Communities in the next Assembly mandate. We don't know which party it is, and we don't know which member from which party it is. And I would be asking, and we're not going to divide the House on this today. We're absolutely not, because this is far too important. This is people's lives we're dealing with, and I feel so passionately about this entire subject. But I want to make sure that whoever takes that portfolio on in the next mandate, their feet are held to the fire. We can't just let this continue forever and a day. And I'm not saying that because I think we should stop it, because I don't think we should stop it, because we don't have the housing in place or anything else there to take away these mitigations. But I think there are things that review needs to take place. We need the results of the present review, most certainly, to see what else we could be doing. Are we doing this right? Is there anything else we can be putting in place? And I do think that as time goes on, we will have really serious decisions to make in this House about how we add further to welfare mitigations. And that they're difficult decisions to make whenever you're trying to balance up finances, and whether that is taking finances from health or education or anywhere else, because we have to pay for all of this. And, you know, I certainly have always been very aware of the fiscal responsibility that we also have in this Assembly. So, as I say, that is something for certainly the next mandate to look at. And I want those guarantees, and I know that within one of the amendments there is the report that has to be done prior to 2025, and I welcome that, because that will be debated again. Whoever comes back here after the next election, it will be debated by them as to how we go forward with welfare reform and with the mitigations. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is something that, as I said, this was like my baby, welfare reform. It's something I have felt so passionate about. I come from a working class background. I come from a working class family. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have hard times. I know what it's like to do without. And I know what it's like to struggle. And I know my constituents as well, and the struggles they have. North Belfast, I mean, I would say 70% of my workload is housing, and it's housing stress, and it's people who can't get the housing that they need. And until we have that housing in place, you know, we need these mitigations to cover that bedroom tax. So I get it, I agree with it, and I think that even with the 2025, had that been the will of this House, it would have went beyond that. There's no doubt about it. It wouldn't have stopped then. But I just feel that we need to compel whoever our next minister is to look at these and look at a whole raft of mitigations, because we may need to add to this, or we may need to do things differently. So that is, in not splitting this House, that is what I'm asking for, that is certainly put down, and maybe that will come forward in further consideration stage. But at this time, as I say, we'll not divide the House, and you know, I support those people that are in receipt of these mitigations, and my party support those people. So thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to the rest of the debate.
Sir Mark Durkin, Mark Durkin.
I recognise the urgency of the matter before us today, and recognise the incalculable harm, the increased household poverty and financial impact that not extending mitigation payments would undoubtedly bring. As has been highlighted at previous stages of this bill, the unique position that the North finds itself in, our growing housing crisis, low-wage economy and high levels of people living with a disability means that welfare reform would have hit harder here than anywhere else in the UK. had we not collectively moved to mitigate, and when and how we did. And this, as Ms Bradley has said, is clear evidence of the value of and need for these institutions to be up and running and working for people. The repercussions have, though, still been pretty severe, and the consequences of not extending these mitigations doesn't bear thinking about. I appreciate that I've spoken at length on how this policy change has come to pass and the inherently flawed system which is welfare reform, and I'll spare you maybe most of the verbiage today. However, I will say that the number of proposed amendments to the legislation before us is indisputable recognition or acknowledgement that this bill isn't perfect, and I think the Minister would be the first to agree with that. To turn to the amendments, which I'll speak on briefly enough, I'd ask Ceann Comhairle, we support amendment number 1 as moved by Ms Ferguson. We had submitted our own amendment with a similar desired effect, essentially looking at leaving the end date in Clause 1 open-ended or seeking to abolish the end date altogether. Indeed, the Minister herself has expressed her desire to scrap the end date for mitigations. My amendment to that effect wasn't accepted, but I'm glad that yours was. I'm glad that amendment number 2 had a similar effect as well. And putting forward these amendments, both Sinn Féin and Alliance are acknowledging the unsatisfactory nature of this process, which requires constant renewal. In essence, we're righting a wrong to retrospectively mend the damage which has been inflicted on people here when parties here voted for the welfare reform bill. And I do listen carefully to the chair of the committee, and having served with her in the early days of that ESD committee, and I got to a few of those events along with yourself, Fra and Mickey, before I escaped to another role. I know how much effort and stead you put in protecting people. But these reparatory attempts now stand as a realisation of how limited the guarantees that people were given at that time really were. The housing crisis that I touched on earlier leaves or means that households that would be subject to bedroom tax are trapped in a catch-22 situation, unable to downsize due to a lack of suitable housing stock across the north. Therefore, extending these mitigations from January 2017 onwards is the only logical and fair conclusion. There will sadly remain the opportunity for these mitigations to be stopped, removed or truncated at the whim of, or more than likely in the absence of, an executive here in the future. To speak to my amendment, to which Ms Ferguson had referred, which seeks to extend the end date to 2030, it's important to note that this was submitted as an insurance policy or safety net in the eventuality that any amendment to do away with the end date wasn't accepted. Mine wasn't, yours was, and I'm delighted it was, and I'm genuinely pleased to be in a position where I hope we don't have to move my amendment, and I'll be supporting yours. This bill will undoubtedly help those who need it, and I welcome the pleas from the Cliff Edge Coalition and others have been heard and noted within these amendments today. I do lament that it's taken so long for us to reach this point, and that prioritising the needs of vulnerable households wasn't treated with greater urgency. Nevertheless, we're very happy to support the amendment.
Thank you. I now call Andy Allen.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and unlike the member for North Belfast, during that time, I only first entered this Assembly in September 2015. I wasn't involved in the long and protracted conversations around welfare reform, but I would place on record, as a constituency MLA who sees first-hand, like many members around this chamber, the effects of welfare reform on many of my constituents, place on record my thanks to those members who came together. And I do know that it was a difficult time. There were many disagreements, there were many long hours to try to come together with this mitigation package that we ended up having. I'm not going to rehearse all the arguments around the housing crisis that Northern Ireland faces. It's well documented, it's well noted, and we need a change as to how we deliver housing, whether that be in relation to 1- and 2-bed properties in order to support families and households to be able to downsize if they so wish to do so. They shouldn't be forced to downsize where they do not wish to do so. We need to continue to build sustainable communities, as the Minister has said before, in that regard. In context of speaking to the amendments, we did table an amendment, Amendment number 4, which we would have liked a future minister to have the power through regulation, which would have been subject to affirmative resolution of this House, to change the end date as necessary or appropriate. But I don't think that we can ignore the uncertainty around these institutions when considering these amendments. Therefore, we will support Amendment number 1, Amendment number 5 and number 7. Had we not have had the uncertainty around these institutions and also the fanfare as to whether we will have an institutions at post-election, we would have been pressing members to support Amendment number 4 and to provide that agility to a future minister. It is right and proper and important that we have the review mechanism in place, and I commend the members who have put forward amendments, and I think it was inevitable through our various discussions, the many times that these issues had been raised at our committee. The passion and enthusiasm of each member was notable. Nobody was denying that we needed to extend the mitigations. Where there was disagreement as to the period of time in which these mitigations should be extended to, I am on record as trying to come up with a plan to unlock the deadlock that we had at the Executive of suggesting a period of 10 years. But we're all cognizant of the fact that the mitigations will need to be in place for decades. That is the reality. That is the fundamental reality. There's nobody across this House that I have spoken to, whether outside this House or inside, that believes that we will not need the bedroom tax, the social sector size criteria, bedroom tax mitigations for many, many years to come. So it is right and proper, and we will support Amendment number 1, 5 and 7. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today we have variations of the same theme with the amendments that have come through, and I think we can all say that there is a move away from a cut-off date to the welfare reform mitigations in Northern Ireland. Now, what I will say is welfare reform mitigations have prevented people in Northern Ireland from some of the worst impacts of welfare reform. We see that across the rest of the United Kingdom, where there are other areas that wish they had the same mitigation powers as we have and have the mitigations in place. During second stage, I confirmed the Alliance Party's concern for a cut-off date to welfare reform mitigations. I said at that debate I would bring forward an amendment, and your Amendment 2, as presented, is here to deal with that. Today, this amendment before the House, it is in 3 parts and is listed as Amendments 2, 6 and 8. The key amendment, however, for me is my Amendment 2. I have proposed that instead of a cut-off date, the legislation requires that a review of welfare mitigations and a report is published by the 31st of March 2025. This would provide the Department with an opportunity to review welfare mitigations and provide a report in advance of the next, hopefully, 3-year budget. 2025 is key because the end of this 3-year budget is 2025, so it would bring that forward. That review is not necessarily to cut it off, but that review could bring forward improvements, new mitigation options, to allow recommendations from the Independent Welfare Mitigations Review Advisory Panel to be brought forward. And of course, it could remove mitigations should DWP update their policies and bring forward the solutions to poverty and actually pay for the mitigations that we're currently taking out of our core budgets here in Northern Ireland. Instead of a cliff edge, I've provided the House with an option to enable updates to our mitigations package rather than a cliff edge cut-off. Alliance is committed to alleviating and removing poverty from Northern Ireland, but we are also pragmatic and understand that this bill has significant financial implications, and that's why I brought forward the amendments that will provide an alternative to a cliff edge, but also gives the opportunity to amend future mitigations based on a review and published report. Given the number of amendments presented today, all seek to move away from a cut-off date. The House will decide, and I've looked at the Sinn Féin amendment. We have ones where we're almost exactly there. I hadn't put in an amendment to take out the end date because I thought that wouldn't be within competence and wouldn't be allowed. But we're seeking the same thing. So perhaps in the summation today, Deputy Speaker, I would ask the proposer for Amendment 1 just to clarify for me 100% that her amendments, the other amendments 5 and 7, isn't that right, 5 and 7, will actually allow that review that we need. The review that will allow us in this House to sit down, consider what we need, consider what we might need to improve, consider what is actually helping people and maybe what needs to be set aside, so that we can move away from maybe just bedroom tax and benefit cap and we start to talk about things that are helping people in Northern Ireland. As I say, we do spend an awful lot of money in Northern Ireland trying to put right some of the worst impacts of welfare reform. I think we're all on the same page here. There's no fight today. But if the member could just outline if you're absolutely sure that we have that. Now, we can come back at further consideration stage, of course, with the Minister and look at if we need to tighten up something under Clause 3 of the bill, which is the monitoring, reporting of statutory arrangements, to allow us that flexibility that has been talked about by others here in the House today. But we are all on the same page. We need to protect people here in Northern Ireland. We need to ensure, and we've done this already today. Today has been one of those days in this House where we've actually had some really good legislation has come forward. You know, we've had the organ donations. We've had, you know, and I was out there yelling and screaming. It was lovely to hear in this place. We've had some really good things as school starting age. The welfare reform extensions that have happened. I think we can bring this forward. I think we will be able to do what the Minister would like us to do, which is to wipe out that awful bedroom tax. But I think we do need to be able to review. To be honest, I'm almost there with you, Ms Ferguson, and I may be minded to vote with you, but just as long as you can give us some clarification that that Clause 3 will allow that review that I talk about in my amendments. Thank you.
Agus nish éireams there either in the bubble, Deirdre Hargy, on Fragra Horchair in the Cursician. And I call Deirdre Hargy to respond.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, and thank you to everybody who's took the time to respond, and indeed just to thank to all of those who have been on the committee who have supported me in trying to bring forward these mitigations as quickly as possible. And as was said, I didn't want an end date from the very start, and I think that's clear, and I am thankful that hopefully at the end of this session we're going to be at that point that we do avoid those cliff edges. I have always said, and I know in speaking to some of the amendments in which Kelly had raised as well, you know, that there is a commitment, there has always been a commitment from me and indeed the department to carry out a review. And I had been willing to do that from when I first put the proposals to the Executive back in January 2020. Indeed, we're currently doing a review of the mitigation, so that is already ongoing at the moment, and that will be presented to the department before the end of this mandate. And Les Allenby, former Human Rights Commissioner, is chairing that review, along with those who come from the sectors who represent people out on the ground. So that is ongoing at the moment. That was an NDNA commitment in terms of the restoration of the Executive. That was contained, and I wanted to make sure that that was done. And I do believe that when you look at the amendment in terms of Amendment 7, that it will commit to be doing a review before the end of that mandate in 2025. And for me, I mean, I would agree with some of the comments that have been made. That review is about additional mitigations and protections, because I know other members have reflected that we shouldn't be penalising families and we shouldn't be penalising them financially and putting them in predicaments that we have seen the impacts of this bedroom tax in England, where families have been forced to leave their homes, where they've actually been forced to leave their communities or their towns and cities to look for housing elsewhere. And I do believe, and I'm hopeful from the conversation here tonight, that we're actually saying to those people who would be impacted, over 36,000, that we will not be making those decisions and that we will actually work as a House to protect them. So again, I just wanted to reiterate that, that I am glad in terms of how this debate is going. I'm glad obviously with the amendments, and I am hopeful that we do agree to Amendment 1 And again, with that commitment as Minister, for as long as I'm Minister, that we will do that review in terms of looking at future needs and mitigations going forward.
Agus na siadam Sir Ciara Ferguson on Críoch a chur leis a díosbrach. And I call Ciara Ferguson to complete the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First and foremost, can I thank all members with regards to your support tonight in relation to the amendments put forward by myself. First and foremost, Kelly, just to reiterate, clear intentions from myself with regards to amendments is that there will be a detailed review. And as I've already mentioned there yourself, in short, it's always important to monitor and review all aspects of legislation. That's us. We constantly must evolve by reviewing everything, so then we can constantly evolve and change and improve. So just to reiterate that, I think with regards to, first and foremost, Paula, like Andy, I wasn't there 5-6 years ago, but I was working out in the heart of the community when the Tory government brought that forward. So I've listened how you have said how horrified you were in relation to it and how passionately you have followed through in this with your commitment to ensure that the mitigations were there for the individuals that you represent and for all other constituents as well. It was fought by yourselves, by Sinn Féin, to ensure that these mitigation packages were there to support our most vulnerable and to support people at that time and continue to support people. So so thank you for reminding us all. I think we all need to be reminded. It was hard fought, but it was a good one with regards to implementing these mitigations and to continue these mitigations. And it's not last year, the year before, it's nearly 6 years ago. So it's a long time where people have had this hanging over their heads in relation to, will this happen to them? Will this happen to them? Are we going to take more money out of their pockets? And I think what people, as we've heard, are going through at the minute with the cost of living crisis, where our energy costs, this is about trying to retain and keeping money in people's pockets so they can feed their families, and they can heat their homes. So that's why it is really, really critical today. And it's a good day today, and hoping to pass these amendments in relation to this bill. With regards to, obviously, Mark, as you had mentioned, we have unique circumstances here in the North. We're not like elsewhere with regards to, as Andy has mentioned, with regards to our housing needs. It's not going to be a decade, it's going to be decades. And I'm really, I'm only in the Assembly this past 3 or 4 months, but what I can say, I'm really, really excited about what the Department and our Minister and the Committee have been looking at, have been working on in relation to the future of social housing in the area, the future of new types of housing. Yeah.
Member agree with me that our current housing selection scheme isn't fit for purpose, and whilst I do appreciate there have been various amendments that will be brought forward, it doesn't currently support those who do wish to downsize the ability to do so.
Yes, and I would agree, and I think it is pertinent that the common selection scheme is reviewed with regards to, we must constantly be reviewing things in housing. I think things have been too stale for too long over the last 10, 20, 30 years, and so we must evolve and change, and housing is critical. We all know having a home provides that security and safety for individuals and families to survive and thrive in their community and to access and jobs. So it's really, really critical, and I think we must, as Kelly has mentioned, and wanting that little tweak, it's about constant review to constantly improve and change. So yes, very much so, Andy, I would agree. And also with regards to, I just want to thank as well that, we need to thank the likes of the Cliff Age Coalition, 130 plus organisations who have probably tirelessly concentrated on this issue and have brought presentations to the committee. And I was very keen, obviously, in meeting with them as well and discussing that. They have lobbied hard, and I think it's a good day for them, and I'm sure they're probably listening and watching here tonight and are delighted that full members across this party are very much in agreement with regards to these amendments and improving. So just obviously finally, I just welcome it all. It's great that we can bring certainty to the people and the families who have had this hanging over their heads for such a long time. We can protect our families from these Tory cuts once and for all. So thank you.
So Amendment 1, which has been proposed, to leave out Clause 1 and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. There's a wee bit of a delay there. So we'll have it again just to get it right. You know. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. So we now move on to Amendment 2 isn't called as it's mutually exclusive with Amendment 1 which has been made. We now move to Amendment D, option D. I will not call Amendment 3 as it too is mutually exclusive with Amendments 1 and 2, one of which has been made. I will not call Amendment 4 as it's mutually exclusive with Amendments 1 and 2, one of which has been made. The question is that Clause 1 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call Ms Ciara Ferguson to move formally Amendment 5.
I move, Member.
Thank you.
Member 5.
The amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 24, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So, Amendment 6, which has already been debated. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 6.
Not moved.
Not moved. Okay. So, that's not moved. We move to Amendment 7, which has already been debated. I call Ms Ciara Ferguson to formally move Amendment 7.
I move Amendment 7.
Okay, amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 34. And that's to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. Where do we move? Okay. I will not call Amendment 8 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 1, which has been made. Clause 3 as amended stand part. Excuse me. The question is that Clause 3 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Just bear with us a wee minute, please. Thank you. We now move to Clause 4 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And then the question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendments Bill, and the bill now stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. Members, I now propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 10 to 7. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you very much.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern
Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the onshore fracking prohibition bill, and I call Anya Murphy to move the second stage.
Move to go
Second stage of the onshore fracking prohibition bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on the debate overall, but has agreed a limit on individual contributions. The sponsor of the bill will have 20 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind. The Minister will have up to 20 minutes to contribute. The committee chair will have 15 minutes and all other speakers will have 10 minutes. And I call Anya Murphy to open the debate on the bill. Anya Murphy.
And I welcome this opportunity to speak at the second stage of the onshore fracking prohibition bill. The fracking prohibition bill has one very clear objective, and that is to ban fracking in the north of Ireland. In effect, this would realise a ban on fracking throughout the island of Ireland. Ultimately, what we need is a ban on all petroleum licensing. We must ensure that there is no exploration, drilling for or extraction of petroleum here in the north. While consecutive DUP economy ministers were delaying on the future of petroleum licensing, my predecessor, Sean Lynch, began developing legislation to outlaw the particularly harmful method of fracking. The current DUP Minister, Gordon Lyons, on numerous occasions in this House committed to bringing the issue of petroleum licensing to the Executive before the end of 2021. This hasn't been delivered. Last month, Minister Lyons, in response to a question from my Sinn Féin colleague, Philip McGuigan, as to why a ban on petroleum licensing wasn't included in the energy strategy, said that he had planned to bring it to the Executive in the coming weeks. Unfortunately, the DUP's decision to collapse the Executive last week means that once again we will not see any progress on a ban on petroleum licensing in this mandate. This Cancollier makes the need to ban fracking all the more urgent. As someone born and raised in County Fermanagh and active in the community for a number of years, I know firsthand the impact that the threat of fracking has had on my local community for over a decade. Several attempts have been made to commence fracking in Fermanagh, but the people of Fermanagh and indeed our local communities in Leitrim have been resolute in opposing such moves. The same must be said by communities affected by other attempts to explore for oil and gas, particularly around the Lough Neagh area. That's because our communities know what they have in terms of their natural beauty, and they value it and its environment. They value it for themselves and they value it for their children. Throughout, Sinn Féin has stood with our communities. We have been consistently and vociferously opposed to fracking. This is why we have worked to bring forward this important piece of legislation. It's important also, Cancollier, to set out the policy context with regards to fracking applications in the north. In 2011, the then Deputy Minister, Arlene Foster, granted a number of licences to companies to permit them to frack, including one in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. As I said earlier, this was opposed by our local community, who were deeply concerned by the potential impact of fracking on the locality. In 2015, the Strategic Planning Policy Statement stated that in relation to fracking or unconventional hydrocarbon extraction, that there should be a presumption against their exploitation until there is sufficient and robust evidence on all environmental impacts. While the statement dealt with the imminent threat of fracking, it is no means a permanent solution. More recently, in 2019, 2 new applications for petroleum licences were submitted to the Department of Economy. The applications concerned areas in County Fermanagh and near Lough Neagh and could allow fracking to commence if granted. These applications are still being considered by the current Economy Minister, although he has indicated that he won't take any action on them until a new petroleum licensing policy is agreed by the Executive. As I have already said, we now know that we won't have any new policy on petroleum licensing in this mandate. The existence of these 2 applications shows that the threat of fracking is still with us, that it's a serious threat, and that we need a permanent ban on fracking if we are to deal with this threat once and for all. The evidence shows that fracking is particularly invasive and damaging in terms of the exploration and extraction. It is an unconventional method of drilling for oil and gas. In the process of fracking, a horizontal borehole is drilled into subterranean rock, from which fracking fluid is pumped at extremely high pressures into the borehole, with the aim of fracturing the rock. When the rock fractures, this releases the oil and gas deposits, which can then be extracted. Large volumes of fracking fluid, a mixture of water, sand and chemicals, are required in order to create the fractures in the rock. It became widespread in America, particularly in places like North Dakota and Pennsylvania. It has a negative impact on nearby communities, having been shown to cause groundwater contamination, soil corruption, earthquakes, noise pollution, and significant increases in airborne radioactivity, as well as increased greenhouse gas emissions. The air emissions are particularly worrying as they are formed primarily of methane, which is more than 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide. It also has been linked to a host of health problems, including birth defects, cancer and asthma. Fracking also has serious consequences for biodiversity in these affected areas, with many wildlife habitats and areas of conservation being impacted by industrialisation or destroyed due to contamination. Like any industry based on a finite resource, it is prone to a boom and bust economic model. And once a well has been tapped dry, fracking companies simply pack up and leave.
A little bit of a background to hydraulic fracturing. Could she confirm that in the bill that she's bringing forward, her definition of hydraulic fracturing means high volume hydraulic fracturing? And secondly, is this only in relation to petroleum, or would it also outlaw and ban fracking whenever it's used for water boreholes?
I'd like to thank the Minister for his intervention there. I won't answer it at this time. We are discussing the broad principles of the bill itself. I have just lost my place, bear with me. Yes, of course, communities are still left with the environmental impact of fracking long after these companies are gone. Fermanagh is renowned for its beautiful countryside and its fresh lakes, which thousands of tourists and anglers flock to every year. Even the public perception of the air, soil and water contamination caused by fracking could cause serious damage to areas that rely on these industries. Beyond the local implications of fracking, banning the practice is also important in the context of our fight against climate change. Fracking would increase our greenhouse gas emissions. This Assembly is currently debating the Climate Change Bill, which will set ambitious, fair and deliverable targets for net zero emissions. It would also be unfair as fracking companies who would be responsible for increased emissions, as they would be the ones profiting at the expense of local communities. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to leave the door open to fracking or other means of petroleum extraction, whilst we are still setting targets to reduce our own carbon emissions. The opposition to fracking isn't limited to Ireland and the United States, and with many jurisdictions around the world having already introduced legislative bans or policy moratoriums on fracking. This is the case in the rest of Ireland and in England, Scotland and Wales. Again, the North is trailing behind others, and we are the only part of these islands without such provisions to defend against fracking. This is despite the fact that the Assembly voted by a large majority for an immediate moratorium on fracking in October of 2020. The DUP is the party which has had policy responsibility over fracking in the Department for Economy since 2007, have failed to protect our communities against the threat of fracking. This bill, however, will realise a ban on fracking and would bring us closer into line with other jurisdictions. The previous Economy Minister, Deanne Dodds, had commissioned the Hatch Regeneris report to examine the impact of fracking, as well as conventional oil and gas drilling on our communities. The Hatch report was completed in May of last year, but it still hasn't been released to the public. Collier, I will now turn to the bill itself, and I would like to take this opportunity to firstly thank my predecessor, Sean Lynch, who began the process of developing this piece of legislation over a year ago. I would also like to extend my gratitude and thanks to the Assembly Bills Office for their work and advice, as well as their assistance that they have provided Sean, myself and our staff with over the last number of months. The bill itself is short, with only one substantive clause, which amends the Petroleum Production Act of 1964. This bill states that onshore fracking is unlawful. This means that the Department has no right to search for or get petroleum by way of onshore fracking, nor do they have any right to grant any licence for the same purpose, and that any existing licences which permit fracking are to have no effect. This bill pertains only to onshore fracking, where onshore includes everything apart from the foreshore, the internal waters adjacent to the north, and the territorial sea of the north. Of course, it was my intention that this bill would prohibit onshore and offshore fracking. However, I was advised that the seabed and underlying natural resources are reserve matters. To this end, I wrote to the British Secretary of State in order that this bill could legislate for offshore as well as onshore fracking. However, I did not receive the necessary confirmation. That said, the intention of this bill is very firmly to ban all forms of onshore fracking and to shut the door tightly on the prospect of any fracking on the island of Ireland. Can Collier, to conclude my remarks, I look forward to the debate and I am happy to deal with any queries members may have in my closing remarks.
Thank you. And I call Kiva Archibald, Chairperson of the Economy Committee.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak just briefly as Chair of the Economy Committee, outlining the Committee's consideration of the bill to date, before speaking in my party capacity also briefly. As the bill proposer outlined, the bill aims to secure a ban on the issuing of licences for the onshore exploration, extraction and production of fossil fuels by means of fracking in the north. Due to the Committee's current extensive legislative workload, it has been unable to invite the bill proposer to brief members on the bill in advance of second stage. The Committee will aim to do so if the bill passes second stage today. The Committee acknowledges that there is a current review of petroleum licensing ongoing in the Department for the Economy. However, this review has not yet been published. Although the Committee has not yet discussed the bill itself, it has already consulted with anti-fracking groups during informal committee meetings and wrote to the then Minister outlining concerns such as the impact on public health. To conclude, the Committee welcomes the second stage of the bill. However, there is obviously limited time left on this Assembly mandate, and with the Committee's current legislative workload, the Committee will be limited in its ability to give this bill the attention and scrutiny that it both deserves and requires in the time available to us. On behalf of Sinn Féin, I'll just make some brief remarks as well. Sinn Féin's position on fracking is unambiguous. We are completely opposed to fracking and want to see the ban on fracking extended across this island, which is why this legislation has been brought forward. In context of the climate crisis, and just yesterday, obviously, the Climate No. 2 bill passed its consideration stage, it's clear we need to end our reliance on fossil fuels. Therefore, our policy attention and investment should be focused on developing our renewable energy capacity. The energy strategy published by the Department for the Economy is clear on that matter also. Sinn Féin is repeatedly on the public record stating our opposition to petroleum licensing through exploration, drilling or extraction in the north, and have called for a ban on petroleum licensing to be brought forward. I was disappointed in that context the Minister did not bring forward proposals to ban petroleum licensing when he published the energy strategy. As I referred to in my earlier remarks, the Department has undertaken a review of petroleum licensing and has been in possession of the Hatch report on this matter since last summer. The Minister has responded to questions about future petroleum licensing policy by saying he planned to bring options to the Executive soon. In December, a Department spokesperson said the Department hopes to be in a position to present policy options to the Executive later in the year. Following this, there will be a public consultation on the preferred option. The Minister indicated at Economy Committee a couple of weeks ago that he was finalising a document to go out to consultation, which he would have to take to the Executive, and he said, "I do not want to preempt what the Executive says, but I will say this, I don't think I'm going to have difficulty getting Executive support. So given that Sinn Féin is on record along with other parties in stating that we would not support policy proposals at the Executive unless this includes a ban on petroleum licensing, perhaps the Minister would take the opportunity in his own remarks to outline what his preferred option for the future of petroleum licensing is. Cancolia, given the discussion we have had over the past week on the climate bill and the overwhelming weight of scientific evidence, including the IPCC 6th Assessment Report published in August past, which was described as a code red for humanity, it is clear to me that there is no place for any new fossil fuel exploration in the north. Fossil fuels should remain in the ground. Therefore, I hope that all parties and MLAs will be able to support the principles of this straightforward bill to ban fracking at its second stage, and I look forward to further scrutinising at committee stage. Thank
you, and I call Peter Weir. The member has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect I'll not need the full 10 minutes. I just want to make a few brief remarks in relation to this. I welcome the opportunity to speak to this bill. I think there is a potential criticism that can be said that a bill coming at second stage in February before the dissolution of the Assembly, and indeed, given that the party opposite only a matter of a few days ago was actually calling for the election to be brought forward and therefore curtailing any further business, there is a danger that people could see this as virtue signalling without actually any particular effect. I think that would be very harsh criticism of the proposals that are in front of us today, because I think there are, at least taking a benign look at this, the bill that is put before us does give us the opportunity, first of all, to debate the issue. It gives the committee at least the opportunity to explore this. As was highlighted, I think, because of the passage of time, the committee chair highlighted that there's not been the opportunity for the committee to explore the issue or indeed to question the proposer of this. And I think there is an opportunity, at least, for us to explore what the scope of the bill actually is, because I'm still in a certain level of confusion, because when the Minister sought an intervention, it may be that the member will deal with this in her summing up, but when the Minister himself sought clarification from the member of, does this cover purely petroleum licensing? Does this cover, for instance, boreholes when it comes to water? The proposer of the bill, who one would assume should be the person who is most over the scope of the bill, essentially said, well, I'm refusing really to answer that. Now, whether that means she's going to deal with it in her summing up, I don't know. But if the member is refusing to actually detail what the scope of the bill, it's very difficult for the rest of us to have something that's absolute certainty. So perhaps at least the fact that the passage of the bill at second stage today will give a little bit of opportunity for the committee to explore those sort of issues. So there may be a level of, I give way to the Minister's thinking.
Going away, and doesn't this speak to a wider point as to why we need to take time with legislation to make sure we understand the impact that it's actually going to have? And I think around definitions in particular, that's very important. The member herself may well understand in her own mind what she's trying to do, but we have to make it very clear what the definitions are themselves. That's what I was trying to tease out, because it will have further implications.
It does come down to the fact that if we're looking at legislation that needs to have very clear-cut policy intents, it needs to have very clear-cut consultation that takes place, and that I think that, for example, the embracing of any piece of legislation should be done on the basis of full knowledge. Now, if we look at maybe by way of a comparison, and there was some criticism on one of the previous pieces of legislation today on the basis of why couldn't this have come sooner in terms of the school age starting deferment. But that was on the basis because there had been a clear-cut development of policy, and indeed consideration of the policy options that were there, and that indeed there had been then clear consultation which had taken place. And it was abundantly clear, while there were some members who would have wished that legislation had been either sooner or indeed have gone to a wider context than what the confines of the bill were, it was absolutely clear what the policy position was and what we were voting upon. And I think at least, if there's perhaps one merit out of this, it is at least the opportunity, because it is clear, given the timeframes, this is not something which is in a position really to become on legislative statute books. At least it will perhaps give the opportunity for the committee to tease out what the detail of the actual legislation is. Now, let me make it absolutely clear, as a party, we are in support of the phasing out of fossil fuels. That has been something which has been highlighted, for instance, by the energy strategy being brought forward by the Minister, and indeed that is clearly the direction of travel. It is also undoubtedly the case that across the Executive, I don't think there is any enthusiasm or support for fracking, and from that point of view, there has also been the assurance given that if there was to be any attempt to try and change that, that would be something that, because it is clearly controversial and cross-cutting, which the whole Executive would have to endorse. So we're not going to shift from the current position unless there was that level of endorsement, which clearly isn't going to happen. So there may be a question mark over whether the pure necessity for this legislation directly in the first place. It is also the case that from the perspective of the energy strategy, that is now out to consultation. There is a clear direction of travel within that proposal, but rather than reaching the point at which that consultation concludes, there does seem to be a certain level of preemption of that. Now, mention was made that one of the reasons that was given for the necessity of this was, I think, quote, it was highlighted that given that there's been some interruptions to devolution, but essentially since 2007, over a 15-year period, the only political party which has had a level of control over this from a departmental point of view has been the DUP. It would appear the suggestion is that the DUP could not be relied upon to stop fracking. The fact that in the space of 15 years there has been no fracking does perhaps suggest that there is not a danger coming from our party or indeed from the Assembly as a whole. So I make those, I suppose, caveats or reservations. It is fairly clear that from the parties that have been in the Executive, a fairly unanimous view on this subject. I suppose the only other caveat I would add a little bit as well, but we do need to take a little bit of caution. On the wider issue of petroleum licensing, there are two applications in. I think from a legal point of view, there is due process that has got to be followed. So I think we've got to be a little bit careful that we don't reach a situation in which a potential decision is simply judicially reviewed, because I think there is a unanimity of approach from this Assembly. So I look forward to the opportunity at least to tease out some of the issues, and hopefully we will get a little bit more forthcoming approach from the sponsor of the bill than we've had so far in terms of the debate. Perhaps that can be then addressed, and perhaps some of the issues where there has been that issue around the scope of the bill will be addressed in the summing up of the members' conclusion to this debate. If not, then I think there's the opportunity, at least then in the committee, to try to tease out these issues, because I think with any piece of legislation, even though this particular piece, I suspect, will not reach the statute books this mandate, that the Assembly does need to go forward on a basis of a level of certainty. As legislators, we need to know precisely what is being voted upon, and I'm glad at least there will be that opportunity to tease that out as the days move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I rise like others to speak briefly on the onshore fracking prohibition bill. I do just want to say before I come on to the bill, not to be facetious, and in some ways I hate to do this, but I do slightly want to correct some of what the previous speaker said, who said the DUP hadn't posed a danger in terms of introducing fracking, or the DUP, in a sense, hadn't tried to introduce fracking. Well, the first minister to properly stand in the way of fracking happening in Northern Ireland was my colleague, Mark H. Durkin, who effectively introduced a moratorium here on fracking in 2015. And when he did that, none other than Sammy Wilson, MP for East Antrim, former boss of the minister, who, and this is of course in the context of the DUP never having apparently advocated for fracking, Mr Wilson said, he, meaning Mark Durkin, has clearly rolled over to the aggressive Green lobby. Mr Wilson said, I believe that the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland want us exploiting all the resources that we have, whether it's the potential of our scenery through tourism, our fields through agriculture, our quarries through stone, or indeed underneath the ground. I'm really sorry, there's always a Sammy Wilson quote to be quoted back. I don't say that to be facetious, but I do say that to kind of correct the record that we have always been kind of incomplete. Apparently, the Minister, I'm happy to give way to the Minister or someone who thinks I'm insulting them. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. The point I was making was there was an accusation that because the DUP had held the Economy Ministry portfolio, or previously the DETI, that there was a threat of fracking, that indeed I would simply ask, in the 15 years in which this party has held those posts, if the member could point to anywhere in Northern Ireland where fracking has actually taken place. I'm more than happy. I'll be happy to cover the cost of the petrol for the trip for both of us to go there, but I suspect the member may not be able to point to any individual example of where fracking has actually taken place within Northern Ireland.
I'm merely pointing out the words of his party colleague, and I know I don't want to get into this particular borehole to my phone. Well, I do in the sense that sometimes the members opposite are very quick to clutch their pearls whenever the words of their colleagues are spoken back to them. But I'm afraid it's on the record. So some of your colleagues will be held accountable for some of the things they've said and some of the policies they've advocated in this in recent years. And I'm sorry if that causes a problem for members of the Democratic Unionist Party. But to move on to the substance of this bill, the onshore fracking bill is not going to make it into the statute book, Mr. Speaker, before we break up for recess. The previous Speaker is right about that. So we are not just debating the general principles of the bill today, we're really having effectively a debate, a motion rather than progressing legislation. Nevertheless, we will of course be supporting this bill today at second stage. We are, as a party, strongly opposed to fracking here. We are strongly opposed to the continued or to any new extraction of fossil fuels in Northern Ireland. That is not just in the context of a global climate emergency, but also in the context of very strong and indeed vociferous local opposition in all the parts of, I will give way in 1 second, in all the parts of this region where fracking has been mooted. I'll give way to the Minister.
I appreciate the member giving away. I've tried to seek clarity from the bill sponsor, and perhaps the member would be able to give his view in terms of is he opposed to fracking of all kinds or only in terms of petroleum, and if it is the case that he believes that fracking of all kinds should be prevented, does he think the bill reflects that?
Well, the bill is very clear that it says petroleum. I'm not the bill sponsor, so it's not for me to explain what is or isn't in the bill. When it comes to fracking more broadly, I'm not going to get into a kind of specific debate about specific applications that may be in front of him. I do think in relation to some of the other types of fracking, i.e. fracking not specifically to extract oil or gas, there are very serious issues and questions there too, which include issues around potential corruption of water supply, seismic effects that can happen, and indeed it is the potential seismic risks, which is the reason why the UK Oil and Gas Authority, when it was asked by the UK government to investigate this in 2019, it came back and said it couldn't rule out future seismic activity as a result of fracking exploration, which is one of the reasons why the UK government, which had hitherto for the previous decade been extremely enthusiastic about fracking, in opposition to both local opinion and broader environmental sentiment, had been very, very enthusiastic. I will give way in 1 minute. Had been enthusiastic about it for that decade. Even they aren't anymore. And as we have heard, we are other jurisdictions on this island either have a legal ban on fracking or an effective moratorium. I give way.
Yes, and thank you very much indeed for the member for giving way. Would the member, when he was doing in the Economy Committee, did they have an opportunity to look at what the UK Oil and Gas Authority were saying? Because it's quite clear from the UK Oil and Gas Authority that fracking is something that's not going to be permitted anywhere across the United Kingdom. Even though there's a moratorium in England, the intent very clearly from the UK Oil and Gas Authority is to make sure that there is no use of fracking anywhere within the United Kingdom.
Well, the answer to that question is no, we haven't, because we haven't had a chance to do any detailed scrutiny on this bill yet. As the chair, I'm not speaking formally as the deputy chair of the committee, but I am the deputy chair of the committee. We haven't had a chance to. We haven't heard from the bill sponsor yet because of scheduling, and I hope that we're able to take some evidence on this before we break up, and I'm sure that'll be one of the things that we look at. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the fact that we are going to be able to scrutinise this bill, hopefully, assuming that it passes second stage today. There are substantive questions which we will need to examine. This is a short one-clause bill, but our party position is clear that we do not want to see fracking in Northern Ireland. We do not want to see extraction of fossil fuels. That's not just the position, our party position. It's the clear position, I think, of actually most people in this society, and also and also the local communities where it has been mooted. There really is no excuse, no justification for us having any doubt about wanting to countenance fracking, and it would be good to hear from the Minister later on some clarity about his position in relation to petroleum licensing. The truth is we are not a big player in terms of petroleum licensing or fracking, but in one sense that's not really the point. That kind of comes back to some of what we were debating the other day around the Climate Change No. 2 bill. It would, in a sense, be forever possible for a small region to say, well sure, we're small. If you compare it to China and India, we're small, and compared even to the rest of the UK or Europe, that's not good enough when it comes to the climate emergency. It's not good enough because the scale of what we are going to have to do over the next century will involve literally every person on this planet. It will involve substantive, practical, political decisions being taken by those of us who have the power, and it will involve ethical, serious decisions being taken by all of us, and this will be one part of it, Mr. Speaker. So happy to support this bill proceeding today at second reading, even though there is obviously no chance of it now getting any further, and certainly not on the statute before the end of this mandate. I hope this is something that we will be able to pursue in a new Assembly, assuming that those of us who are responsible enough to want to actually sit in an Assembly and make decisions, including on the climate emergency, can come back here and do that in the months ahead. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I'll call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A pleasure to speak to this debate. Let me front load my remarks with all the good news for the bill sponsor. We will be supporting this bill going through its second stage. The Ulster Unionist Party does not support onshore exploration for gas or oil. As members have made clear or referenced, we've spent a considerable amount of time in recent sessions in this chamber talking about the climate and appropriate targets for reducing our dependence on carbon and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So drilling for hydrocarbons would be totally counterproductive, counterintuitive to that aim. So the Ulster Unionist Party will not support licensing either in the executive or on the floor of this Assembly, and we hope others will join us in adopting that position. That said, it is my impression from discussions with MLAs, many of whom are in the chamber this evening, and also with advisors to MLAs in this building, that there's actually no chance of this bill progressing through all its statutory legislative stages before dissolution, which raises a question for the bill sponsor. Why are we here tonight? 7:25. Many members from your own constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone who want to get home tonight, who have other business to do. So why are we here? Well, I will in a second, because the other point I want to make is to say, I think this is in contrast to Mr. O'Dowd, who has been passionate about his own private member's bill, which was for small-scale green energy generation. And he told the committee last Wednesday he was pulling it. Because I think, and the member will explain, but my impression was, with the publication of the energy strategy, he needed more time to reflect and perhaps reshape his bill. And I think that's a very mature attitude to take, and I give away to Mr. O'Dowd.
I suspect there will be a number of private members' bills coming through the Assembly in the next number of weeks. And in fairness to the bill sponsor, the Business Office or the Business Committee will table private members' bills when there's a free slot for them to do so, and we have been encouraging members to bring them forward. So the bill sponsor got a slot and we tabled it. But I also, when I withdrew my bill, I did say this, Mr. Nesbitt, the deliberations of the committee will be very useful in the next mandate if there's a necessity to bring that bill back. And I suspect the deliberations on this bill will be very useful in the next mandate for when we will need a fracking bill in the next mandate.
Well, I thank the member for his intervention, and I accept that is exactly what he said when he decided to pull his own bill. What he said about this bill may be what the bill sponsor wants to say, but that will be up to the bill sponsor in her concluding remarks. I conclude here, Mr. Speaker. I think Dr. Aiken will have a lot more to say when it is his turn to contribute.
I thank the member and I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a word of thanks to the bill sponsor for bringing this bill to us this evening, and it's one at this stage which the Alliance Party will also be supporting. But it's also one which I have to say raises a wide range of questions, and I have to also express disappointment in the scope of the bill, because as others have said in the Chamber this evening, surely the objective of this Assembly, at least I believe the vast majority of those in this Assembly, is to see a permanent end to all fossil fuel exploration in Northern Ireland, both onshore and indeed offshore, although I appreciate that there are difficulties with respect to offshore. But given that the United Kingdom is inexorably moving towards that goal as well, I believe that offshore exploration is something that is unlikely to proceed. But here we have tonight a bill which is narrow in definition, doesn't, for me or for the Alliance Party, meet the wider needs and objectives to absolutely demonstrate that there will be no further fossil fuel exploration in Northern Ireland. Further, and perhaps this is some of the areas, and I don't want to delay the Assembly long this evening, but perhaps again these are some of the areas which would be explored at a committee stage, and indeed if the bill comes back in the next mandate will have to be further explored there. But for example, it's a very short bill, and it only makes reference to mechanical fractures in shale or strata encased in shale. Yet the very area, and I understand part of the argument for bringing this forward, apart from the wider obvious environmental protection for the whole of Northern Ireland, the member will have a specific interest in her own constituency. Yet actually the type of fracking which she's proposing to ban in this legislation actually probably doesn't meet much of the geology of her own constituency. Yet that's the constituency it's been calling out, because it's an area which has been earmarked for exploration. So I just wonder exactly what is going on, and I hope the bill sponsor will be able to explain some of the very narrow language that she has included in her bill, which seems to fail to hit the point of the whole purpose of dealing not only with fracking but also with the wider issue of fossil fuel exploration. I have direct experience of that, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency and indeed the Minister's constituency of East Antrim, and we saw the ill thought out and the ultimate failure, thank goodness, of an oil exploration escapade at North Woodburn in the constituency. A very regrettable situation which, if it had been successful, if that's the right word to use, had the potential to devastate and damage the water supply for the whole of the city of Belfast and beyond, and would have had devastating impacts, and had the potential for devastating impacts had it come to fruition. The Minister has sought and procured a report into the whole issue of fossil fuel exploration, at the cost of some £70,000. And I guess now the excuse for not bringing it forward will be there's no executive. But I would like to and implore the Minister to bring that forward, because I think, as others have said, this is an issue that is important for many, many citizens across Northern Ireland. The whole issue of how we tackle climate change, and intrinsically linked to that is the whole issue of fossil fuel exploration, and not least of all fracking, wherever that may be, and indeed whatever the scope of this bill may allow us to do. Reference has also been made to the energy strategy, and I'm sure the bill sponsor will want to explain to the House just how that fits in with the overall aims of that energy strategy. A strategy which has its good points, but has many areas of grave concern for us in the Alliance Party, not least of all its references and praise for the potential to deliver blue hydrogen, a fossil fuel, if ever there was a fossil fuel. Ultimately, it is unfortunate that this legislation has come late to the Assembly, and one which, regardless of my criticism and maybe others of the bill sponsor in the narrowness of this bill and an explanation as to why she's brought it at this stage, having had so much time, and her predecessor having had so much time to actually fill out a bill in this particularly strong area. I think it is important that we hear from the bill sponsor why it is so narrow in its scope and why it perhaps seems to fall very far short of the mark of actually achieving very much at all in terms of the few short lines that it references. Failing to ban fracking and petroleum licences in this mandate will have a dire consequence for our country's future. Failure for the Minister to come forward with the clear recommendation based on the Hatch report so that we will clearly know that for once and for all, despite all the national agreements that there are and the fair belief that we all have that it would be very difficult to see either fracking or petroleum exploration until the Minister and others, and ultimately this House, legislates to say no more fossil fuels will be extracted from the ground in Northern Ireland or under the ground in Northern Ireland. There are many, many people who tonight across Northern Ireland are concerned and worried about their health, they're worried about the environment, and they're worried about how we are ever going to tackle climate change in this community. So therefore, failing to ban not only fracking, but a wide range of exploration does not cut it as far as the Alliance Party is concerned. We need to send a very clear message from this Assembly chamber to the industry, to the fossil fuel supporters, to those that are still investing in this type of technology. We don't want you, we don't need you, and your day is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member, and I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My remarks will be short because the bill is short and that's no reflection on the bill sponsor. We all need to consider a clean, green recovery and clean energy. The status quo of importing and consuming fossil fuels at current levels is unsustainable. And I've heard tonight, and I heard in many debates, some members complaining about fossil fuels. But it's interesting to what's in their own tank or their own fireplace or whatever. So you obviously have to put your money where your mouth is. I do use currently a fossil fuel, but obviously whenever things become affordable. But I think it's important for everybody to lead by example. The Economy Minister has brought forward the energy strategy that contains a range of ambitious targets and policies to support the transition to safe, affordable and clean energy solutions. The draft energy strategy Path to Net Zero includes the following goals. Energy efficiency, deliver energy savings of 25% from buildings and industry by 2030. Renewables, meet at least 70% of electricity consumption from a diverse mix of renewable sources by 2030. Green economy, double the size of our low-carbon and renewable energy economy to a turnover of more than $2 billion by 2030. Any change to petroleum licensing in Northern Ireland would need to be decided by the entire executive. I recognise the concerns about carbon emissions, global warming and the environmental impacts of petroleum extraction. These concerns have been raised to myself and no doubt others in this chamber. There needs to be further public consultation, but it is clear that the practice of fracking would not lend itself to the vision that has been put forward, and due to public opposition it has already been banned, or more or less banned, in the Republic of Ireland, England, Scotland and Wales due to environmental and public health impacts. Independent research was carried out in England and Wales, and it is vital that it is completed in this part of the United Kingdom. Ministers have made it clear that a ban on fracking may present legal obstacles, and particularly the potential for challenge in the courts by those whose applications for licensing are pending or rescinded as a result of any bill. This no doubt will be explored if this bill reaches committee stage. As with all bills and laws that come forward, it is important that there is a fuller explanation of the practical and legal ramifications of Clause 1. I am content at present with the objectives of the bill and await to see if this passes today, and then we can carry out relevant work in the committee. And as my previous colleague had referred to the bill sponsor, I suppose the definition of fracking, whether in my previous life we had drilled for water, for boreholes, etc., what implications that has, and that's purely to provide water for livestock, etc. Yeah, go ahead.
given way not to come in on the bill sponsor. I'm sure will address this and sum it up. But my understanding of this bill is it's to amend and insert a new clause into the Petroleum Production Act, Northern Ireland 1964. Now, perhaps a member would be able to tell me if that is where any permissions of fracking for water come from.
Well, maybe that's better answered by the bill sponsor than myself, to be honest, because bill, obviously when you drill to explore water, it depends what method you use to get that water out. You can't put in high pressure air and high pressure water. So the definition, go ahead.
And I appreciate why the member has raised this, and yes, it is in the Petroleum, it's amending the Petroleum Act, but it does say that onshore hydraulic fracturing is unlawful. That's the effect that it would have. Now, later on down, it does say below, absolutely, that's for connection, in connection with the use of a well to search or bore for or get petroleum. But I think that we do need that clarified, and that's all that I was asking. And also, is it high volume or not? But I'd let the member take his...
Okay, so thank you for that intervention. So at least the bill sponsor knows a few queries, and obviously we can drill into that, excuse the term, we can drill into that deeper at the committee if that gets there. So that's all I want to say at this point. So thank you, bill sponsor, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I thank the member. I call Philip McGuigan.
It's a short bill, and I will keep my remarks hopefully equally short. There are many reasons to be opposed to fracking, and my colleague Anya Murphy has outlined them all. Damage to our environment, our water systems, our soil, our air, our health, and much more. Fracking destroys our land, our countryside, and our communities. And Sinn Féin stand with those communities rightly opposed to fracking. No community should have the threat hanging over them. There is, as others have said, no public demand or support for fracking, and it is a practice that should not be countenanced by any member in this chamber. For that reason, and in the absence of various DUP ministers bringing forward policies or legislation, I want to thank my colleague Anya Murphy for progressing this bill. Yesterday, progressive MLAs across most political parties in this chamber came together after 3 long days of debate and voting to shape ambitious climate legislation for the North. Legislation that I hope, once all stages in the process are completed, become law before the dissolution of this Assembly. The Climate Bill will set out a new, green, environmentally proofed path for the North. There is no place in that pathway for petroleum licences, petroleum extraction, and certainly no place for fracking. Sinn Féin are vehemently opposed to these practices, and I support and commend the bill.
Thank the member, and I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity as a Fermanagh and South Tyrone MLA to speak on this evening. The concerns of fracking centre around my beautiful constituency, and they are well versed. And the Minister will know that I am incredibly proud to come from this part of the world. And from the outset, I want to make clear that I am opposed to the practice of fracking, given the environmental concerns. The Minister did raise a very vital point at the very start in relation to the scope of the bill, and I do hope that the member can deal with that in her summing up, as it may help some understanding around this bill. The energy strategy brought forward by our Economy Minister sets out a range of ambitious targets and policies to support the transition to safe, affordable and clean energy solutions, and to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. It is safe to say that the practice of fracking does not lend itself to the vision set out in the Minister's energy strategy. And I'm pleased that my party is committed to phasing out fossil fuels. We have a responsibility as representatives to ensure the protection of the environment and to seek to promote renewable energy sources. The status quo of importing and consuming fossil fuels at current levels is unsustainable. And all you have to do is look at the draft energy strategy, Path to Net Zero, which included the following goals from the Minister, and they include the implementation of a support scheme to bring forward investment in renewable electricity generation, phase out fossil fuel home heating oil, phase out coal and certain solid fuels for home heating, introduce introduce support for low-carbon heat technologies, including heat pumps, create a roadmap to a cleaner, greener transport system. How would fracking tie into any of that? And does it sound like support for fracking to you? When it comes to fracking, it is important that we do listen to the strengths of public opinion on this issue and we act accordingly. And there has been a step change in public opposition, and I'm glad that the Minister has been listening to this. And I want to set the record straight. From what I can see in here, there are no parties actively advocating for petroleum licensing here in the Chamber. And indeed, there is no fracking happening in Fermanagh. It's very important that we send that message out from this Chamber tonight. So to land the blame at the door of my party is slightly mischievous in the run-up to an election. I would add we have to have environmental and independent reviews to provide the evidence, and the importance of consultation and wide-ranging DFE reports must not be diminished either. It empowers us with evidence, and that's what we should be doing in this place, proper scrutiny of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, on that point, and as an aside, it does concern me when you do hear in this House phrases like, we hope to have the opportunity for proper scrutiny of legislation in committee. We must be ensuring proper legislation has robust scrutiny. I see it in my own committee, in the Health Committee, and I know the member, the chair of the Health Committee is there, and the time constraints that we have at the minute, and it is difficult, but we are legislators and laws should not be used for just election literature. They have real impact on the ground. Going back to the bill and the issue itself, I know that the Minister cares about Northern Ireland and will be carefully reviewing all the facts presented to him through any independent reviews, public consultations, environmental and economic studies. For me, given any discussions I have had with the Minister, I know that that is the case. Politicking over this is not an option. It is too great an area of concern for my constituents in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Thank you.
Thank the member very much. And I call Patsy McGlone. Erin Patsy McGlone.
Gan cóil agus Maurice Lahanya Murphy Asocht and Billishaw Osagor. I thank Anya Murphy for bringing the bill before us here this evening. The SDLP supports the prohibition of onshore fracking bill. There's a compelling case for a ban on the issuing of licence for onshore exploration, extraction and production of fossil fuels by means of fracking here in the north. It was an SDLP Environment Minister who in 2015 introduced what was, in effect, a moratorium on fracking until scientific evidence demonstrated that it could be carried out safely without risk to the environment or to public health. There still is no such evidence. Indeed, there is more evidence than ever that fracking can have a significant negative impact on both the environment and health and well-being of nearby populations. And reference has been made previously to Lough Neagh as being one of the potential target areas for frackers. In that area, it's well known, well established, that there's a high levels or possibly higher levels of asthma and related chest illnesses around the shores of the Lough. Now, it's a common fact that cough, shortness of breath and wheezing are the most common complaints of residents living near those fracked wells. An epidemiology study of more than 400,000 patients of Pennsylvania Gainshinger Clinic done with Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. Now, just for interest, Johns Hopkins School of Health is one of the biggest in the United States, if not the biggest in the world. And they found a significant association between fracking, chest and related problems, and increases in mild, moderate and severe cases of asthma. Another Hopkins-Geisinger study looked at the records of almost 11,000 women with newborns who lived near fracking sites and found a 40% increased chance of having a premature baby. Now, those are just some of the things that we have to consider in this. And I listened very carefully to the Fermanagh representative, Ms Deborah Erskine, and I've no doubt I appreciate your sincerity in this. And I have to say, as one of the co-signatories to the private member's motion in 2020 on behalf of the SDLP, I welcomed the Assembly's decision that the environment would no longer be treated as a second-class consideration. And indeed, Mr McGuigan referred to our lengthy periods of evidence and voting here last night in regard to that. The Assembly on that occasion called for executive action and for legislation to ban all exploration for, drilling for and extractions of hydrocarbons in the north. Even before the latest DUP election stunt, the Executive still had failed to bring forward legislation banning fracking. The Minister did announce a review of petroleum licensing, but that hasn't been published yet, and perhaps the Minister could respond later on. However, it is at the Minister's responsibility to introduce a ban on fracking, and while it is a cross-cutting issue which affects a number of executive departments, it's with the Minister's department to initiate that ban. And I hope it does come, I genuinely do. And while there are no active petroleum licences, there are 2 applications that remain under consideration by the department. The presence of those applications and the possibility that a minister might award a licence in future, and maybe the Minister would give us some indication of that here tonight, will continue to undermine our targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and mock efforts to reduce the use of hydrocarbons as an energy source locally and globally. The evidence on fracking has been considered by administrations across these islands, as we have already heard, and they have all come to the same conclusion. They have recognised that regulation of fracking isn't enough. It is time we close down that option here too. The future is one of a decarbonised energy system, and we can demonstrate our commitment to that greener, cleaner vision by, here tonight anyway, supporting the bill. Our young people are demanding that climate reset for the sake of their future. An executive ban on fracking would be a small step towards convincing them that we in fact are listening and that we hear them, and sending a clear message to those companies that we don't want fracking here, with the constituent health and environmental risks that brings. The SDLP supports the bill.
Thank you. Thank the member. And I call Steve Egan.
Very much indeed, Mr Speaker, and the rest of it. Sir, I rise, and as my friend Mike Nesbitt has already pointed out, the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this bill as it goes through. It is interesting talking to the debate here, and it's good we've had the opportunity to listen to all sides of this. I don't detect anywhere in this Assembly that there's anybody who's for fracking in Northern Ireland. And indeed, if we look at what's happening across the rest of our nation, particularly the report for the United Kingdom Oil and Gas Authority, it is very clear that there is no attempt to introduce fracking onshore anywhere within the United Kingdom. And I think that's a very appropriate place for us to continue from in our discussion this evening. Yes, please. Go on.
And I very much appreciate the member giving way, and also the comment that he made that there is no appetite or indeed any intention to see fracking anywhere across the United Kingdom. But in delivering a bill in this House, would he agree with me that it's vitally important that we actually define what fracking is and what is meant? And would he like to take up the issue about what might be described as the very narrow description of fracking in this particular bill?
And indeed, thank you very much indeed. And I don't wish to go into one of my normal extremely long definitions from scientific and about thank you very much indeed, fellow members of the Assembly. However, I could indeed, but there are some significant questions that I think have been raised by the Minister, I think, that are important. Because one of the issues when we're talking about the use of hydraulic fracking is what else it's used for. Because one of the issues, of course, that is quite important when we're looking at future energy mix is the use of geothermal energy, and the fact that sometimes drilling will be required to do that as well. So I think it's important when we delineate the use of fracking and how it's specifically used, because yes, indeed, it may indeed be used for such things as for water boring, but also one of the most significant areas we need to look at is in the areas of carbon capture and the use of underground storage facilities for carbon capture. And indeed, as my friend here from East Antrim, and indeed from many of us in this area as well, have already raised issues, particularly about the gas caverns and the implications of that and where that's likely to lead to. That may not specifically use the fracking process to do that as well, but again, that must be something that we must keep in mind when we're doing this. But to go back to the bill itself, and yes, it is very narrow in its focus, but I think it is very important that we send a strong message from this Assembly that we do not wish to see any form of petroleum or gas drilling going on in Northern Ireland. There's another reason for this as well. Many people will be aware that because of the way oil companies and gas companies now look at their accounts, many of them look to what they call distressed assets, or assets that are left specifically in the ground. And one of the things that is going on across the world at the moment is oil and gas companies are spending an awful lot of effort of drilling and using hydraulic fracking to do their drilling processes, but are actually leaving those assets in the ground and then using those as tradable assets to be able to use those within the energy markets as well. For those of us who have noticed the profits being announced by both Royal Dutch Shell and BP today, I think you will note that that is something that the major hydrocarbon companies are doing. And the last thing we would want in Northern Ireland is a situation where somebody would go to drilling, would use fracking as the process of drilling, creating the problems with the environment, potentially finding some form of resource that they would seek to exploit some indeterminate time in the future, and leave it in the ground. So what we would have had was we'd have the desecration of the environment and the impact that that would be on it, without any net economic impact whatsoever. And as we move towards decarbonisation, I think very clearly we need to be led by the science. Now, we know within this Assembly we've had a lot of debate about particularly about the Climate Emergency Bill, and the fact that we in the Ulster Unionist Party have said that we've listened very closely to the science by the CCC, and for us that means we need to get to the 82% or better solution by 2050. The science here is also very clear, and indeed when the UK Oil and Gas Authority saw the real issues that were being caused by microquakes and other issues that were being caused in Lancashire, they put a halt to fracking. I make a declaration of interest here because part of my family from the United States live in Oklahoma, and the area around Shawnee in Oklahoma that they live to has been very much affected by fracking and the impact it has on the water supply table, and indeed some of the other issues that have been there, which have meant that there has not been much of a benefit from that as it's come forward as well. So, members, we within the Assembly here have an opportunity here. That's why we should all join together in supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this long-awaited bill. And my thanks at the start go to all of the campaigners, the activists, for their tireless work and lobbying to introduce a comprehensive ban on fracking and hydrocarbon extraction in Northern Ireland, and to keep the pressure on to the executive parties. We are making progress, but there is still much to do. The Green Party will obviously be supporting this bill at second stage because we support the principle, but I, like others, want to raise some serious concerns with the detail and the limited scope. I am extremely disappointed and concerned that the Executive have failed to implement the clear and unambiguous call of the Assembly motion that I brought in 2020 and was agreed to implement an immediate moratorium on petroleum licensing until legislation is brought forward that bans all exploration for, drilling for and extraction of hydrocarbons in Northern Ireland. The Executive regularly speak of a commitment to phasing out fossil fuels, yet we have failed to take this critical step, and the onus remains on ministers to bring forward a comprehensive and unequivocal ban if they want to be taken seriously. The proposed energy strategy worryingly includes proposals for blue hydrogen production, a fuel source shown to emit up to 20% higher emissions than gas. And last Thursday, I attended a virtual event with a long-standing campaigner and actor many of you will know as the Hulk, but Mark Ruffalo, who had been deeply involved in the anti-fracking campaigns ever since proposals came to light for shale gas extraction in his home state of New York. Perhaps he will be listened to. His view, and one that I share, is that the gas industry still has Northern Ireland in its sights, and that the Executive proposed energy strategy leaves the door open for fracking under the guise of so-called renewable gas and blue hydrogen, and we cannot allow this to happen. In 2014, Tamboran, one of the companies that are being considered for a petroleum licence currently by the Economy Department, stated that it was undertaking work it is required to do under the terms of the licence for government and intends to meet its obligations in full. It said that it believes that people have a right to know if gas is present. Tamboran have suggested potential benefits through investment, through jobs and, bizarrely, energy security. That argument is full of holes. And it was also an argument made by the previous Eddie Minister, Arlene Foster, who said that I firmly believe Northern Ireland needs to explore the potential that shale gas offers. Shale gas provides a valuable opportunity for increasing the security of energy supply, and it would appear that this is no longer the DUP's position on shale gas, which is welcome. And the carrot of potential investment and economic returns that is dangled in front of our noses is nothing more than a false promise. Even the Hatcher-Generous report, I have not seen it, I don't think anybody has, but it was talked up so much by the previous minister and is, as I say, still to see the light of day, despite being passed to the department last summer, appears to be absolutely conclusive in this respect if what we are to have read on social media is accurate. If the leaks that emerged at the end of last year are genuine, the report undermines the central argument in favour of drilling, saying that the economic and employment benefits for Northern Ireland would be relatively low. I will give way.
Agree that a lot of the studies into the, if you aside the potential for environmental devastation, that a lot of the studies into the economic impacts kind of find that given the work that is needed to happen around fracking requires very specialist staff. Quite often those are people who are, if you like, migrant labour. They're people who come in from outside to do this work. The added economic benefit in particular areas, as was found in large parts of the United States, in terms of the multiplier effect for specific regions, is actually quite low. Of course, the cost can be devastating.
For his intervention, I do agree, and my comments are also similar in relation to any potential of gold mining as well. Mr. Speaker, this is the research commissioned by the previous Minister for the Economy, which we were told would form the basis for the Executive adopting an evidence-based policy going forward. But the evidence is clear that the arguments in favour of fracking do not add up. And another report online had been quoted as saying Northern Ireland is unlikely to achieve the economies of scale and low cost of production, which could provide a major benefit from lower energy prices. Perhaps the Minister in his summing up could confirm if that leaked report is in fact the correct one. We also know that large multinational corporations that profit from environmental destructions are adept at shielding themselves from tax obligations and other regulations, and remarkably good at funneling profits into the hands of shareholders via offshore accounts. Drilling for fossil fuels is not the way to achieve energy security. Renewables are. The only real energy security is from renewable resources, can generate sustainable green jobs and solve the complex crises of rising fuel prices that we now find ourselves in the middle of. And our citizens should not be at the mercy of the market for fossil fuels when it comes to something so essential and significant such as transport, energy and the ability to heat and light our homes. And continuing to rely on fossil fuels means that we will never come close to meeting our Paris commitments, including the targets being considered under the climate bills, nor will we be able to meet the huge challenges that climate change will bring. But turning to the specifics of the bill, it's clearly not enough, but it is a start. And I recognise that legislating for offshore exploration and extraction requires the Secretary of State's consent, and I would be keen to hear more detail from the bill sponsor about the communications and efforts to secure this. It is shameful again that the Executive have not sought the relevant consent and brought forward comprehensive legislative proposals that reflect what this House agreed in 2020. And I don't need to list the potential harms to public health that fracking brings. We know about the chemicals, the noise, the pollution, the dangers of releasing certain substances and the detrimental impacts that all of these things can have on people's health, not to mention wildlife, habitats and our natural environment. And as I've stated before in this chamber, our entire petroleum licensing regime is flawed. The absence of meaningful consultation under the 1964 Petroleum Act, the failure to uphold the rights enshrined in the Aarhus Convention, the absence of strategic environmental impact assessments, and the absence of management plans for special areas of conservation and other protected areas mean that there are no ecological baselines for the assessment of environmental impacts with the scientific certainty that is a legal requirement under the Habitats Directive. The former minister already accepted that our laws are seriously out of date, and yet we still wait for action, for the promised consultation and policy direction. Mr Speaker, the Green Party will continue to strongly oppose fracking, drilling and extraction of fossil fuels from mining and putting people's public health at risk for commercial gain. You cannot be in favour of climate action and fossil fuel extraction at the same time. So, as I say, while this bill is a start, it does fall short and we have much more to do. The Executive must act, and the Minister, I plead with you, please release publicly the full Hatch Regeneris report. Ministers must implement the immediate moratorium and bring forward a comprehensive ban on all exploration for, drilling for and extraction of hydrocarbons. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank the member for that. Can we now bring Jerry Carroll on screen, please? Can I now invite Jerry Carroll to make his contribution?
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I think it's important that there is a ban on fracking of any kind within communities here, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss this with the Members' Bill this evening. However, as environmental activists and campaigners have stated, such a ban would be ineffective if the Executive didn't take a clear position on the ban, the need, the ban exploration licences for petroleum and other fossil fuels. This current minister and two previous DUP ministers have had applications on their desk for PLA 1/16, which would allow for exploration for petroleum in the area running from Lough Neagh right across to Belfast Lough. This would impact on the drinking water people in my own constituency and way beyond. So I'd say to the minister, before he's out of office, whenever that is, to make sure this application is thrown out and that the company EHA Exploration Limited trying to engage in this extractive and dangerous action are told they're not welcome to do so. For more than 2 years, Mr Speaker, activists have campaigned against this application, have submitted a record number of opposition letters and petitions, but the minister hasn't acted. It's time for the minister to do the right thing and bin this application. The truth is, Mr Speaker, the DUP have been a party that have allowed Tamboran and Dalradian to operate and give them the green light for works to extract and explore. The Minister's energy strategy has been announced and discussed, falls way short of what's needed at this time. It allows for the continuation of fossil fuels. It's a policy dictated to the current petroleum policy, which dates back to the 1960s and shows and states a clear addiction to and support for the petroleum industry and the fossil fuel industry as well. Oil and gas, Mr Speaker, are not only bad for the planet but also the pocket, as people are paying over £1,000 a year extra on their bills to fund the profits of the likes of Shell and other shareholders. It's worth saying in regards to the issue of petroleum licences on the Executive, it's worth saying and stating, as the previous speaker did, it was late in the day that Sinn Féin indicated that they would vote against any such policy being brought forward to the Executive. It was pressure from activists across the North and the aforementioned Mark Ruffalo and others to pressure and commit Sinn Féin to blocking it at the Executive. Beforehand, there was silence on their strategy in the Executive. So that shows activists that their pressure, their campaigning can bear fruit. I also share other members' concerns about blue hydrogen. Despite what the fossil fuel industry would have some believe, methane gas has no role in decarbonising our energy system. Their hydrogen hype on blue hydrogen from fossil gas is just a hydrogen horror story, and evidence has now indicated it is worse, as people have said, than gas. And the comment from Mr Buchanan to say that polluters, the big companies may challenge this current bill or other bills in the future in the courts signifies the problem. The polluters have had their way for decades, for far too long. We need to turn the tables and put the polluters on the back foot and in the court if necessary. So we need to go further than this bill currently allows. We need to ensure that there's no fracking whatsoever. There's no fossil extraction or exploration for oil or gas. throw all current applications in the bin, no more drilling, and keep it all in the ground. Thank you.
I thank the member for that contribution. And I now call the Minister for the Economy, Gordon Lyons, and the Minister will have up to 20 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to this private member's bill, and I value the interest shown by the House in this important and current issue. I note with interest the member's desire to prohibit onshore hydraulic fracturing. However, this is only one element within the much broader and complex policy area of petroleum licensing. As members debate this bill today, I would ask that they reflect on the steps taken and the progress made by my department in formulating policy proposals on the future of all onshore petroleum activities in Northern Ireland. Recognising the changing strategic policy context in relation to energy supply, carbon emissions and climate change, my department has recently undertaken a review of our current petroleum licensing regime. An important step in that review was the completion of independent, Northern Ireland-specific research on the economic, environmental and social impacts of petroleum exploration and development activity. My officials have fully considered the research findings along with other international studies, and I can confirm that my department's policy review has now concluded. I have also considered this complex policy area carefully and given due consideration to the expert advice received. As this is a cross-cutting and controversial policy area, on the 31st of January, I circulated a paper to executive colleagues outlining the position not just on fracking, but on all onshore petroleum licensing activity. My paper recommended the executive agree a preferred policy option of a moratorium on all forms of exploration and extraction of oil and gas, to be followed by the introduction of a legislative ban. This would not only bring Northern Ireland in line with the rest of the United Kingdom on the issue of fracking, but go further by legislating for all other types of petroleum exploration or extraction. The position of my party is therefore clear, both now and in any future executive. And of course, my proposed way forward will now require the agreement of a future executive, following which the preferred option will be subject to a public consultation. I think it is important, therefore, for members to consider the bill before them in the context of these developments, as well as understanding the context of petroleum licensing in Northern Ireland, presuming, of course, that the other parties on the executive share my view. Because to date, only the Finance Minister responded to my paper. The ministers from the SDLP, the Alliance and the UUP have not. And the question for those other parties to answer is why they did not respond. But it may be useful to provide some general context for this evening's debate. Onshore exploration for petroleum in Northern Ireland has been taking place on a small scale since the Petroleum Production Act Northern Ireland was introduced in 1964. Over that time, although small amounts of oil and gas have been found, no commercial extraction has ever taken place. Companies explore for and seek to extract both conventional hydrocarbons and unconventional hydrocarbons. Conventional hydrocarbons are found within porous rocks and are easily accessed by vertical wells and standard production techniques. Unconventional hydrocarbons, in contrast, are found in less porous rocks, such as shale, and are less easy to access. This is when techniques such as long horizontal drilling combined with high-volume hydraulic fracturing are used. Now, this bill is focused solely on one testing and production technique, the use of fracking to access hydrocarbons in shale. There are currently no petroleum licences in Northern Ireland. The last active licence was relinquished on the 28th of April 2020. Members will also be aware that my department is currently considering 2 petroleum licence applications. Both applications were subject to a public consultation process, which closed in July 2019. My department received in excess of 5,700 responses, which were published at the end of October 2019. PLA1/16, made by EHA Exploration Limited, proposes exploring for oil and gas in the porous sandstones in the area to the south and east of Lough Neagh, using conventional drilling techniques. PLA 2/16, made by Tamboran Resources UK Limited, proposes exploring for gas in County Fermanagh. Initially, this application had sought approval for the use of high-volume hydraulic fracturing. However, Tamboran subsequently made a request to revise its application in March 2020. This proposed revision will remove the need for fracking. In summary, therefore, across Northern Ireland at this point in time, we have no petroleum licences in place, and neither of the two existing applications currently propose the application of high-volume hydraulic fracturing. I have repeatedly stated that decisions on both licence applications will be made by an executive as a whole, following agreement of Northern Ireland's future petroleum licensing policy, informed by my department's policy review. I reiterate this commitment today and sincerely hope that those responsible for misinformation on social media are listening. Now, the number and range of concerns raised in the responses to my department's consultations on the two applications brought into sharp focus the urgent need to review and update Northern Ireland's petroleum licensing policy. On this basis, my officials commenced a review in late 2019 in accordance with the Executive's Policy Development Toolkit of Northern Ireland's current onshore petroleum licensing system. The aim was to establish a robust evidence base from which to develop policy options for any future licensing regime. Initial considerations highlighted the lack of Northern Ireland-specific information on the impacts of petroleum licensing and the need for independent research. In October 2020, therefore, my department commissioned Hatch Regeneris to undertake independent research into the economic, societal and environmental impacts of onshore petroleum exploration and production in Northern Ireland. In addition to analysing up-to-date, peer-reviewed research and considering the policy context in Northern Ireland, as well as further afield, Hatch engaged extensively with stakeholders, including government, councils, industry, environmental organisations and community groups. The final Hatch report was delivered to my department in July last year, and my officials have given careful consideration to its findings, as well as other relevant international studies, in order to develop a range of evidence-based policy options. That report was circulated to my executive colleagues, but I am now prepared to publish it so that all interested parties can read it. As I have already set out, my January paper to executive colleagues presented the outputs of the research and the options for the future of not just fracking, but all petroleum licensing in Northern Ireland. My paper also recommended a preferred option to introduce a moratorium and eventual legislative ban on all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production. Now, this was based on a number of factors. Firstly, a moratorium and ban on all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production would not disadvantage the local economy. As I have already said, in the last 50 years, there has been no commercial production of oil or gas in Northern Ireland. Hence, there is no reliance on the sector. Specifically, the Hatch research concludes that the potential positive economic impacts of petroleum exploration and production would be relatively minor. The preferred option would therefore ensure a focus on the growth of the low-carbon and renewable energy sector, a secure indigenous resource supporting people into secure, well-paid jobs. Secondly, a moratorium and ban on all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production removes the possibility of potential adverse societal and environmental impacts on local communities and the rural environment, as no further exploration or development would be permitted. Now, I want to turn to the specifics of the proposed bill. From the outset, I would like to note my disappointment and surprise that at no point has the member sought to engage with my officials or me on what is being proposed in this cross-cutting, controversial and complex area. I think it would have been useful for both of us if she had. It's also unclear what level of consultation has taken place with those who may be impacted by the bill's passage. I note that there is limited detail in the explanatory and financial memorandum on the extent of engagement during the members' 8-week consultation period. The bill itself is very limited in dealing with just one of a number of potential oil and gas extraction techniques, hydraulic fracturing. As I have set out earlier, this technique is used to extract hydrocarbons from non-porous shale rocks. In Northern Ireland, such rocks are largely located in the Fermanagh area. Enactment of this bill, however, would not address future petroleum exploration or production activities by any other means in Fermanagh or in other areas of Northern Ireland. Perhaps that is the Sinn Féin position, but it is not mine. The bill also includes a limited definition of hydraulic fracturing. Unlike the definition in the Petroleum Act 1998, which covers the rest of the United Kingdom, it does not define high-volume hydraulic fracturing in terms of the large volumes of water used. Other types of fracturing with much lower volumes of water are used for purposes other than extracting shale gas. For example, as I said earlier, water boreholes may be fractured to increase their yield. This type of fracturing is different to the process involved in shale gas exploration and production. The bill, therefore, needs careful scrutiny to ensure it does not have unintended consequences. The definition may require amendment to specify the volumes of water used and so clarify the types of fracking that would fall within the remit of the bill. I also note that the bill attempts to have retrospective effect in the proposed new section 2A2C to be inserted into the Petroleum Production Act NI 1964. The explanatory and financial memorandum does not provide any assessment of the legal or financial implications of such retrospective action. I think this also requires careful consideration, which is why I repeatedly feel the need to remind the House that legislation requires sober and careful consideration, not often possible when such major policy areas are addressed by private members' bills. I will.
Right, there have been a number of, this had come up with the moratorium as well, discussion in the debate on the motion, and by a few members this evening about the potential legal costs and judicial action. Can the Minister confirm if his department has had any indication that there would be any legal challenge if this bill or any moratorium or subsequent legislation came in on banning of fracking in Northern Ireland?
Well, that's why I said previously, I think perhaps even in written answers to the member, that where there have been applications outstanding or the potential for that to be currently happening, we would bring in our policy. We would get that put through in the proper way with consultation, and then make sure the legislation is in place, and ultimately then on those other applications it would be for the executive to decide, and that was always going to be the case. I think it's a little bit disingenuous as well for some members this evening to say that this threat of fracking has always existed, and it would have been solely at the whim of a DUP minister. Of course, that's not the case, because I've always made it clear that on these applications and on licensing applications, because they are controversial, cross-cutting and significant, that I would always have referred them to the executive.
Yeah. On that point, Minister, I appreciate the legal requirements on a minister and a department to deal with applications, licensing applications when they come in. But the reality is, if Northern Ireland moved to the point that you're suggesting tonight that you're willing to move to, which is not only will there be a moratorium, that would still allow licence applications to come along, because those people might think they could still persuade change. But ultimately, you've indicated that you're willing to legislate, which would ultimately end all exploration. In those circumstances, do you not agree with me that we need to get to that point quickly to ensure and send out a very clear signal? There is now no longer in Northern Ireland any point in making a licence application.
Well, look, I certainly understand the member wanting to have ensured that this came to the floor of the Assembly as soon as possible for legislation. I hope he will understand that I wanted to carefully consider. And it's a significant report, and I'm sure when I release this in the coming days, that he will take a lot of time to look at as well. I think it's only right that as a department that we take the time to consider that. There was a lot of work going on in terms of the energy strategy and other issues within that part of the department. I sought to bring this as quickly as I could. I sought agreement, and I think certainly we can recognise that we're in the position tonight where there is unity around this issue, and I think we have a solid basis now for making that decision based on the independent research that my department has commissioned and the other international studies that we looked at.
So just for absolute clarity then, is the Minister saying, and making it very clear this evening, that licences that are currently being sought, the reality is your day is up?
Well, the reality is that any licences will require cross-community support in the executive. I think it's fairly clear that that is not something that will happen anytime soon for a number of reasons. And secondly, I think the policy that we have here in front of us this evening, as I have set out, is one that commands support across the executive. This shouldn't come as a surprise. I made it clear at the Economy Committee, as the Chair set out a few moments ago, that last week or the week before, I think it was, I made clear I hope what my position was on it whenever I said that I didn't believe that there would be any issue at the executive getting agreement for what I was bringing forward. So I recognise that petroleum exploration and hydraulic fracturing in particular is an emotive subject, and for that reason I recognise that despite this bill's narrow scope and shortcomings, members may feel that they will have to support it in the chamber today. I would just warn that this is a complex policy area which cannot and should not be addressed on a piecemeal basis. For that reason, I am still of the view that the appropriate way forward remains the implementation of my recommended option, which has been informed by expert advice from independent research and will be subject to full public scrutiny through a consultation process. And subject to a future executive agreement and public consultation, the introduction of a moratorium and implementation of a legislative ban in the next mandate will address all types of petroleum exploration and production for all of Northern Ireland. I believe that my preferred approach is more comprehensive, and I believe it would be welcomed by those so concerned about this issue. I don't want to rehearse what everybody has said during this debate, but I do want to touch upon a couple of issues. And the first is around some of the comments that have been made in relation to the energy strategy. Some have said that the energy strategy does not go far enough. I believe that it is appropriate for Northern Ireland. I think it's right. I think the fact that it was endorsed unanimously at the executive, and the fact that so many stakeholders, both in the renewable sector, in the business sector, and others, have said that this is the strategy that we need. Comments have also been made in relation to blue hydrogen, but certainly my focus is on green hydrogen, and I think that's where we have incredible potential in Northern Ireland because of the wind resource that we have, and I want to harness that. And I think that green hydrogen is the way in which we can do that. And I know that there has been some scaremongering out there, and quite frankly nonsense spouted by some who say that it is a pro-fossil fuel energy strategy. That is certainly not the case. You can very clearly see the direction of travel that we are headed in. But I do just want to touch on some of the comments that have been made, because I don't want to be hypocritical as I stand here this evening, and I don't want to say that this is going to be a win in terms of climate change, because it certainly is the case that we are going to have to continue for some time to depend on fossil fuels, and I think that we're being dishonest with the public and dishonest with ourselves if we say that there isn't going to be any need for fossil fuels for us in the short term. As of 15 minutes ago, in terms of our own electricity, 45% of that was generated from fossil fuels. And so we have to be honest and recognise that fossil fuels will continue to play a necessary approach as part of our fuel supply. But let me make it clear, I want us to head as quickly as we can towards renewables. I think it was the Chair, in fact it was the Chair of the committee that said fossil fuels should remain in the ground. If that is the case, we're going to find ourselves in trouble very, very soon. But I based my decision today on the economic and societal impacts that hydraulic fracking and petroleum licensing may have in Northern Ireland. I understand we're still going to need fossil fuels. We will still be dependent on them for a time to come. However, we're being dishonest with ourselves if we say otherwise, but the transition is very, very clear. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, I thank members for their contributions and I remain committed to working with stakeholders in this policy area. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for that contribution and that response. And I call Anya Murphy, the sponsor of the bill, to wind and conclude the debate. The member has 10 minutes.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the members for their contributions this evening to what has been an interesting and colourful debate. Look, I will keep my closing remarks brief and I will respond to some of the issues raised in due course. This is a cross-border issue and as the impact of fracking, which may happen in County Fermanagh, would be felt in Leitrim and many other parts of the northwest. I think this discussion we are having here today must be seen in the overall context of the climate emergency, and I know it has been mentioned throughout the course of this debate. This bill sits alongside other important legislation such as the climate change bill debated here in bringing us into line with the rest of Europe when it comes to playing our part in the fight against the climate disaster. Our goal as a society needs to be about reducing carbon emissions and protecting future generations. It's also important to say that as well as climate implications, fracking has a very direct and long-term impact on local environments and ultimately local communities. And it is heartening, Can Collier, to hear this evening from many in this chamber that they do not support fracking. I will move on to addressing some of the issues raised by the members. In terms of Ms Woods and in relation to the Secretary of State, I originally emailed the Secretary of State to essentially gain permission to legislate for offshore fracking. Now, he did reply and he had requested additional information, which we had provided at the time. The only issue is, after we had provided that information, he never got back to us. We were under serious time constraints, and as a result of that time constraint, we decided to press on with the bill to legislate for onshore fracking. A number of members have alluded to the ins and outs, the ups and downs of the definition. To put it simply, the aim of this bill is to ban all fracking for petroleum. The wording of the definition was drafted on the basis of delivering robust legislation to ban all petroleum licensing in the north. Now, the bill amends the Petroleum Act of 1964, so this should be clear to include, this bill amends the Petroleum Act of 1964, so this has to be clear in the terminology that we use to amend that already existing legislation. I am committed, absolutely committed, to working with any and all members here this evening, as well as the Economy Committee, the Bills Office, and through the correct legislative processes to ensure that this bill can be as robust as possible. And I am open to committee scrutiny on this bill. And I very much look forward to reading the Hatch report, and I am glad to hear that the Minister's preferred option is to introduce... No, I'm not going to give way. I want to get back home this evening. Sorry, where was I? Yes, I am glad to hear that the Minister is going to release the Hatch report in the coming days, and I am heartened to hear that he has a preferred option to introduce a moratorium and ban. Look, Ceann Comhairle, that is my remarks concluded for this evening. As I have stated, I am more than willing to work with the rest of the members here today, the rest of the parties, the Bills Office as well as the committee to robustly scrutinise this piece of legislation.
Thank you. And members, the question is that the second stage of the onshore fracking prohibition bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Members, the ayes have it. Thanks very much. And DOI, safe home.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.